high as over 30 million US dollars. Coupled with government tax rebates, 100 Herbs Hall had truly struck it rich. There would be no worries about next year's profit. Thank you, Mr. Linton. Shall I have someone prepare the contract now? Yes. Chapter 608, The Fierce Beauty. In the afternoon, after Linton renewed the herb procurement contract with 100 Herbs Hall for the next year, he did not accept one Haibaw's invitation to inspect 100 Herbs Hall, nor did he leave Shanghai. Instead, he took Li Bingbing for a leisurely stroll on Nanjing Road and bought her an LV bag along the way. Dinner was at Shanghai Fragrant Tower, which had only opened a little over a year ago, to taste classic Shanghai local cuisine. However, they didn't wander outside for too long. The two returned to the hotel before 8 o'clock. Because Su Jinglei, who was filming the movie Spicy Love in Hengdian, had already arranged a meeting with them over the phone when she learned Linton would be in Shanghai. She would take a day off tomorrow and rush over from Hengdian tonight to meet them. Just after 8 o'clock, the doorbell of the presidential suite where Linton was staying rang. Opening the door, a youthful, beautiful girl with long flowing hair, wearing a plain, tight-fitting long dress, walked in gracefully. As soon as the door was closed, the beautiful girl disregarded her image and rushed into Linton's arms, giving him a passionate kiss. "Honey, I missed you so much." Linton held Su Jinglei, who had gone completely limp as if boneless, and responded passionately, "Baby, I missed you too." Su Jinglei hung all over Linton, murmuring unconsciously, "Honey, love me well." "All right, as you wish." Linton scooped up Su Jinglei and headed toward the master bedroom. At that moment, an untimely voice sounded from the side. Hey, hey, are you two acting like I don't exist?" Su Jinglei, who was slightly dazed, sobered up a bit, saw Li Bingbing pouting beside them, and said dissatisfiedly, "Li Bingbing, you two have been alone for over 10 days. Can't you give us some space today?" "Absolutely not. It wasn't like I forbade you from coming during those past 10+ days. You were just busy yourself. Who are you blaming?" Seeing Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei start bickering, Linton couldn't be bothered to mediate. He extended one hand and pulled Li Bingbing. "Stop talking, both of you. Come on, let's play games together." Soon, a cheerful and sweet chorus began. 3 hours later, the game ended. Su Jinglei and Li Bingbing lay draped over Linton, one on each side, savoring the beautiful afterglow of the game. What they didn't know was that Linton's heart was turbulent at this moment. Ever since receiving Linton's call 10 days ago, Su Jinglei had revealed a deep affection for him. This included taking a special day off from filming in Hengdian to drive over 2 hours to see him, and taking an entire day off just to spend time with him. Especially since entering the room, she had been unrestrained in releasing her affection, fully immersing herself in the gaming activities. Judging by all these external signs, Su Jinglei appeared to be passionately in love with him. Unfortunately, back in August last year, Linton had cast a divine sense imprint spell on them. This spell could last for 2 years, and through it, he could detect if any other man had entered their bodies. Regrettably, Su Jinglei had failed the test. She had been with another man within this year. It couldn't be that her feelings had changed, as judging by how passionate and fiery she was during their recent encounter, that was impossible. Could it be that she encountered an accident and was forced by someone else? If that were the case, he might have to step in and help her once. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to ask about the situation. Thinking of this, he waved out a stream of magic power, causing Li Bingbing to fall into a deep sleep. Seeing Li Bingbing fast asleep, Su Jinglei still asked curiously, "Honey, what happened to Bingbing? She was so energetic just now. Why did she fall asleep?" "She's been too tired these past few days. Let her sleep." "That's great. With her not around to interfere, you'll be all mine. Honey, let's hurry up and do it again." Su Jinglei happily dove under the covers. The cheerful and sweet singing sounded again. Another 2 hours passed. The satisfied Su Jinglei lay limply on Linton, her small hand unconsciously drawing circles on his body. "Honey, you are amazing." Seeing Su Jinglei so completely immersed, Linton felt a pang of conflict, somewhat reluctant to ask such a cruel, mood-killing question at this moment. However, he was, after all, a golden core true person. His heart had been tempered like steel. In his view, he could overlook what happened before he met her. But if she were truly to become his woman, he absolutely would not tolerate being cuckolded. Although Su Jinglei had not officially become his woman yet, he had already made considerations in his heart. After establishing the Clear Sky Film and Television Company in Huagua this time, according to his plan, the first batch of women he intended to promote heavily were Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei. Once their fame grew a bit more and their acting skills matured, it would be natural to bring them to Hollywood to film. When the time comes, I can officially bring them into my harem group and give them the status of a girlfriend. After all, I took their first time, and I can clearly feel their affection for me. Now that traces of another man have appeared in Su Jinglei's body, I absolutely cannot pretend nothing happened. Thinking of this, he reached out to stroke Su Jinglei's hair and asked tactfully, Jingjing, tell me honestly, have you been dating another boyfriend this past year? Stop it, you are my boyfriend. Don't be like that. Tell me the truth. Okay, I just graduated. This is a critical moment for developing my career. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? Is that so? How come I sense traces of you having fought with another man? No, how could that be? I've only fought with you. Jingjing, you can't hide it from me. Just tell the truth. Ah, you noticed even that. You admit it? Yes, since you found out, I won't hide it anymore. Early this year, I did meet another man, and he was very good to me. Then since you have a new boyfriend, why did you still come to my room today? Actually, he isn't really my boyfriend. He's married. And you're still seeing him? Because he is very good to me, spends a lot of time with me, and gives me a lot of resources. I filmed 3 movies this year, and he arranged all of them. Since he is so good to you, why did you still come to me? Because I can't forget you. I gave you my first time, and the experience of fighting with you is something no one else can ever provide. Since you can't forget me, why did you go looking for someone else? If it was just for film and television resources, didn't I tell you before that I would arrange things after you graduated? Honey, everything about you is wonderful, handsome, physically strong, powerful in combat, and possessing many other advantages, but you can never belong to me, much less marry me. Linton was speechless. Actually, whether I can marry you isn't the key point for me. But what I can't stand the most, do you know what it is? What is it? Companionship. Since we met, we can only see each other once a year. No matter how wonderful this time is, or how strong the combat experience is, the rest of the time is filled with endless loneliness. I am a normal woman. I have normal physical needs and emotional needs. You simply cannot solve this, unless you take me to Hollywood, but I know that is not in your plans at all. Su Jinglei's words left Linton speechless again. Since you can't accept this kind of relationship with us, why did you come today? Who says I can't accept you? Let's consider it from another angle. We don't have to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but we can be lovers. You are so handsome and strong, and I am so beautiful. Being with you is so freeing. I can play all sorts of games with you, even playing Do Diju with Bingbing. The experience is so wonderful. Why can't we continue? So you are dating several men at the same time? Can't I? Aren't you also dating several women at the same time? Look, there's Bingbing next to you. Besides, I just said, I'm not asking you to be my boyfriend. We can be lovers. When you come to Huagua, we can date together and fight together. Both sides can enjoy the pleasure. When you are in America and I am in Huagua, we won't interfere with each other, and I can freely find emotional companionship. Su Jinglei's words completely shattered Linton's perception. If a French woman had said this, it wouldn't be strange, but this was Huagua. He couldn't help but recall the various rumors about Su Jinglei in his previous life. Truly worthy of being called a bold Beijing woman. But thinking about it, maintaining this kind of relationship wasn't bad. He wouldn't have to bear any responsibility, yet he could gain her popularity to help his cultivation. This kind of relationship might even apply to other little flowers in Huagua in the future. After all, he truly couldn't provide them with companionship most of the time, and the time he spent in Huagua each year was limited. Under these circumstances, demanding they only love him exclusively seemed rather difficult. However, since she couldn't be a member of his harem group, his resources naturally couldn't be tilted toward her. The best resources should be prioritized for women who are willing to remain chaste for him and wholeheartedly join his harem group, like Bingbing next to him. Of course, second-tier resources could still be given to her. After all, the more famous and popular she became, the more it would help his cultivation. Chapter 609, The Starlit Cultivation Plan. For the entire next day, Linton, Li Bingbing, and Su Jinglei did not leave the hotel. The three of them freely poured out their sweat and passion in the presidential suite. One cheerful and sweet song played after another. However, it wasn't until the third morning, when Su Jinglei left reluctantly, that Linton still hadn't invited her to join the Clear Sky Film and Television Company. Li Bingbing felt a bit strange, though mostly she was secretly delighted, but she still asked Linton uneasily, "Honey, are you not going to let Su Jinglei join Clear Sky Film and Television Company?" There is no harm without comparison. Thinking of Su Jinglei's wildness, and how Li Bingbing could endure loneliness for a long time while rolling through the entertainment industry, yet still resist various external temptations, Linton felt she was truly quite good and didn't mind giving her some affirmation and encouragement at this time. No, she won't be joining. At Clear Sky Film and Television Company, you are the absolute first sister, and you have priority for all resources. Of course, the company won't refuse to cooperate with her and will consider her if there are suitable projects. Honey, really? The massive surprise almost made Li Bingbing faint. She turned and threw herself into Linton's arms, looking at him with watery eyes, fearing that what she just heard was a hallucination. Of course it's true. Why? Li Bingbing was overjoyed but still a bit uneasy. Since they were on the subject, Linton also felt it was necessary to give Li Bingbing a reminder to prevent her from succumbing to temptation in the bizarre entertainment industry and giving him a green hat. Because she is not single-minded toward me and has started seeing other men. Oh my God, is that true? Of course it's true. I'm also reminding you that if you want to keep receiving my favor, don't follow her example. You must be single-minded toward me. Otherwise, our relationship will also deteriorate. I won't, honey. There will only ever be you in my heart. Li Bingbing felt a chill in her heart and hurried to declare her stance, proactively offering a sweet kiss. I hope you remember what you said today. But, is seeing each other once a year too little? Can you come to China more often in the future, or can I go to America to see you? Thinking about what Su Jinglei had said before, Linton felt that time and companionship were indeed issues that had to be considered. Leaving a beautiful woman like a flower in a foreign land for a long time to face all kinds of temptations in the entertainment industry was indeed too much of a test for human nature. How about this? After I return, I'll have someone send you a cooperation invitation letter so you can apply for an American visa. In the future, you can come to America to see me every quarter, but call me to confirm the time before you come. Honey, that's wonderful. Li Bingbing was overjoyed and proactively offered a passionate kiss. Honey, love me. The cheerful and sweet songs rang out again. In the afternoon, Linton took Li Bingbing back to Beijing on his private jet. On the plane, Li Bingbing, having developed a taste for it, proactively invited Linton to a 1,000-miles-in-a-day activity. The plane landed in Beijing, and this time Jennifer Roberts, the new general manager of Clear Sky Film and Television Company, came to pick them up. After getting into the car, they didn't go to the hotel first, but went straight to the newly established Clear Sky Film and Television Company. After more than 10 days of preparation, Kong Film and Television had been formally established, with its office occupying a floor rented in the Yinyan building in the Chaoyang District's Central Business District. This location was near CCTV and Beijing Television, making it an ideal office space for private film and television companies. As the company was in its startup phase, its business was currently quite simple, with 4 departments temporarily set up: the general department, the finance department, and 2 business departments, the film production department and the talent management department. Personnel had not yet been fully recruited. However, the main framework was already in place, which didn't hinder the normal conduct of business. Linton then formally introduced Li Bingbing to Jennifer Roberts and explicitly told him that Li Bingbing would be joining the company and was the female star Kong Company would heavily promote next. Actually, Linton didn't need to emphasize it. Jennifer Roberts was an insider after all, and Li Bingbing was already a somewhat famous up-and-coming actress. When he saw Li Bingbing and Linton come out of the airport together, he already understood that she had latched onto the big boss. Moreover, Clear Sky Film and Television Company itself needed to sign high-quality artists, and Li Bingbing was indeed a good prospect. But with Linton's instructions, the situation was naturally different. Jennifer Roberts gave Li Bingbing a highest-rank contract for a term of 5 years, with a 50-50 commission split, and guaranteed to provide her with at least one TV series lead role every year. Li Bingbing thus became the first signed artist of Clear Sky Film and Television Company. While Li Bingbing went to the talent management department to sign the contract, Jennifer Roberts took the time to report his work to Linton. Jennifer Roberts truly lived up to his background from Beijing television. His network of connections was indeed extraordinary. According to his thinking, since the company had just been established, there was no rush to produce TV series independently. Instead, they would first participate in the investment of other companies' TV projects to gain experience and train their team. Once the company was running smoothly and the team had matured, they would then consider taking lead control of TV series production. As it happened, just a few days after the company was founded, a new TV project came knocking. A TV series titled Sisters, which tells the story of female migrant workers, was being prepared under the lead of CCTV. The TV series was planned with an investment of 6 million renminbi, but CCTV only had 3 million of its own funds, leaving a 3 million investment gap. Producer Chen Xiaoqi had worked with Jennifer Roberts before. Knowing that Jennifer Roberts had become the general manager of the well-funded industry newcomer Clear Sky Film and Television Company, he proactively contacted him to solicit investment. TV series produced by CCTV, due to the endorsement of the CCTV platform, had very harsh requirements for external investment. The investment would be discounted, profits were extremely low, and there was even less of a voice in the production process. Taking this Sisters project as an example, for an investment of 6 million, CCTV invested 3 million, but would take 65% of the shares, while other companies investing 3 million would only get 35% of the shares. Finally, when calculating profits, the data was often opaque, and CCTV was exceptionally dominant. Even if the project itself made a lot of money, partners could usually only get meager profits. Under such harsh conditions, generally speaking, private film and television companies wouldn't participate. Those who collaborated were other state-owned film companies and local TV stations. However, CCTV-produced TV series also had one advantage. The probability of losing money was extremely small. Relying on the unique platform of CCTV, as long as the TV program was basically qualified, there was no need to worry about ratings, let alone advertising recruitment. But in Jennifer Roberts' view, these harsh conditions were not a problem for Clear Sky Film and Television Company. The company was just starting out and urgently needed high-quality projects to make a name for itself in the industry while training the team. Although the profit margin for CCTV projects was small, the possibility of losing money was also small. And most importantly, now that the company had its leading lady Li Bingbing, they could precisely fight for the female lead of the TV series. The project itself had a small profit margin, but CCTV series made people famous. If they could raise their own woman's popularity, wouldn't Li Bingbing's subsequent commercial value earn it all back? After listening to Jennifer Roberts' report on the basic situation of the TV series Sisters, Linton was very satisfied with his thinking. He then exchanged some business ideas with Jennifer Roberts, suggesting that he could co-produce TV series with several first-tier TV stations, such as Hunan TV, Beijing TV, Anhui TV, and Dragon TV. At the same time, he gave Jennifer Roberts a list and basic information for 9 people: Hu Jing, Yin Danchen, Zheng Li, Gao Yuanyuan, Yin Tao, Dong Xian, Qin Lan, and I Hongjia, and Zhang Zi. Do you know that back in '94, My Garden in America held a waitress recruitment event in China? I know, it was practically a beauty pageant. It was a huge sensation at the time and had a very large impact. Right? At that time, I asked Director Lin Hao of the Forestry Bureau to help with the recruitment. I didn't expect him to turn the recruitment into a beauty pageant. These girls were the top performers of that recruitment pageant. Look, aren't they all great beauties? Boss, you indeed have a very good eye. They are all great beauties. Exactly, they are indeed all great beauties. But to be honest, with their conditions, it would be too much of a grievance for them to go to my garden to be waitresses. It would simply be burying talent. Boss, actually it's not a grievance at all. I heard that among the group that went back then, dozens have already joined American citizenship. I don't know how many people envy them. Everyone sees things from a different perspective. Going to America to be a waitress is still a relatively low-level job no matter what. But if they can achieve something in the film and television industry and become movie or TV stars, the development prospects will certainly be much stronger. Seeing the photos of 9 great beauties in the 9 resumes, Jennifer Roberts was a bit incredulous. So you didn't hire them back then? Correct, precisely because they were beautiful and, in my view, had the potential to be stars. So I talked to each of them individually at the time and suggested they study hard and strive to get into film and art academies to become big stars in the future. Heavens, boss, you are simply a saint. They are so beautiful, yet you were willing to let them go. What's there to be unwilling about? What kind of expression is that? All right, boss, you are truly great. Did they all give up based on your suggestion? Yes, they all withdrew. They should all be in the 3 major art academies now. You can go to the Central Academy of Drama, Beijing Film Academy, and Shanghai Theater Academy to look for them. If possible, try to sign them into the company and train them well. All right, I'll go to the art academies to find them next. It's just that, with so many people, if we sign them all, the company's resources might not be enough. Don't force it. Respect their own wishes and just treat it as giving them an opportunity. Sign as many as you can. As for resources, I've given you so much funding. Can't you start several productions at the same time? Understood, boss. Please rest assured, I will definitely handle this well and strive to sign them all and train them all into film and television stars. Good. To give you the bottom line, the current primary task of Clear Sky Film and Television Company is to train female film and television stars, followed by making a profit. Don't hummy. This is an order and my assessment requirement for you. Besides, doesn't the company have a talent management department? As long as they truly become stars, their commercial value will naturally increase. Just because the film works don't make money doesn't mean the talent management won't. All right, I understand. Also, you know Su Jinglei, right? I do. She's the one currently being heavily promoted by the Beijing Circle. She's filmed several movies this year. Actually, Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei are just like them. They also passed my company's beauty pageant recruitment interview back then. But I saw that they both had the potential to be stars, and since one was studying at the Shanghai Theater Academy and the other at the Beijing Film Academy at the time, I also advised them to give up on being waitresses at my place and study hard. Now they have both graduated. Li Bingbing has joined our company, but Su Jinglei has other ideas, so don't consider signing her to the company. However, if the company has any suitable projects in the future, after prioritizing the company's artists, you can appropriately consider her. Understood. Li Bingbing, who came back after signing the contract, was greatly surprised. She didn't expect that just after joining Qingkong Film and Television, she would have the chance to star as the female lead in a CCTV TV series. It seemed she was about to take off, perhaps because she had become the first sister of Qingkong Film and Television and was about to star as the female lead in a CCTV TV series. Plus, Linton was leaving the day after tomorrow. That night, Li Bingbing was exceptionally passionate. Her combat effectiveness improved dramatically. She fought and lost and fought again. The melodious and lingering songs did not stop all night. The next day, Li Bingbing went to the company to coordinate for the TV series Sisters. Linton, accompanied by the executive deputy director of the Forestry Bureau, went to visit Panjiayuan and again purchased 50 top-tier Hetian mutton fat, jade wuxia jade pendants, directly clearing out the inventory of several crystal shops. The previous jade pendants were almost exhausted, and next, the members of the harem group would one after another begin to get pregnant and have children. For example, after returning from this sea yacht party, Naomi, Jennifer Connelly, and Cameron all expressed their desire to have children to Linton. And since he was going to cultivate new starlets, it was always better to have more jade pendants prepared just in case. Afterward, Linton went to the Ming Tombs Jade Factory and spent $80 million to place a massive order for 40 tons of ordinary crystal, asking the factory to ship it to Montana via sea freight as soon as possible. Director Lin Hao had already served as the executive deputy director of the Forestry Bureau for 2 years. His next step was very likely to go further and be dispatched to a local area to serve as the chief executive of a provincial government. In a local area, economic development is the top priority, and rapid economic development requires investment. He jokingly said to Linton, "Linton, if I really go to a local area next year, could you, as a big capitalist, consider investing to support me?" Linton's impression of Director Lin Hao was quite good. They had indeed gotten along well over the past few years. However, as for investment, he would not consider anything other than venture capital for the internet and Universal Studios. But besides investment, he had another trump card. "I have no plans for investment for now, but my charity fund can be open to the place where you serve. At that time, I'll have the person in charge coordinate with you. Building roads and schools won't be a problem." Director Lin Hao was overjoyed. "That's great. With those words from you, my confidence is even stronger." At this point, all the work of Linton's trip achieved a harvest of perfection. On September 23rd, the 15-day trip to China ended. Linton bid farewell to the reluctant Li Bingbing and returned to Los Angeles with Su Qing and Li Xiaoran on his private jet. As for Aunt Kelly, she had to stay in Jiangxi province with her assistant to continue inspecting the progress of this year's $80 million charity investment project. Once the work was completed, she would return to America on her own. Chapter 610. Li Xiaoran unemployed, new assistant. Linton's hurried return to America this time had terrified another person. That person was Jennifer Roberts, the general manager of Mangrove Capital's China branch. Before Linton went to China, Winnie had informed her, telling her to prepare for a report. She had been very excited at the time, viewing Linton's visit to China as a major opportunity for herself. One had to understand that in America, given her status, it was impossible to have any one-on-one time with Linton. In fact, Linton didn't even know her. However, she was ambitious and had some ideas regarding the development prospects of Mangrove Capital. Since she came to China last October to establish the Mangrove Capital China branch, she had put a lot of effort into conducting detailed market research on the mainland. She keenly perceived that China was currently on the eve of an internet development boom, though the soil for massive internet growth had not yet formed. The main issue was that the telecommunications network infrastructure was still too poor, lacking the conditions necessary for large-scale internet development. Of course, the Chinese government had also realized this and had explicitly proposed making telecommunications a top priority for infrastructure construction. China Telecom's investment was substantial, but network construction takes time. Under the current circumstances, the market space for the internet in China was limited. Even though she had made many efforts and promoted the business in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou, this latest venture capital model had caused a huge stir in the mainland Chinese business circles, quickly becoming well known among specific groups of people. The company received a vast number of investment applications every day. But so far, aside from Sohu, which had received venture capital from the American headquarters, only 2 new internet companies had been added in mainland China. They were Sina and NetEase. Mangrove Capital had invested in their angel rounds, giving each company $1 million for a 30% stake. There was nothing else. There was simply no demand for new internet startups, not even venture capital applications. On the contrary, there were more investment applications than she could handle from other industries like computers, home appliances, mobile phones, communication equipment, and so on. However, restricted by the headquarters' explicit regulations, the branch's investment targets were limited to internet enterprises. Even if other industries had good creative proposals, she had no way to intervene. She couldn't even spend the first phase of $20 million in capital she had brought from the headquarters. In her view, since the Chinese internet market did not yet have mature soil, she should consider other breakthrough solutions. Otherwise, she would be unable to produce any results here at all. To this end, she made a special trip to Los Angeles in June to report to her direct superior, Winnie, proposing 2 directions for business adjustment. One was to expand the business scope to surrounding markets, such as the more economically developed Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and so on. The other was to expand the types of business operations. In addition to the internet, she suggested including computers, communications, home appliances, and mobile phones within the investment scope. However, Winnie had discussed this issue with Linton before, and Linton had rejected it. In his memories from his past life, all the way up to 2024, aside from China, no truly legendary internet companies were born in other parts of Asia, including Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. At this time, going to those places for internet venture capital didn't make much sense. Of course, the second plan was actually very feasible. China was in a stage of rapid economic development, and the computer, communication, home appliance, and mobile phone industries did indeed harbor many investment opportunities. But compared to the internet, the growth potential of these industries was simply not on the same level. Furthermore, based on China's current environment, venture capital in other industries would be more complex, facing greater risks and challenges. The funding needs, proposal evaluations, risk screenings, and post-investment management for these companies were all much more complicated compared to internet enterprises. Mangrove Capital's goal was the internet. There was no need to intervene in other industries. As long as they seized the internet investment opportunities in China, the future prospects would be beyond imagination. Of course, he wouldn't easily give up on venture capital in other industries either. Once the Asian financial crisis ended, his Skycrest capital would have accumulated massive wealth. At that time, he could act freely, taking advantage of the Asian financial crisis to aggressively invest and buy the dip in places like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. He would also enter the mainland Chinese market on a large scale, investing in all walks of life, except for real estate. But Jennifer Roberts didn't have a cheat code. She couldn't possibly imagine how vast the future volume of the Chinese internet market would be or how fast it would develop. She simply felt that she couldn't waste time here and needed more space to display her talents and achieve greater results. She had originally thought that with Linton coming to China this time, she would have the chance to report to him personally, hoping her plan to expand the business scope would gain his support. Jennifer Roberts possessed both beauty and talent. She had been an excellent student since childhood, graduating with a bachelor's degree from the economics department of Peking University and a master's degree in economics from Harvard. She had already worked at Mangrove Capital for 2 years. She was also very beautiful, standing 166 centimeters tall, with fantastic proportions. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her as having a curvaceous figure and long legs. She was not inferior to many movie stars. At 26, she was at the most beautiful age for a woman. She personally had a deeper ambition for this meeting with Linton, to see if there was a chance to win over the big boss. In the companies under Linton, every employee knew Linton was a playboy with a crowd of beauties around him and a large group of sisters in his harem group. The beautiful angels had already reached the 21st member. But every female employee, which could actually be extended to the vast majority of young women in America, wished they could climb into Linton's bed for a chance to become one of his beautiful angels. Jennifer Roberts was the same, fantasizing about whether this meeting would offer a chance for a wonderful story to happen with the big boss. But unfortunately, she didn't get the chance to see Linton at all. Initially, after finding out when the big boss was coming to Beijing, she called Linton's assistant, Li Xiaoran, wanting to arrange the airport pickup and accommodation. But Li Xiaoran told her that Chinese government departments had already made arrangements, so she didn't need to worry about it. She could only ask Li Xiaoran to relay a message to the big boss, asking if she could visit him after he arrived in Beijing, or if the big boss could come to inspect the Mangrove Capital China branch. However, when Linton learned from Winnie that only 3 internet companies had been established in China, he didn't take it to heart. Yet, he didn't completely refuse either, telling Li Xiaoran to reply that it would depend on his itinerary in China and that she would be notified if there was time. As a result, Jennifer Roberts kept waiting for the notification. A week after Linton arrived in China, unable to contain herself, she called Li Xiaoran again to ask for help in scheduling time with the big boss. But at that time, Li Xiaoran wasn't with Linton. She was accompanying her family. It was a returning home in glory situation, and she was having a blast. She agreed over the phone, but forgot about it the moment she hung up. Jennifer Roberts thought Linton was ignoring her because he was dissatisfied with her work, making her incredibly nervous. On the 3rd day, after Linton returned to Los Angeles, she flew back to Los Angeles to report to Winnie in person. After listening to Jennifer Roberts' report and seeing her nervous appearance, Winnie's heart softened. At the same time, she felt that Li Xiaoran was no longer suitable to be Linton's assistant. In fact, she had already had this thought at the beginning of the year when she accompanied the leader to Washington to take office. At that time, Linton had not long since taken Li Xiaoran under his wing, and it happened to be the Chinese Spring Festival, so he let her go home for the new year. But no matter what, as a qualified assistant, when the boss was taking a high-level position in the American political arena for the first time, one should not be absent for any reason. At such a critical moment, one should immediately stop their vacation and return to work as quickly as possible. But at that time, Li Xiaoran had just joined the harem group, so it wasn't appropriate for her to say much. Moreover, she was actually a beneficiary of the situation, taking the opportunity to spend time alone with Linton and getting to know many big shots in Washington, which expanded her network. However, this time Li Xiaoran accompanied the leadership back to China, leaving Linton's side for a long period and handling Linton's official business so carelessly, which she felt was very inappropriate. One must realize that Linton now has two super media groups, an incredibly impressive healthcare company, and a massive charitable foundation office under his wing, while also serving as a high-ranking official in Washington. Although Linton delegates a lot of power and each unit enjoys high autonomy, there are always many tasks that need to be reported to Linton for his input and decisions. As Linton's personal assistant, such a work attitude and style was, in her eyes, extremely incompetent. Of course, she could find an opportunity to remind Linton about Li Xiaoran's issues, but regarding Jennifer Roberts' situation, she felt it was necessary to give her a hand. She picked up the phone and called Linton. Upon learning he was in his office, she brought Jennifer Roberts upstairs. Arriving at Linton's office, Winnie introduced her to him. "Linton, this is Jennifer Roberts, the manager of the China branch of Mangrove Capital." Linton's eyes lit up as a stunning beauty with a very oriental charm appeared before him. She wore a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and black high heels, outlining a curvaceous and beautiful figure. With her long black hair cascading over her shoulders and flaming red lips, she looked exactly like a top-tier office lady. Jennifer Roberts' eyes sparkled when she saw Linton, but she politely took a small step forward, extending her slender hands to shake Linton's. "Hello, boss. I am Jennifer Roberts." "Jennifer Roberts, not bad. Come, sit down and let's talk." At this time, Li Xiaoran came over, skillfully brewed tea for everyone, and then left. Winnie picked up her teacup and gestured to Jennifer Roberts. "Jennifer Roberts, have some tea first. This is tea that you can only find here with the boss. You won't find it anywhere else." As a Chinese person, Jennifer Roberts naturally had some knowledge of tea. Although she wasn't an expert, she was stunned by the extraordinary effects of this spirit tea. She couldn't even find the right words to express it and could only offer general praise. "Boss, this tea is amazing. After drinking it, my vision and hearing are clear and my mind is sharp. It's 100 times better than the best tea I've ever had." "Jennifer Roberts, tell me, what brings you here to see me?" "Boss, I've come to report on my work in China. Based on the current environment in China, I believe the soil for a major internet expansion hasn't formed yet. I suggest." Jennifer Roberts seized the time to briefly report on the work in China while proposing 2 business adjustment suggestions. After listening to Jennifer Roberts' presentation, Winnie added, "Jennifer Roberts is right. If they insist on only investing in the internet in China right now, it would indeed be a bit of a waste of resources. Her suggestion is very feasible." Linton glanced at Winnie and Jennifer Roberts and fell into thought. After all, he wasn't very clear about the development history of the internet from his past life. He only knew that in the end, the global internet market was dominated by America and China, while the internet industries of other countries basically withered away. The scale of China's internet industry was on par with America's, and in terms of business innovation and integration with production and life, it even far surpassed America. It was a treasure trove containing endless wealth. After hearing Jennifer Roberts' detailed introduction and combining it with what he saw during his trip to China, he made a preliminary judgment. Before the American internet bubble burst in 2000, China's internet should still be in its infancy. The era of true major development for China's internet would likely have to wait until after 2000, once China's internet infrastructure was basically complete, before it would enter the fast lane. It really wasn't worth spending a lot of effort to expand the market right now. However, he still clearly remembered that the 3 major portals and Tencent QQ were all established during this period. Especially Tencent, which would become a giant enterprise with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars in the future. Now that the 3 major portals had been secured, it could be considered a huge harvest. However, Tencent must also be secured next. Other things could indeed wait until after 2000. Thinking of this, he also felt that the China branch of Mangrove Capital indeed needed to expand its business outward, but he would pass on participating in other Asian countries and regions for now. Those places were currently being ravaged by a financial storm. They weren't suitable for venture capital. The most appropriate thing would be to go and buy them out at rock-bottom prices after a while, but that wasn't the job for a VC. All right, since the soil for the internet in China isn't mature yet, let's expand the business scope. Let's add 4 industries: computers, telecommunications, electronics, home appliances, and mobile phones. However, the situation in these industries is completely different from the internet. You must think it through, reorganize the relevant mechanisms, and control the risks. Thank you, boss. Jennifer Roberts was very excited to get Linton's approval and quickly took out a small notebook. Boss, I'm also a fan of yours. Could you give me an autograph? This action instantly boosted Linton's mood. Of course, it's rare to have an employee who thinks so proactively and offers suggestions for the company. Let's have lunch together at noon. Boss, thank you so much. The cafeteria of Linton Tower is on the 7th floor. Of course, the employee dining area and the executive dining area are separated. Linton has a private room inside. At noon, Linton and Winnie treated Jennifer Roberts to a meal in the private room on the 7th floor. To Linton's surprise, Jennifer Roberts was very knowledgeable, had a broad vision, and possessed rigorous thinking. She was an outstanding talent well worth cultivating. In the afternoon, after Winnie finished her work, she quietly went to the top floor, avoided Li Xiaoran, and had an intense session of exercise with Linton in the office. From the office to the gym, to the swimming pool, and finally to the bedroom. After the exercise, Winnie lay limply on Linton. Honey, I have a suggestion. You can't blame me if I'm wrong. Linton stroked Winnie's blonde hair. It's fine. There's no need for such formalities between us. But this matter concerns Li Xiaoran. Don't misunderstand and think I have a conflict with her. We actually have a very good relationship privately. Oh, go ahead. Li Xiaoran is already a sister in the harem group. I feel it's no longer appropriate for her to be your personal assistant. You're right. I've actually noticed it too. I think it would be more suitable for her to go act in movies or TV shows and become a star. I'll ask her later and see what she likes to do. However, I haven't found any particularly satisfying assistants in the 2 media companies yet. It looks like I'll have to hold a public selection. Honey, I actually think Jennifer Roberts is quite suitable. Jennifer Roberts? Now that you mention it, she does seem suitable. But isn't she in charge of the China branch of Mangrove Capital? Are you willing to let her go? Honey, your work is the most important. Everything in the company, including us sisters, should revolve around you. Although the China branch of Mangrove Capital is important, it's relatively easy to find a suitable person to take over. But someone who can be recognized by you and handle being your assistant isn't easy to find. Besides, the contribution she makes at the China branch of Mangrove Capital can't compare to being your assistant. Should we ask her about her own wishes? Maybe she won't want to come. Impossible. Look at her attitude when she saw you today. Besides, these 2 platforms are completely different. From a career development perspective, this is also a great opportunity for her. All right, you notify her and also arrange for a successor to take over her position. Have her finish the handover as soon as possible and report here quickly. Chapter 611, Aerial Palace. The fruit is ripe. Just as Winnie expected, Jennifer Roberts was overjoyed when she was notified that she could serve as Linton's assistant and couldn't wait to agree. Winnie also quickly sent William Li to China to take over Jennifer Roberts' position. In less than a week, on September 25th, Jennifer Roberts appeared on the top floor of Linton Tower to report to Linton and officially began her role as his assistant. During this time, Linton also took the opportunity to have a good talk with Li Xiaoran, analyzing and planning her future career path. Ultimately, under his persuasion, Li Xiaoran decided to utilize her strengths and enter the entertainment industry, working toward becoming a movie star. Under Linton's arrangement, Mira from William Morris soon sent over an agency contract, which was also signed under Myra's name. However, Since Li Xiaoran only had a background in dance and no acting foundation, it was still a bit inappropriate for her to jump straight into filming movies. Mira suggested that Li Xiaoran first undergo a 2-month short-term acting training course. Given Li Xiaoran's current situation, she naturally wouldn't attend any general training classes. Instead, professional teachers were hired for targeted one-on-one instruction. However, the training couldn't start immediately. She still needed to hand over her assistant duties to Jennifer Roberts and guide her for a while until Jennifer Roberts was completely familiar with everything. As September came to a close, good news also came from the farm. After 3 years of growth, most of the fruit trees on the 2,000 acres within the Anderson farm began to blossom and bear fruit this year, and now the harvest season had arrived. Linton simply stopped his work and gathered the members of the harem group to fly to the farm together for an autumn outing and fruit picking. Coincidentally, the previously ordered Boeing 737 and 20 Gulfstream aircraft had also been delivered one after another a few days ago. As a result, except for Su Qing, Cheryl and Fen, and Li Xiaoran, who joined later, all the other sisters in the harem group now had their own private jets. Moreover, the interiors of these planes were personalized according to their own hobbies and aesthetics. When they first received the planes, all the members of the harem group were thrilled. They dropped their work and excitedly took their private jets for test flights all over the United States. However, Linton didn't neglect the others. From the moment Su Qing, Cheryl and Fen, and Li Xiaoran officially joined the harem group, he had placed orders for them as well. It just would take time for delivery. The only exception was Mina. When the first orders were placed, she wasn't yet a member of the harem group, but as the manager of the healthcare company at the time, Linton had also provided her with a private jet. All 21 aircraft were registered under the healthcare company and purchased with its funds. All future operating costs, including crew expenses, were also covered by the healthcare company. The Boeing 737 that Linton purchased was customized by Winnie according to his general requirements, with a purchase cost as high as $150 million. The interior of the plane underwent significant modifications. Only 60 of the original 200-plus seats were kept, while the rest of the space was turned into bedrooms, meeting rooms, and a lounge bar. The master bedroom spanned 50 square meters, featuring a massive 4-by-4-meter bed and equipped with an independent bathroom and shower room. The meeting room was equipped with the latest conference system, allowing for projections, and also featured an advanced movie projection device, so it could serve as an aerial cinema when not in use for meetings. The lounge bar was equipped with top-tier audio equipment and, of course, stocked with plenty of red wine produced from the farm. It could be said that this plane was a mobile palace, fully capable of meeting all needs for work, rest, leisure, and entertainment. The oversized bedroom, in particular, earned Linton's deep approval. When he first got the plane, Linton took Winnie and Li Xiaoran for a flight. The experience while the three of them played the 1,000-miles-a-day game in the bedroom was far superior to what the small Gulfstream planes could offer. For this trip to the farm, Linton originally thought they would all take their own planes, but to his surprise, all the sisters of the harem group flew back to Los Angeles. They wanted to take the newly acquired Boeing 737 with him to fly to the farm together. With 22 sisters from the harem group, each bringing an assistant, plus 4 children, Lena, Alexander, Michelle, and Bruce, and their nannies. Adding Linton, the new assistant Jennifer Roberts, and 2 bodyguards, the 60 seats on the plane were almost completely filled. Except for little Lena, the other 3 children were over a year old and could already walk and talk, being incredibly adorable. After boarding the plane, the 4 children waddled over to Linton, wanting to sit with him. Seeing the 4 precious little babies, all calling out in their milky voices, "Daddy, hug," Linton's heart melted. He took turns picking each of them up and giving them a big kiss. The babies also gave him plenty of face, giggling and kissing him back on the cheek. But he eventually faced a dilemma. There was only one seat next to him, so who should get it? Fortunately, Madonna, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie Marceau were all quite understanding and didn't make it difficult for Linton, each sitting with their own child next to them. In the end, Winnie sat next to him. Seeing the plane so full, she joked with him, "Honey, it looks like you need to order an even larger plane, otherwise we might not fit next year." Linton thought about it and agreed. Since he had the money, he might as well be extravagant. Convenience was the priority. All right, contact Boeing later and order a Boeing 747. Keep 100 seats, and you can design the rest of the interior layout. Arriving at the farm, they took cars toward the garden. As soon as the vehicles entered the Anderson farm, they could smell the fragrance of various fruits. Bright red apples, peaches with a rosy blush, snow-white pears, golden oranges. All kinds of fruits hung heavily from the branches. Considering the need for confidentiality, Carter, the general manager of the Anderson farm, did not hire outside help to pick the fruit. First, he recruited the 11 experts who grew ginseng and tea and were currently free. Additionally, after consulting with the garden's housekeeper, Erica, he had the 100-plus staff members from the garden split into 2 groups to take turns picking the fruit. Of course, these people weren't working for free. They were given an additional $200 per day on top of their original salary. It was essentially an opportunity for everyone to earn some extra money legitimately, and everyone was very happy about it. Not just for the fruit, but also for the grapes ripening in mid-October and the tea in early May. All would be harvested this way. This allowed the ginseng and tea cultivation masters, as well as the garden staff, to earn a significant amount of extra income every year. Now, there were more than 60 people picking in the orchard every day. Everyone was working enthusiastically, and laughter could be heard everywhere. Seeing this scene, the women in the car all became interested in picking fruit themselves. When everyone returned to the main courtyard, the housekeeper Erica had already washed various fresh fruits. She said happily, "Welcome, boss and miss. Everyone, please try the fruit we grew ourselves. It's exceptionally sweet and much better than the fruit you buy outside." While speaking, she also brought out 4 glasses of juice. "Little ladies and young masters, you can't eat the fruit yet, so I've squeezed some juice for you." Little Lena, who was already craving it, ran forward, said thank you, took a glass, and impatiently took a sip through the straw, shouting, "Delicious. It's so delicious." Christiana, Monica, and Sophie Marceau also hurried forward, each taking a glass to give to Alexander, Michelle, and Bruce. The children were very satisfied with their drinks, all of them grinning and laughing. Linton also picked up an apple and addressed the sisters. "Come on, let's all have a taste." It must be said that it was truly worthy of being nourished by spiritual energy. Although these fruit tree varieties were ordinary and not true spiritual fruit trees, growing in an environment filled with spiritual energy and being nourished by it for a long time, these fruits were rich in spiritual energy. Naturally, the taste was incomparable to fruit grown elsewhere. After everyone ate, they were full of praise. Jennifer Connolly even came to Linton's side, hugging his arm and saying exaggeratedly, "Oh no, after eating the fruit here, how can I ever eat fruit from outside again?" Linton stroked her head. "Then don't eat outside fruit. Our orchard is big enough and we've planted enough trees. From now on, everyone will have an unlimited supply of fruit." This sentence naturally drew cheers from the sisters of the harem group, and even the 4 children joined in the support. "Daddy, you're the best." In fact, what they didn't know was that the most critical thing about these fruits wasn't the change in taste, but the subtle nourishment they provided to the body. Long-term consumption would bring immense benefits. Next, Linton and the group of beauties spent their days picking in the orchard or playing in the back garden. The nights were filled with various exciting parties, and life was incredibly pleasant. Although the trees had only been planted for 3 years, and this was the first year of fruiting, the harvest was still massive due to the large planting area. The yields for several common fruits, apples, peaches, pears, and oranges, were all over 200,000 kilograms each. The total yield of all fruits exceeded 2 million kilograms. Starting next year, when the trees entered their peak production period, the yield could increase by at least another 50%. Fortunately, the underground constant temperature cellar built at the beginning was large enough, so storage was not an issue. Linton was in a good mood and made a grand gesture, giving 100 kilograms of fruit to every staff member in the garden, every security guard, every employee of the healthcare company, and every war guard at Thunder Base, with varieties of their choice. With such a large yield, Linton and his harem group, even with the garden staff, certainly couldn't finish it all. However, Linton hadn't even considered selling it. He planned to keep enough for next year's consumption and use all the surplus fruit to brew 100-fruit wine. This was a winemaking recipe he had found in the legacy he had received. This was a recipe for brewing spiritual wine, but to brew true spiritual wine, the raw materials would definitely need to be true spiritual fruits. Given the current situation, that was naturally impossible. However, these fruits were rich in spiritual energy. Even if he couldn't brew true spiritual wine, the quality of the wine would definitely be heaven-defying, far beyond what red wine or spirit tea could compare to, and it would even be helpful for his cultivation. Furthermore, according to the introduction of this wine recipe, the more varieties of fruit used, the better the effect of the wine. Linton's orchard had over 60 varieties of fruit, which far exceeded the minimum requirement of the recipe. Previously, he had Carter build a fruit wine factory in the workshop area of the Anderson farm. All the equipment was ready. The only thing missing was workers. However, for such an important matter, he naturally couldn't leave it to others. He planned to personally brew it during the Christmas period, at most letting the garden staff help out with minor tasks. Chapter 6:12, The General Manager. Cultivating China's Young Starlets. This farm autumn outing and fruit-picking activity didn't end until October 5th. Linton took the beauties of the harem group back to Los Angeles on a private jet, and by the way, escorted the vitality pills and beauty pills back to the specialty store. After returning to Los Angeles, Mira followed Linton's request and found 3 Chinese-American female agents for Linton to interview. Because Clear Sky Film and Television Company in China has an artist management business. But to be realistic, the artist management business in China is still in its infancy, and China does not yet have mature talent in this area. Therefore, Linton had previously entrusted Mira to help her find a qualified female agent to go to Clear Sky Film and Television Company as the director of the artist management department. Objectively speaking, in this era, Chinese people really have no status in Hollywood. In the vast William Morris, there are fewer than 10 Chinese agents, and they are basically low-level employees, with few even being team leaders. Since the person would be serving as the director of the artist management department at Clear Sky Film and Television Company, they must at least have basic management experience. This threshold alone filtered out most people, and Linton also required the candidate to be female, making the pool even smaller. The most critical point was that those who met the criteria were not necessarily willing to return to China. In this era, in the eyes of many Chinese people, it was hard enough to take root in America, so they were naturally unwilling to return to China, especially those who had already started families in America. Mira did a thorough background check on all the Chinese female agents working at William Morris, and only one person who met the requirements was willing to go. Worried that Linton would be dissatisfied, she used her connections to search through all the talent agencies in Hollywood and finally found 2 more candidates who met the requirements and were willing to go. Including the one from William Morris, there were 3 candidates in total to be handed over to Linton for a personal interview, which successfully completed the task Linton had given her. After a series of interviews, Linton finally chose a girl named Zhang Yuxia. Zhang Yuxia, 28 years old, 163 centimeters tall, above average looks, unmarried, graduated from the Communication University of China. In 1988, she received a scholarship from the University of Southern California and came to the U.S. to pursue a master's degree in media. In 1991, after graduating with her master's, she stayed in America and joined ICM, International Creative Management. Starting from the year before last, she had already become an independent agent with more than 10 artists under her, although they were basically not very famous, and she hadn't even cultivated a third-tier star yet. Even with this track record, it was already the best among all Chinese agents in Hollywood. Moreover, she realized that Hollywood was a white man's world, and it was basically impossible for a Chinese person to achieve great things. She had almost hit the glass ceiling of her career path. When she heard that the legendary superstar and billionaire Linton was recruiting a director for the artist management department of his film and television company in China, her interest was the strongest. Linton felt this clearly during the interview, and her overall quality was also the highest. What particularly satisfied Linton was that she had a strong trust in him, believing that Linton's company would definitely grow big and strong. A key factor in choosing Zhang Yuxiao was that although she had been in America for 10 years, her worldview and values had not been distorted. She had a simple patriotic sentiment, unlike many Chinese people who came to the U.S. and were easily brainwashed. After selecting Zhang Yuxia, Linton then had an in-depth pre-appointment conversation with her, clearly telling her that the core task of the Artist Management Department of Clear Sky Film and Television Company was to help him cultivate young starlets. In addition to Li Bingbing, who was already signed, he gave her a list and basic information for 9 people: Hu Jing, Yin Danshun, Zheng Li, Gao Yuanyuan, Yin Tao, Dong Xian, Qin Lan, and I Hongjia, and Zhang Zi. He told her about his connections with these people so she could prioritize contacting them. Of course, there were no limits. Other beautiful female artists could also be cultivated. He also clearly set requirements for her. First, to make them famous as soon as possible, with all the company's resources prioritized for them. Second, to protect these girls from harassment and harm, and preferably, they should not date. Zhang Yuxia was also a smart person. Hearing these requirements from Linton, combined with Linton's household name Playboy image in America, she instantly understood the true purpose of this film and television company. It wasn't about growing big and strong, but about cultivating a harem. Her worldview and values were still relatively normal, and she felt a bit of resistance to this kind of thing. She started to have second thoughts. Would such a company have a future? She wondered if going to China was the right choice. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yuxia still asked Linton about her concerns. Boss, I have 2 concerns. Please enlighten me. Don't hold back, go ahead. If the company uses all its focus to promote female stars, will it have a future? China's film and television industry is different from America's. The business scope of film and television companies is not restricted to management, and the profit-sharing ratio between the agency and the artist is also completely different. From America's, the company's share is at least 50% or more. The management business itself can generate high profits. The greatest advantage of Clear Sky Film and Television Company is its abundant capital, allowing it to start multiple projects simultaneously. General Manager Jennifer Roberts is very capable and has deep connections, with strong advantages in film production and distribution. Your collaboration will be a union of the strong. I am very confident in the company's development prospects. What is your other concern? From the requirements you just gave me, can I understand it as the core purpose of Clear Sky Film and Television Company being to cultivate a harem for you? What if they are unwilling? Will I be cursed at as a madam? What you said isn't wrong, but you don't need to worry. Although I am a playboy, my character is absolutely fine. Have you heard of any instance in America where I forced a woman? That I haven't. I only know that girls all over the United States are dying to date you and climb into your bed. You don't need to use any underhanded means at all. Exactly. So you don't need to worry about that at all. A situation where I force someone simply won't happen. Just follow my requirements and cultivate the starlets well. Furthermore, my standards are very high. If they aren't pretty enough, aren't famous enough, or have had sexual relations with other men, I won't be interested. Of course, if I do take an interest, subsequent resources will definitely be tilted toward her in all aspects, and it's not impossible to help her enter Hollywood later on. Boss, you even have a virginity complex. Yes, is that strange? It's not strange. I'm just worried that with such high requirements, I might not be able to complete your task. This task is indeed a bit difficult. How about this? To give you more motivation to do this well, I promise you that for every female star I am satisfied with, as long as you are still with the company, I will reward you with a bottle of beauty pills every year. If the task is completed exceptionally well, vitality pills are not out of the question. What woman doesn't love beauty? Hearing about the beauty pills and vitality pills that countless people dreamed of, Zhang Yuxia was immediately extremely excited. Beauty pills and vitality pills? Boss, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. We can write this clause into the contract. Boss, please rest assured. I will definitely do my best to cultivate as many of the most beautiful and popular young female stars for you as possible. And protect them well. Don't let them be bullied. Yes, I guarantee they will all be pure virgins. Soon, Zhang Yuxia completed her resignation procedures and happily returned to China to take up her post as the director of the management department of Clear Sky Film and Television Company, dedicated to cultivating young and beautiful popular starlets for Linton. Chapter 613. The President Gains a Stepson, Godfather. October 8th. A very good day. Linton received a celebratory call from Hillary in Washington. Just an hour ago, she successfully gave birth to a plump boy at the hospital. Both mother and son were safe. Upon receiving the good news, Linton immediately had Jennifer Roberts apply for a flight route and notify the flight crew. Half an hour later, Linton took his private jet directly to Washington. After a 5-hour flight, the plane arrived in Washington at 3 p.m. Washington time. To his surprise, as soon as the plane landed, he received a text message from Hillary. She had already been discharged from the hospital and returned to the White House with the little baby, asking him to go directly there. Taking a vehicle from the White House advisor's office, he rushed to the White House. The White House was decorated with lanterns and streamers, filled with a festive atmosphere everywhere. Led by Hillary's personal assistant, Linton went straight to the president's living quarters in the White House. He saw a blissful Hillary nursing the little baby, with a smiling Clinton standing beside her. Under the long-term nourishment of Linton's vital essence, Hillary's body was indeed in great shape, showing no signs of postpartum weakness. The three people present all knew the child was Linton's. Initially, Linton was worried that Clinton would be embarrassed or dissatisfied. To his surprise, Clinton had none of those feelings at all. He looked genuinely happy from the inside out, which made Linton marvel inwardly. What surprised him even more was that just after he entered and said, "Congratulations," Clinton immediately chimed in. "Congratulations to us both. You two chat for a bit. I'll go handle some official business first." After saying that, he left and even took the initiative to close the door, as if intentionally leaving the space for Linton, making even an old rogue like Linton feel a bit embarrassed. Just then, Hillary's soft voice reached his ears. "Don't feel like you've wronged Bill. In fact, he's gained a lot this time." Linton stepped forward and gently stroked the little fellow who was nursing vigorously. "Oh, why do you say that?" "Because we gave him a son. Our little baby will take his surname, allowing his family to successfully pass down its legacy. How could he not be happy? Besides, our two families have jointly established an energy company to prepare for entering Iraq's Zubair oil field. I noticed you only assigned one finance manager and left all the management to our side. That must be compensation for the little baby, right? Isn't that how it should be? So, he's gotten a huge bargain. You actually didn't need to do all that." One could only say their values were different. Linton couldn't continue that topic, so he just asked with concern, "Why did you move back from the hospital so quickly? Didn't you need to be under observation for a few days?" "No, the birth went very smoothly, and the doctors checked the little baby. He's perfectly healthy. Our returning home was also approved by the doctor." "Thank you for your hard work. It wasn't hard at all. I'm very happy. Look how cute and healthy our little baby is. He weighed 8.6 pounds at birth. Has the little baby been named yet?" "Not yet. I was waiting for you to name him." "Is it appropriate for me to name him?" "Of course it is. You are his biological father, after all." "All right, let's call him Brian." "Brian, that's a good name." "Brian it is." Linton took out a jade pendant that had already been internally carved with a 5-fold formation. Using his divine sense, he carved the name Brian on the front. By now, the little baby had finished nursing and was waving his arms and legs. Linton carefully placed the jade pendant around the little fellow's neck. "This is my gift to Brian. Remember, it must never be taken off." "Honey, won't the jade pendant be too heavy? Can his neck handle it now? Maybe I should wait a couple of years before putting it on him." "It's fine. I've processed it so it won't be any burden to him. You can feel it. It won't have any weight." Hillary held the jade pendant in her hand and felt it. "Oh, really? It's like I can't feel any weight at all." "Honey, how did you do that?" "It's too complicated. Just know that this jade pendant will not only be of great benefit to him, but also serves as proof of his status as a descendant of my bloodline." "Honey, did you just say proof of status as a descendant of your bloodline?" "Yes. All my sons and daughters receive a jade pendant like this when they are born." "Good. Good. That's wonderful. You said this jade pendant is very beneficial for the baby. Can you tell me more? How have you felt since you started wearing the jade bracelet I gave you?" "So many feelings. Every day I feel clear-headed and refreshed, and I sleep very soundly. It even helps regulate the surrounding temperature, bringing me coolness in the summer and warmth in the winter. Correct. This jade pendant has all those functions. Honey, that's great. Thank you. I'll make sure he wears it 24 hours a day. No need for thanks. Since I'm not usually around, it will be hard on you. But you must educate and raise him well. Don't overindulge him. Don't worry. I will definitely raise him to be a man of integrity, just like you. Good. When he's a bit older, let him stay at my farm for a period of time every year. All right, I'll listen to you, Hillary said with a smile. Look how cute Brian is. Do you want to hold him? Of course. Linton happily took the little baby. The little guy gave him face. Or perhaps he was attracted by the pleasant scent on Linton, because instead of crying, he started giggling. After happily playing with the little baby for a while, Linton reminded Hillary, I brought quite a lot of fruit this time and handed it all over to your assistant. This fruit was grown on my own farm and tastes exceptional. Eating it will be very helpful for your body and perhaps beneficial for the little baby's health as well. Make sure to eat some every day. Really? Honey, I want to eat some right now. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon that Clinton walked in, beaming with joy. Linton, on such a festive day, you must have a drink with me. I have 2 bottles of Romanique honey that I've been saving for several years. No problem. Hillary chimed in at this point. Bill, Linton just gave our little baby a name, Brian. What do you think? Brian, that's a great name. Let's call him Brian. Linton, I also have a suggestion. What suggestion? I would like to ask you to be Brian's godfather. Would that be okay? Hearing Clinton's considerate proposal, Linton felt a bit embarrassed. Good idea. We're thinking along the same lines. Then it's settled. I'll announce the news tomorrow. While drinking, Clinton brought up the war situation in Iraq. Linton, things are going smoothly in Iraq. I expect the ceasefire agreement can be signed early next month. That's good. So, is the next step regarding the ownership of the oil fields about to begin? Yes. By the end of next month at the latest, tenders will be held for all the oil fields. It's about time we made our stance clear. All right, we'll act together. The next day, in front of some high-ranking Washington officials, the Clintons had their baby son acknowledge Linton as his godfather and held a grand ceremony at the White House. Soon, this news spread throughout the upper echelons of Washington. Chapter 614, Shorting Japan. On the afternoon of October 15th, Linton received a phone call from Richard. There might be major changes in the Japanese financial markets. Linton rushed to Skycrest Hedge Fund. Inside the meeting room, Richard and Willix reported to Linton together. Boss, the trading volume in the Japanese foreign exchange market surged today. From 9 a.m. until now, the volume has already break through $600 billion, which is more than 3 times the daily volume from the previous period. Therefore, we judge that the Wall Street investment banks led by Soros have likely entered the market in force. Next, the Japanese government certainly won't give in easily. There will surely be a fierce struggle. To avoid risks, we just closed all our short positions in the foreign exchange market. We plan to wait and see for a while, entering the market again after they have determined a winner. Not bad. Tell me about your gains from the previous period. Boss, ever since you told us at the end of August that Soros and the Wall Street investment banks had their eyes on Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, we made arrangements in those 3 places. Actually, at that time, the Southeast Asia financial crisis also had a significant impact on these places. Take Japan, for example. The yen depreciated from 115 yen per dollar in early July to 125 yen per dollar, a depreciation of over 10%. The impact on the stock market was equally profound. The Nikkei index fell from its peak of 20,910.79 at the end of June to 18,251. In just over a month, it dropped by more than 2,700 points, and the stock market value fell from $7.5 trillion to $6.7 trillion, with over $800 billion evaporating directly. It seems the Southeast Asia financial crisis had a massive impact on them as well. Yes, it really did. Starting in mid-August, the Southeast Asia financial crisis was brought under control, and the stock markets in these places began to rise slowly. The yen's exchange rate against the dollar also started to recover. Everyone thought the financial storm on Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan would end. But after receiving your information at the end of August, we took action in these 3 places. First, We spent 1.5 billion US dollars, 1 billion US dollars, and 500 million US dollars respectively to short the stock index futures of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan expiring in December. You shorted their stock index futures at that time? Was there anyone to take the other side of the trade? Well, it's because they all thought the financial crisis was over. At that time, the stock markets in those places were slowly rebounding, and the confidence of the local governments and the public was recovering. Otherwise, someone might not necessarily have taken our short orders. Even then, it took several days to complete the transactions. Good, well done. Now, how are their stock market indices? They've all fallen by more than 4%. Japan's stock index fell from our average purchase point of 18,610 to 17,780. Our profit has already exceeded 40%. Good. You haven't closed the stock index futures positions, have you? Of course not. Didn't you say Soros and the Wall Street investment banks would move against them? The current decline is far from the end. There will definitely be a massive drop later on. Good. What else? Afterward, in mid-September, we invested 500 million US dollars, 300 million US dollars, and 200 million US dollars respectively in the foreign exchange markets of these places, using 10x leverage to short their currencies in waves. As of this morning, we noticed a huge increase in volume in the Japanese foreign exchange market. We judge that the 5 major Wall Street investment banks and Soros have entered the market. To avoid being liquidated by their market manipulation, we closed all our short positions in the foreign exchange market. However, the harvest was also good. Over 20 days of continuous short-term operations, our total profit in the foreign exchange markets of these 3 places exceeded 400 million US dollars. Good. You did the right thing. Learn from experience. Soros and his group have massive capital. In the current situation where the outlook is unclear, it is indeed a wise choice to avoid them. Boss, since Soros and the others have started a massive offensive, I reckon the Japanese government won't just sit and wait for death. They will definitely use their foreign exchange reserves. Japan is the largest holder of foreign exchange reserves, with over 200 billion US dollars. This battle might not be decided so quickly, right? Willix, you're right, but that's under normal circumstances. Normally, with so much in foreign exchange reserves, the Japanese government should be able to handle various crises. But this time is different. Do you know how much capital Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks have invested? How much? Over 1.5 trillion US dollars. More importantly, this shorting of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan has the support of the American government. The State Department, the Department of the Treasury, the Pentagon, and the Federal Reserve are all involved. Boss, if that's the case, little Japan is doomed this time. Let's put it this way. These places are primarily export-oriented economies. Previously, with the support of America, their economies grew extremely fast. But at the same time, at America's request, they completely opened up their financial markets before their local financial systems were fully developed. This essentially left a backdoor that America's financial speculators can attack at any time. Once America launches a financial attack on them, their financial markets become like a sieve full of holes. In fact, whether it's Japan, South Korea, or Taiwan, in the eyes of the America high level, they are all like pinned-up cattle and sheep that can be harvested at any time. Now that the livestock is fat, the master feels it's time to harvest. What can they use to resist? Being conquered is an inevitable result. This was the first time Richard and Willix had heard such a cruel truth, and they were both somewhat stunned. So that's how it is? Actually, there's one more thing you shouldn't forget. Besides the main capital from Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks, those who shorted Southeast Asia last time also included global speculative capital following the trend. This speculative capital is at least in the trillions of dollars. Once the Japanese government can no longer hold out, guess whether this speculative capital will swarm in to kick them while they're down. After hearing this, Richard's confidence was restored. Yes. Looking at it this way, we need to keep our eyes wide open during this period and constantly monitor the battle in the Japanese foreign exchange market. We need to find the right timing to enter the market promptly so we can feast on the succulent meat. Willix also said, Boss, I think we can monitor the depletion of the Japanese government's foreign exchange reserves to judge our entry timing. When their reserves are almost exhausted, we should enter the market decisively. Before that, I think we should mainly wait and see. At most, we can use small amounts of capital for short-term operations. This way, we can better observe the main capital flows of both sides without taking too much risk. All right, let's proceed with that strategy. We still need to have a bit more patience at this time. Chapter 6:15, Soros's Fangs, Harvesting Japan. As expected, it all began at 3 p.m. In the Japanese foreign exchange market, the situation suddenly changed. The yen to USD exchange rate surged at a speed that many people couldn't even react to. Up 0.08%, up 0.09%, up 0.12%, up another 0.14%. In less than half an hour, the yen's devaluation trend was completely reversed, surging by 2.8%. A 3.1% surge in the exchange rate within half an hour immediately set off massive waves in the forex market. One must realize that leverage in the forex market often starts at 50x and can go as high as 400x. A 2.8% surge caused the vast majority of funds that had invested heavily in shorting the yen to blow their accounts, being forced to liquidate by the system as their wealth was wiped out. At this moment, all the fund managers who had previously dominated the Japanese forex market went crazy, many suffering heart attacks. Fuck damn it. A manager of a European fund company, his eyes bloodshot, screamed hoarsely, Who exactly is it? I'm going to kill him. My 300 million euros are gone in an instant. He was driven to madness. In the morning, he was an outstanding fund manager full of vigor and glory. Having made a fortune, in the blink of an eye, he had become a pauper. Anyone who was in heaven 1 second and fell into the 18th level of hell the next would go insane. Similarly, in another hedge fund, a female fund manager slapped herself hard, looking lost and despondent. Fuck, I was careless, damn it. It must be that demon Soros entering the market with massive capital. They are plundering our wealth. The profits from these past days, including the $300 million in principal, have mostly evaporated in an instant. The woman was in despair, and her team of traders all stood there in a daze. However, she was still lucky. She had controlled her position with each investment, so her funds weren't completely wiped out, and she still had a chance to stay at the table. The massive loss caused in an instant was hard for everyone to accept, and these losses became delicious desserts in the mouths of Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks. Undoubtedly, as Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks entered the market with massive amounts of capital, their frantic operations caused many unorganized international financial speculators to lose huge assets in less than half an hour. Some investment banks with aggressive operations even declared bankruptcy immediately. One after another, the financial elites who had lost everything cursed Soros vehemently. Of course, many fund managers whose wealth had been cleared walked despondently to the rooftops of their buildings and jumped off without looking back. What was even more ridiculous was that after this rapid surge of the yen against the dollar blew out basically all the short orders on the market, allowing Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks to harvest a massive wave of wealth. The yen's exchange rate did not stay high for long. Just as some funds thought the market trend had completely reversed and followed suit by going long. Less than 4 hours after the rise, the yen to USD exchange rate suddenly shifted again and began to drop sharply. Down 0.08%, down 0.11%, down 0.12%, up 0.15% again. In less than half an hour, the yen to USD exchange rate plummeted by 3.1%, even lower than before. This left the group of funds that had followed the trend by going long in tears, as they were ruthlessly harvested by Soros and his group once again. Facing the massive capital of Soros and Wall Street, these hedge fund managers who usually dominated the forex market had completely become leaks to be harvested. It also caused the Japanese domestic financial resistance forces, who had just been cheering, to suffer heavy losses and fall silent. Next, for 3 consecutive days, the Japanese forex market began to fluctuate violently under Soros's manipulation. Countless capitals suffered heavy losses in the violent market turbulence, ruthlessly harvested by the Wall Street investment banks led by Soros. Seeing things were going south, Other speculators looked for ways to surrender to Soros, and after paying a significant price, they joined Soros's team. Soros and Wall Street declared their dominance through this inhumane and bloody slaughter, quickly integrating a large amount of international hot money. Only then did they begin their true offensive against the Japanese forex market, revealing their real fangs. Over the next few days, the yen began a continuous and significant devaluation. On the 20th, the yen fell 0.52%. On the 21st, the yen fell 0.73%. On the 22nd, it fell another 0.89%. On the 23rd, the drop exceeded 2.1%. In just 4 days, the yen's exchange rate against the dollar fell by more than 4%, adding to the previous declines. This dealt a massive blow to the already precarious Japanese economy. The Japanese economy couldn't hold on, and many financial institutions and even banks went bankrupt. At the same time, the futures and stock markets also plummeted. The Nikkei index had dropped to 17,121 points. A group of Japanese corporate giants was also severely hit, with their market values crashing. Many large companies had already begun considering layoffs. Soros and the major Wall Street investment banks, along with the financial speculators from all over the world following them, made a fortune, frantically plundering Japan's wealth. The Skycrest hedge fund, led by Willis, also quietly entered the market on the 21st with a small amount of capital, making significant profits. Over several days, their total profit exceeded $100 million. However, they clearly realized that now was not yet the final harvest time, because the Japanese government held over $200 billion in foreign exchange reserves and could enter the market to save it at any time. At that time, another round of brutal fighting would surely break out. Soros and the Wall Street investment banks might even take the opportunity to set a trap and harvest other speculative capital. Therefore, they consistently adhered to the principles of small capital, low leverage, and short-term operations, quietly making a small fortune in the background. Of course, facts were as they expected. In these few days, the sharp drop of the yen against the dollar caused too much damage to Japan, with direct economic losses as high as tens of billions of dollars and indirect losses being even more immeasurable. The Japanese government finally couldn't sit still anymore. At 9 a.m. on the 24th, the Japanese Ministry of Finance held a press conference and issued a statement. To counter the fall of the yen and the frantic behavior of international speculators, we will launch a market rescue plan today. We will use more than $200 billion in foreign exchange reserves to fully address this financial crisis. We advise international financial speculators to stop as soon as possible. As soon as the announcement came out, the Japanese financial world was instantly excited. They firmly believed that the government could effectively strike these malicious speculative capitals and began to take the initiative in the forex market. The general public's confidence also increased significantly, and they began to increase their stock holdings. The stock market saw a counter-trend rise. Many international speculators also began to waver in their confidence. After all, the Japanese government represented the world's second-largest economic power, and its strength was far beyond that of those small countries in Southeast Asia. Even Richard and Willis quickly called Linton to report and discuss the next steps. Upon receiving the call, Linton rushed to the Skycrest hedge fund conference room. Richard asked worriedly, "Boss, with the Japanese government's massive rescue efforts, do you think Soros and the others will quit while they're ahead?" Heh. Linton looked at the news with extreme disdain. Wall Street's greed is not that easily satisfied, especially with the American government standing behind them. You'll see, the real battle has only just begun. Didn't I tell you before? The capital gathered by Wall Street this time exceeds $1.5 trillion, far exceeding the Japanese government's $200 billion in foreign exchange reserves. Moreover, the American State Department, Department of the Treasury, the Pentagon, and the Federal Reserve are all involved. Faced with an attack of this intensity, combined with the fact that their financial market is completely undefended against the outside world, do you think it's possible for Japan to hold out? Richard and Willis both shook their heads. In that case, Japan is doomed. What do you think we should do next? Richard and Willis looked at each other. I suggest we temporarily stop operations, keep a close eye on the market, be ready at any time, find the right moment to enter in force and bite off a large piece of meat. Willicks added, "We can focus on observing the consumption of the Japanese government's foreign exchange reserves. When their reserves are almost exhausted, that will be the best time for us to enter the market." Chapter 616, Weeping Japan. Around 10 a.m. on the 24th. This was just an hour after the Japanese Ministry of Finance announced the launch of its market rescue plan. The Ministry of Finance immediately poured tens of billions of US dollars into the foreign exchange and stock markets. Buying, buying, buying. The Japanese government also organized financial advisory experts to appear on major television stations and publish articles in mainstream newspapers. Our great Japan is not like those small countries in Southeast Asia. We are the world's second-largest economic power. Any country, region, or financial institution that dares to maliciously short us, we are confident we can defeat them. Our foreign exchange reserves are as high as over 200 billion US dollars, making us the country with the largest foreign exchange reserves in the world, enough to handle any crisis. We will make sure these financial bandits who dare to invade us will never return. Soros, Wall Street, so what? If they dare to come, we are confident enough to defeat them. They will only end up returning in defeat. Following the speeches of various financial experts, the Japanese public naturally became highly confident, believing this battle was surely won. Various financial institutions and private funds followed suit, investing heavily to go long in the foreign exchange and stock markets. However, the international speculators, led by Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks, scoffed at this. We ourselves possess 1.5 trillion US dollars in capital, and in the last few days, we have integrated over another trillion US dollars in international floating capital, bringing the total capital that can act in concert to 2.5 trillion US dollars. Even if we cannot act completely in unison, as long as our general direction is the same, it is absolutely not something that a mere 200 billion US dollars can successfully rescue the market against. If you dare to throw out these 200 billion US dollars, don't blame us for happily accepting it. Smash it for me. Following Soros's command, more short-selling funds appeared in the Japanese yen foreign exchange market. Sell, sell, sell. In the time that followed, the Japanese yen foreign exchange market completely turned into a bloody battlefield, with both sides pouring massive amounts of funds into the fight. The exchange rate of the Japanese yen against the US dollar began to resemble a roller coaster, rising one moment and falling the next. Did the Japanese yen exchange rate rise? It did rise, but before it could gain much ground, it was instantly suppressed, and it might even fall further. No matter how much capital the Japanese invested, the capital led by Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks easily absorbed it. One day passed. As of 10 a.m. on the 25th, the Japanese yen's exchange rate against the US dollar had appreciated by 0.01% over 24 hours. The two sides had fought to a draw. However, in just one day, the foreign exchange reserve spin exceeded 20 billion US dollars, and the funds followed in by major financial institutions and private entities were several times that amount. On the 25th, the Japanese Ministry of Finance invested another 20 billion US dollars. On the 26th, the Ministry of Finance invested another 18 billion US dollars. On the 27th, another 15 billion US dollars was invested. But the short-selling funds led by Soros showed no weakness. The two sides traded blows, and the effect was basically zero. Although the overall exchange rate of the Japanese yen against the US dollar jumped up and down daily, the overall rate remained largely unchanged. As of November 6th, the rescue funds invested by the Japanese Ministry of Finance had reached a staggering 180 billion US dollars. Yet the overall exchange rate of the Japanese yen against the US dollar had not improved at all. In the Skycrest Capital Hedge Fund conference room, Richard and Willicks invited Linton to the conference room again. Boss, according to our statistics, the Japanese Ministry of Finance has invested a staggering 180 billion US dollars in the foreign exchange market. Their remaining foreign exchange reserves are nearly depleted. We believe the time to strike has arrived. Agreed. Immediately, the Skycrest Hedge Fund invested 2 billion US dollars, using 30 times leverage to short the Japanese yen in the foreign exchange market. As expected, by November 7th, Virtually all of the 200 billion US dollars in foreign exchange reserves invested by the Japanese government had been spent, but the exchange rate had indeed been pushed up to some extent. Conversely, on November 7th, more international speculative funds saw through the Japanese government's weakness and inability to sustain its efforts. A large amount of short-selling capital flooded into the foreign exchange market that day, and the exchange rate even fell by 0.5%. On the morning of November 8th, the Japanese Ministry of Finance held a press conference and painfully announced that the market rescue plan had failed. At this moment, all of Japan's financial companies, investment banks, and the public were completely stunned, with frantic curses and weeping heard everywhere. Baka! Impossible! How could our great Japanese empire fail? It's fake. All of it is fake. This definitely isn't real. In contrast, the financial speculators on Wall Street and across the world popped champagne corks in celebration. With the failure of the Japanese government's rescue plan, Japan's futures, stock, and foreign exchange markets completely turned into delicacies on the international speculates' dining tables. Soros was particularly elated. In the conference room, raising his champagne with the elite traders of the quantum fund under him, he declared loudly, "Partners, Japan is now completely a delicious steak on our plates. Enjoy it to the fullest. Exert all your strength and harvest quickly." Skycrest Capital Hedge Fund. Willix immediately ordered another $1 billion to be invested, shorting with 50 times leverage. The Quantum Fund, the 5 major Wall Street investment banks, and the global flow of speculative funds were all so excited at this moment they nearly fainted. The opportunity to aggressively acquire assets from Little Japan had arrived. They all issued orders to short immediately, competing on speed to see who was faster. Heaven collapsed, hell opened, and demons descended upon the mortal realm. Without a doubt, the Wall Street financiers and international speculators at this moment transformed into devils, beginning to feast on Japan, this delicacy. Faced with massive short-selling capital, the exchange rate of the Japanese yen against the US dollar plummeted at a speed akin to an avalanche. On that day, the yen to US dollar exchange rate dropped by 135 yen to $1, a decline of 7.3%. Unfortunately, because the short-selling capital was too vast, Skycrest Capital's $1 billion invested that day only managed to execute $400 million worth of trades. On November 9th, it dropped another 3.1%. On November 10th, it dropped another 4.5%. Under the impact of massive international speculative funds, Japan was filled with whales. Not only did the yen interest rate plummet, but the Japanese stock index also plunged rapidly, soon falling below 15,000 points. It closed at 14,879 points on November 10th. The total market capitalization of the stock market had fallen to $5.4 trillion. In just 3 days, the wealth evaporated from the stock market exceeded $1 trillion, and the downward trend showed no sign of stopping. A large number of companies began to go bankrupt and close down. Even major companies like Toyota, Toshiba, Panasonic, and Sony began comprehensive cutbacks, announcing massive layoffs. The financial industry was even more desolate, with countless investment companies going bankrupt and innumerable investment managers walking to the rooftops of tall buildings, leaping out into the open. Even banks could not withstand the losses and began to collapse one after another. The financial market had no tears, and the financial bandits led by Soros certainly had no moral sympathy. In their eyes, there was only endless greed and profit. The tragic situation within Japan did not elicit any sympathy. On the contrary, more international speculative funds flooded into Japan to begin looting, and more wealth was plundered. On November 15th, the yen to US dollar exchange rate even broke past 155 to 1. On this day, Willix closed all of his yen short-selling positions. In this battle, the short-selling profit in the Japanese foreign exchange market alone exceeded $8 billion. This was not the entirety of the profit. Back at the end of August, Skycrest Hedge Fund had also shorted $1.5 billion worth of stock index futures in the Japanese futures market. The average transaction point at that time was 18,610. By now, The Nikkei index had fallen to 14,156 points, a decline of over 24%. Calculated based on the current level, the profit from this $1.5 billion had already exceeded $3.6 billion. To ensure that the Nikkei index continued to fall by the settlement date on December 1st, Willicks prepared to use $500 million to find brokers in Tokyo, borrow weighted stocks, sell them on the stock market, and thereby further suppress the stock market. Many people shared his idea. Soros, the 5 major Wall Street investment banks, and other international speculative funds unanimously began to maliciously short the stock market further. In the Japanese stock market, massive sell orders accumulated daily, stock prices fell repeatedly, and the Nikkei index continued its sharp decline. Countless retail investors wailed, and countless institutions wept, but they were utterly unable to stop the rampaging wolves. Many experts and scholars began to appeal to the Japanese government, demanding that the government issue an order to revise stock market rules and restrict overseas funds from maliciously shorting the stock market. However, the United States Department of State coldly sent a diplomatic note, stating that the rules of the free market must be respected. Furthermore, on the 23rd, the Japanese Ministry of Finance issued an order to all brokers, requiring them not to lend stocks to overseas financial institutions. However, under the intense pressure from the United States Department of State and the Department of the Treasury, this order was retracted that same afternoon. Massive stock short positions continued to pile up in the market. The Japanese stock market had almost completely lost its ability to resist. Stock prices fell repeatedly, and the Nikkei index continued its sharp plunge. Finally, at 9 a.m. on December 1st, the stock market opened, and the Nikkei index had already fallen to 12,517 points. Although financial institutions in Japan that had bet on a long position earlier tried to struggle in their death throes, they appeared exceptionally pale and powerless against the massive volume of stock short orders. By 9:10 a.m., the Nikkei index had dropped to 12,429 points. Finally, according to the rules, the calculated settlement point was 12,473 points. Based on this point, the $1.5 billion worth of Nikkei stock index futures shorted by Skycrest Capital Hedge Fund directly yielded a profit of 3.34 times, with a total profit exceeding $5 billion. Moreover, the $500 million worth of stocks borrowed from brokers also earned a profit of nearly $100 million after closing the positions during this round of short selling. Thus, the first phase of the Japanese harvesting operation concluded in perfection, and various funds began to withdraw in an orderly manner, leaving Japan devastated. According to Richard and Willicks's estimations, the wealth plundered from Japan during this financial storm was at least over $2 trillion. Of course, Skycrest Capital Hedge Fund also played its part in this. Skycrest Capital alone earned a total profit of $13.5 billion in the Japanese market. And America's harvesting of Japan was about to enter its second phase. Led by the Department of Commerce, organizing the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, Wall Street Financial Capital, and some physical enterprises, they arrived in Japan under the guise of trade exchange and helping Japan out of its difficulties. In reality, they were targeting Japan's high-quality enterprises, ports, transportation, and other prime resources, investing, acquiring stakes, and carrying out a more covert plunder at bargain basement prices. What if they refused the acquisition or investment? That is impossible, as the United States Department of State, the Pentagon, the Department of the Treasury, and the Department of Commerce are all watching intently. Of course, this phase of plunder was not something ordinary overseas speculative funds could participate in. Chapter 617: Harvesting South Korea, Investing in Samsung, and Positioning for Korean Starlets. Mid-November, after the Japanese financial market was completely captured, the Wall Street investment banks, led by Soros, set their sights on South Korea, opening a new battlefield. In fact, according to the investigative data previously gathered by Richard and Willicks, South Korea's financial defense capabilities were not even on the same level as Japan's. One could even say that in the eyes of financial bandits, it was a fragrant beauty completely left undefended. There were loopholes everywhere. As everyone knows, Before the 70s, South Korea was a very ordinary and backward country. Due to the need to counter Japan and suppress China, in the late-stage 70s, it received key support from America, which even transferred many high-end industries from Japan to South Korea, such as the semiconductor industry, the steel industry, the shipbuilding industry, and so on. After receiving strong support from America, South Korea utilized its port location advantages, combined with the dividend advantages of a small land area and a large population, to achieve rapid economic development. By the 90s, its economy was unprecedentedly prosperous, and it had accumulated a massive amount of wealth. In the eyes of its master, America, this pig had been fattened up, and it was time for the slaughter. Its financial market was also influenced by America and was almost completely liberalized. The foreign exchange market, stock market, and futures market were all fully open to foreign capital, allowing financial bandits to come and go as they pleased. More importantly, South Koreans had been blinded by the rapid economic development of recent years, and the financial market had fallen into a state of deformed prosperity. Generally speaking, for a healthy and rapidly developing country, its domestic credit scale compared to its GDP should be around 50% to be considered normal. However, after entering the 90s, South Korea's domestic credit market expanded without restraint. Last year, the ratio of total credit to GDP was as high as 183%, far exceeding the healthy red line. Not only that, in recent years, the deformed development of South Korean banks has been terrifying. Since South Korea implements a chaebol model, every chaebol has its own bank. Daewoo, Samsung, and Hyundai all followed this pattern. Because of the rapid economic development, South Korea was filled with an atmosphere of blind arrogance from top to bottom, and the South Korean government even shouted the slogan of the universe country. The major chaebols began blind expansions, and to support their own businesses, the banks often relaxed their auditing. Risk control management became a mere formality, leading to excessive expansion of bank credit and unbelievably large amounts of non-performing assets or bad debts. According to the data investigated by Richard, in the first half of this year, the non-performing assets, bad debts, and delinquent accounts of South Korean banks accounted for 36% of the domestic GDP. What does this concept mean? Generally speaking, if a country's total non-performing bank assets exceed 5% of its GDP, it is already very dangerous. The well-known 2008 American subprime mortgage crisis was the root cause of the global financial crisis. Even during the 2008 American subprime mortgage crisis, the proportion of non-performing assets, bad debts, and delinquent accounts of all banks to America's domestic GDP did not exceed 25%. Simply put, the current South Korea has accumulated a huge amount of wealth, and its financial market is completely undefended, while it has also accumulated extremely high risks. In the eyes of the Wall Street investment banks led by Soros, it was like a beautiful woman in the wilderness with all her clothes stripped off. With just a light touch, they could devour her alive. Consequently, Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks continued to harvest Japan while diverting part of their funds to quietly flood into the South Korean foreign exchange market and begin shorting the Korean won. This change was naturally noticed by Richard and Willix immediately. According to their analysis, the South Korean financial market was too fragile and was unlikely to put up any tenacious resistance. So after observing for 2 days, on the third day, which was November 15th, they happened to close out all their short positions in the Japanese foreign exchange market. Willix decisively invested $2 billion into the foreign exchange market with 30x leverage to short the Korean won. In fact, the South Korean financial market was even more fragile than imagined. The South Korean government could hardly organize any decent resistance. In just a few short days, the South Korean financial defense suffered a complete collapse. Starting from November 17th, the exchange rate of the Korean won against the US dollar plummeted relentlessly. On this day, the Korean won's exchange rate against the US dollar fell from 923:1 to a record 1,008:1, a drop of as much as 9.2%. It wasn't that the South Korean government was unwilling to resist, but that their foundation was too poor and they were powerless. The South Korean government's foreign exchange reserves were not large to begin with, totaling only over $30 billion, and they were completely exhausted in just a few days. They even organized the public to donate their gold. It must be said that ordinary South Koreans had a strong sense of the national interest, knowing that if the country couldn't hold out, everyone would suffer, and they donated the gold from their homes one after another. However, it was only a drop in the bucket and could not stop the international financial bandits led by Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks. Soon, South Korea's already extremely fragile financial system collapsed, and numerous banks went bankrupt. This subsequently triggered the collapse of even more small and medium-sized enterprises. Not only that, but even the major chaebol giants suffered heavy losses. The most serious case was the Daewoo Group. As South Korea's largest chaebol, it was naturally massive, with business operations including finance, foreign trade, shipbuilding, automobiles, heavy equipment, electronics, communications, construction, chemicals, and more. It had over 40 subsidiaries and over 30 overseas branches, with as many as 300,000 employees. Before the financial crisis broke out, it was prestigious, incredibly powerful, and full of glory. However, just a few days after the South Korean financial crisis erupted, the Daewoo Group's high debt ratio created a massive debt burden, and its banks went bankrupt under the financial shock due to excessive bad debts. The entire chaebol's already tight capital chain broke completely, and the stock prices of all its listed companies plummeted. Despite the chaebol taking a series of reduction measures, the Daewoo Group was still powerless to save the situation, and the myth of too big to fail finally shattered. The entire group was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Other major chaebols like Samsung and Hyundai also suffered heavy blows. After trying every possible means, the South Korean government could only watch helplessly as the financial market was captured by a group of international financial bandits. On this day, whether it was Soros and the 5 major Wall Street investment banks, Skycrest Capital, or other international speculators shorting the Korean won, everyone made a fortune. At the same time, everyone knew that South Korea's situation was hopeless and it had laid down its arms. They could now harvest it boldly and recklessly. Everyone invested more capital and increased their shorting of the Korean won. On November 18th, it fell another 3.2%. On November 19th, it fell another 3.7%. By November 23rd, the exchange rate of the Korean won against the US dollar had fallen to a record 12.13:1. On this day, the South Korean Department of the Treasury held a press conference and announced, "We are unable to reverse the economic decline and have decided to seek aid from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund." In reality, it was an unconditional surrender to their master, America. However, by December 1st, the delivery day for South Korean stock index futures arrived. On this day, the Kospi index on the stock market fell to a record 376 points, a 35% drop compared to when Willix shorted the index futures at the end of August. In this financial robbery of South Korea, Skycrest Capital once again made a huge profit, with total earnings exceeding $8.5 billion. Meanwhile, South Korea's total losses were at least over $800 billion. It could be said that decades of hard work had returned them to pre-liberation status overnight. It was also on this day that the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund simultaneously released announcements accepting the South Korean government's invitation, sending negotiating representatives into South Korea that same day. A few days later, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund respectively signed a package of rescue plans with the South Korean government. The main contents were: the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund would provide the South Korean government with loans totaling $57 billion. But attached were extremely harsh conditions, which were actually further carving the meat from South Korea and dismembering its financial order, mainly including the following 3 points. First, the South Korean government was required to immediately close those commercial banks that had inextricable links with the chaebols. Everyone knows that South Korea is a nation built on chaebols, and commercial banks are the lifeblood of these chaebols. Closing these commercial banks under the chaebols meant cutting off their right to borrow recklessly from them, which would inevitably have a huge impact on the chaebols' recovery. Second, South Korea was required to raise bank interest rates to 28%. On the surface, it seemed like it could attract more foreign capital into South Korea, but forcing banks to implement high interest rates would inevitably greatly increase the financing costs for enterprises, causing many companies to go completely bankrupt. Third, the financial market was to be completely open to foreign investors. This meant that American capital could achieve full ownership of South Korean domestic banks, directly controlling the South Korean financial market and completely turning it into a battlefield undefended against international financial bandits, making it easier for the next harvest. The South Korean government also knew this was a poisonous prescription, but they had no choice. At the moment of life and death crisis, they had to swallow it through tears. Subsequently, the American Department of Commerce also organized a trade delegation composed of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, Wall Street Financial Capital, and some physical enterprises, which came to South Korea under the guise of economic and trade exchanges to help Japan overcome its difficulties. This time, Linton had Winnie join this delegation. With the intervention of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the South Korean financial crisis was temporarily brought under control, but all the South Korean chaebols suffered massive losses and were either invested in or acquired by Wall Street investment institutions. The most serious was the original largest chaebol, Daewoo Group, which was nearly declared bankrupt, losing 90% of its assets, with the remaining enterprises barely surviving. Even the Samsung Group, which had now become the largest chaebol, had 60% of its equity controlled by American capital. Winnie also managed to acquire a 10% stake in the Samsung Group for only $600 million, which was dirt cheap. To give some perspective, the Samsung Group had a turnover of $85 billion and profits exceeding $7 billion in 1996, and its 1997 turnover was as high as $96.1 billion. But there was no other way. Once the financial crisis hit, the deteriorating economic situation and severe financial pressure almost bankrupted the Samsung Group. Under these circumstances, it was no surprise that this fragrant piece of meat, the Samsung Group, was forcibly invested in by American financial bandits. Linton had Winnie invest in Samsung partly because he valued the development potential of this chaebol. More importantly, in his memories of his past life, after this financial crisis, the South Korean government would launch a cultural nation development strategy and issue a series of supporting policy laws, leading to the rapid rise of the South Korean domestic entertainment industry. Subsequently, South Korea would produce a large number of beautiful starlets who would become famous across Asia and even have a certain influence worldwide, such as Jun Ji-hyun, Han Ji-in, Han Hyo-ju, Sun Yi-jin, Kim Hyun-ah, as well as Girls' Generation, Tiara, and so on. And CJ Entertainment, under the Samsung Group, would become South Korea's largest entertainment media company. Through it, Linton could legitimately establish connections with these female stars. Chapter 618. The Eve of the Great Ship's Departure. In fact, in these 2 months, not only Japan and Korea were harvested to their last breath by America's financial bandits, leaving them scarred and devastated. Taiwan also did not escape the fate of being harvested by America. From mid-October to early December, in just 2 months, Taiwan was plundered of over $400 billion. Linton's Skycrest hedge fund also made a huge fortune, earning $4.2 billion from Taiwan's foreign exchange market and stock index futures. In the second round of plunder organized by the Ministry of Commerce, he also had Winnie participate, acquiring 10% of TSMC shares at a bargain price of $50 million. Time entered December. The film market also ushered in the hot Christmas season. Linton Film Company also had 2 movies released in December. Separately, of course, the most significant release was Scream 2. With the successful foundation of the first movie, it quickly sparked a viewing craze after its release. The cinemas also provided excellent scheduling support, securing an opening schedule of 7,600 screens in 3,100 theaters. It earned $3.18 million at the midnight premiere. In its first 3-day weekend, it grossed $33.15 million in the North America market, winning the box office championship for its opening weekend. Jennifer Connelly and Michelle Reese were also happily running promotions in major cities across the United States. As a super production with an investment exceeding $300 million and starring Linton himself, Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company naturally went all out distributing. Meanwhile, Linton, Kate Winslet, and James Cameron also frequently appeared on television programs, accepted interviews with newspapers and magazines, and conducted pre-release promotions for. However, since these two incidents were negative news, with the movie about to be released, it was natural to conduct positive publicity for the film through various channels. The movie's promotional theme was to witness the greatest and most romantic love story in history. Starting in mid-November, Universal and Linton Film Company successively released 5 posters, each of which was sought after by fans. Especially the photo of Jack and Rose at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, spreading their arms as if flying, was highly sought after by fans at high prices. MCA Television Network and UPN Television Network simultaneously broadcast the behind-the-scenes documentary of. The documentary detailed the expenditure of the $300 million production cost, informing the audience that the total salaries of directors and actors, including Linton and James Cameron, amounted to just over $40 million, accounting for only 13% of the total production cost, which is extremely low in film production. Most of the cost was spent on the production of the film. To shoot this movie, the crew spent $100 million to build a replica of the historical. Moreover, this large ship is still docked in the Gulf of Mexico. Although it cannot go out to sea, its mere presence there is enough to be awe-inspiring. The documentary also showed the audience the hardships during filming, such as crew members being immersed in cold seawater for long periods and working for more than 12 hours a day. Linton and Kate Winslet together participated in talk shows on MCA Television Network and UPN Television Network, and when promoting the movie, they specifically explained why the crew spent so much money. Many films now try to save money during shooting, cutting corners on costumes, props, and sets wherever possible, resulting in very rough details, especially for things outside the camera's view. But director Cameron is completely different. He demands perfection even in places the camera can't reach. He's not just making a movie, he's creating an entire world, like the grand ship in our film. A responsible crew would use models and special effects to solve this problem. With current Hollywood special effects technology, spending $30 million could achieve a realistic effect. An irresponsible crew might spend a few $100s to shoot it, but the effect would completely take the audience out of the movie. But we are different from them. Director Cameron, in pursuit of absolute realism, proposed a crazy idea to replicate a ship exactly like the historical. We spent over $100 million on his crazy idea. Moreover, all the arrangements and decorations on the ship were restored as much as possible according to history. For example, for the carpets, we even found the original manufacturer to produce them according to the raw materials and formula of that time. Hearing Linton say this, not only the host, but also the live audience were amazed. After the program aired, it also made more viewers look forward to. Universal Records also released the movie's theme song as the theme song for, especially the chorus, "Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and on." It became a very popular, classic, and timeless melody. The song's MV was not only played on MTV, but UPN Television Network and MCA Television Network also heavily promoted it simultaneously. Especially the touching MV of. The song spread at an extremely fast pace to every corner of North America, making more viewers look forward to this movie. In addition to traditional film promotion methods, this time, the film's marketing strengthened its promotion on the internet. The crew not only paid for top placement promotions on the Yahoo portal and the IMDb professional website, they also had Bella's internet promotion department initiate various topics on all forums across the entire network. For example, was it worth it for James Cameron to spend $100 million to build a? For example, during James Cameron's filming, was it right to make the crew work long hours of overtime? Also, was it right that the heroine Rose ultimately did not follow her family's wishes to choose a wealthy banker, but instead followed her heart and chose a poor painter? If it were you, how would you choose? Then, A large number of internet trolls were mobilized to engage in heated discussions and replies on these topics. For a time, the internet's major forums were filled with discussions on various topics related to the movie. Meanwhile, Denise, the newly appointed manager of the Fan Operations Management Department this year, after half a year of effort, has basically achieved fan-tiered management. The scale of fans has expanded step by step. According to statistics, Linton's global fan base has exceeded 120 million people, and fan loyalty has been greatly strengthened. After the marketing for Titanic began, she distributed more than 200,000 DVDs of the movie's promotional videos and fan materials to fan groups around the world, mobilizing fans to promote the film comprehensively. On the IMDb movie website, a new Wanna Watch feature was developed this year. Before its release, over 3.2 million viewers had marked they wanted to see Titanic. Don't think this number is small. You must know that this is not the era of mobile internet. The highest number of Wanna Watch for a movie before its release was for Jurassic Park 2, which only had a little over 1 million people. Chapter 619, Speaking Wildly? December 17th, the Universal Theater. Titanic premiered amidst widespread anticipation. This superproduction, the largest investment in Hollywood history, attracted the attention of Hollywood and all movie fans. The premiere was star-studded, gathering celebrities, famous directors, and actors who all attended. Of course, the most eye-catching attendees were still Linton's beautiful angels. Except for Winnie, Jennifer Connelly, and Michelle Reese, who were still doing promotional tours, all the other beautiful angels walked the red carpet looking their most stunning. Even Lee Shaoran, who had no works yet, took this opportunity to walk the red carpet and gain exposure. Besides the numerous big-name celebrities who attended to show support, the most noticeable presence was Linton's fan club. Since Denise became the manager of the Fan Operations Management Department in the first half of the year, the management of Linton's fan club has been greatly strengthened, with continuous fan activities held every month. Denise also used the profits from fan merchandise sales to heavily reward core members of fan clubs across various regions. After organizing fan events, core fan club members often received exclusive custom fan benefits, such as Linton signed photos, signed posters, signed golf hats, signed t-shirts, and so on. Through these activities, fan loyalty gradually increased, and the number of dedicated fans rapidly grew. Naturally, the fans' support was indispensable for today's Titanic premiere. More than 3,000 people, wearing unified outfits, shouting synchronized slogans, and holding various film promotional materials, gathered grandly on both sides of the red carpet, forming two bright fan camps. When Linton, arm in arm with Kate Winslet, walked onto the red carpet for the final appearance, the atmosphere completely exploded like a tsunami, and the fans' screams and shouts seemed capable of shattering the sky. This was the first organized, large-scale viewing, support, and promotional event held by Linton's fan club since its establishment. It should be said that a fan support and promotional event of this scale was a first in Hollywood history. This made all Hollywood film companies, industry professionals, and especially other celebrities look on in astonishment. These scenes would certainly be widely reported by many media outlets tonight, adding buzz to the film's promotion. After the premiere ceremony concluded, the film screening began. The lights in the theater slowly dimmed, and the giant screen lit up. The film opened with a rusty deep-sea probe diving into the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean to explore the secrets of the shipwreck. When the black and white footage switched to color and the magnificent hull of the Titanic first appeared at the dock, the audience couldn't help but let out low gasps of amazement. This was because the effect was not achieved using models and special effects, but a real giant ship, combined with James Cameron's cinematography techniques, making the legendary massive vessel seem to stand right before the audience. As the story unfolded, the free-spirited Jack won a ticket at the gambling table, and when he boarded the giant ship full of youthful vigor, he immediately captured the hearts of all the female viewers. Jack taught Rose to spit into the ocean from the deck, took her dancing passionately in the third-class cabin, sketched Rose's nude body while she wore only the heart of the ocean. The two spread their arms at the bow in the classic flying pose, and finally, they had passionate body integration. All the audience members in the cinema felt the heat and beauty of this romance. However, good times are always brief, and a massive disaster soon struck. When the terrifying iceberg appeared in sight, the dull crash between the massive ship and the iceberg seemed to strike the heart of every viewer. The viewing atmosphere in the cinema immediately took a sharp turn, shifting from light and joyful to endlessly oppressive. The air in the theater seemed to solidify. Icy seawater roared into the luxurious cabins, instantly swallowing all moments of beauty, and countless lives were fatally threatened. A collective gasp filled the cinema. The audience had forgotten the beauty of the earlier romance, leaving only anxiety over the fate of the people on board. Jack was handcuffed to a pipe on the ship by the villain Cal, and the water level kept rising. Seeing that he was about to be submerged, Rose resolutely returned and used a fire axe to break the handcuffs. The two rushed wildly across the continuously tilting ship, evading the relentless Cal and the surging, icy seawater. Finally, Jack gave the hope of survival to Rose, encouraging her to live strongly, while he slowly sank into the freezing, bone-chilling seawater. Suppressed sobs could be clearly heard in the cinema. Using his divine sense, Linton observed that the vast majority of female viewers couldn't help but pull out tissues and continuously wipe away their tears. Even Kate Winslet and Monica, sitting beside him, couldn't help but lean into his arms, one on the left and one on the right, sobbing softly and weeping profusely. Although Kate Winslet was the female lead in the film, this was her first time seeing the complete finished product, and she was equally moved by the plot to the point of being unable to control herself. Since they hadn't prepared tissues, both women spontaneously used Linton's clothes as tissues, and Linton's expensive Armani suit was quickly stained with tears and snot. When, at the end of the film, elderly Rose returned in a dream to the ship's magnificent hull, reunited with the deceased, yet through the priceless heart of the ocean into the cold Atlantic Ocean. The audience's emotions completely broke down. The entire cinema hall was filled with crying and sobbing. Seeing this, Linton felt completely reassured. Even with the change in the male lead, the quality of this film was not inferior to that of his previous life. Furthermore, with the added bonus of his powerful box office appeal, he believed that the final box office results of this film would definitely be better than in his previous life. The lights came up, the credits rolled, and continuous, enthusiastic applause erupted in the cinema hall. With red eyes and tears streaming down their faces, the audience, filled with shock and emotion, spontaneously stood up and gave the most enthusiastic tribute to the creative staff through their applause. James Cameron, whose face had been tense since the film started, finally cracked a smile. He stood up, walked over to Linton, and hugged Linton and Kate Winslet tightly. He said in a trembling voice, "Linton, it looks like we succeeded." Linton replied softly, "Of course, we will create a miracle." During the subsequent Q&A session with reporters, perhaps because the reporters were also moved and shocked by the film, the questions asked were relatively mild. But eventually, someone asked about the film's box office prediction. Director Cameron, "Mr. Linton, Titanic is undoubtedly a masterpiece, but we heard the investment cost for this film is as high as $300 million. How much box office revenue do you predict the film will achieve? Can it break the box office record of Mission Impossible? Can the film be profitable?" James Cameron sounded a little lacking in confidence. Everyone has seen the quality of the film, but ultimately, how much box office revenue it achieves still depends on the audience's support. Linton took the microphone. North America box office, $600 million. Global box office, $1.8 billion. The scene exploded as if a bomb had gone off. The audience, still immersed in sadness, erupted, and the entire venue became a noisy clamor. Linton made a silencing gesture with his hand, then raised his voice and said, "We will create a miracle. Not only will we break the box office record of Mission Impossible, but we will raise it significantly. I believe that Titanic's North America box office will exceed $600 million, and the global total box office will exceed $1.8 billion. The reporters present were ecstatic, each one so happy they could hardly believe their ears. Sure enough, it had to be Linton. Following him guaranteed a huge scoop. Keep in mind that the year was almost over, with only a little more than 10 days remaining until the end of the year. So far, the highest-grossing film in North America, Men in Black, had only made $250 million in North America and $587 million globally. The highest-grossing film globally this year was Jurassic Park 2, which only made $618 million globally and $229 million in North America. Now, Linton was claiming over $600 million in North America and $1.8 billion globally. This was absolutely insane. Even though Mission Impossible, which he starred in last year, set a global box office record of $1 billion, that was a spy action film. While Titanic has a deeply moving plot, it is a purely disaster romance film. This genre's box office potential is completely incomparable to that of an action film. Moreover, he predicted the box office would significantly surpass Mission Impossible, almost doubling it. Is this possible? Isn't he exaggerating too much? Could it be that Linton's continuous successes have made him arrogant, causing him to lose basic judgment? That would be great. If you dare to speak so wildly now, don't blame us for reporting it extensively. If the film fails at the box office, where will you put your face? That night, reports about the Titanic film premiere flooded the media. Some reports focused on Linton and his beautiful angels. Some reports highlighted the astonishing performance of Linton's fan club at the premiere. More reports focused on the film's quality and its shocking disaster romance story. But the most explosive news was Linton's box office prediction, which dominated the front pages of most newspapers. Shocking. Linton speaks wildly, claiming Titanic's North America box office will exceed $600 million and global box office will exceed $1.8 billion. Do you believe him? Similarly, these topics concerning Titanic were extensively reported across the internet. The small portion of the audience who had seen the film began leaving messages online, saying that Titanic was a deeply moving classic romance film, definitely worth watching, but advising everyone to bring tissues when they go. Most netizens, however, were interested in the first and fourth topics. But the most discussed topic was whether Linton's box office prediction was an exaggeration. Bella's-led internet trolls also seized this opportunity, deploying a large number of trolls to guide and expand discussions on these topics across all online forums. Some people pretended to be Linton's fans, supporting him unconditionally and claiming that since Linton said the box office could break $1.8 billion, it definitely would. Another group played the role of rationalists, analyzing from various dimensions why the current film absolutely did not possess the conditions for $1.8 billion box office revenue, especially since Titanic was a romance film. Their final conclusion was that Linton was exaggerating. The two sides fiercely debated on the internet, attracting even more netizens to join the argument. It must be said that Linton's box office prediction this time was truly shocking. Although his previous predictions for film box office results had generally been accurate, this time, almost no one supported him, except for his fans, and they had to be die-hard fans. The online discussion topic attracted a huge number of participants, but netizens were almost unanimously convinced he was either bragging or engaging in hype. Not to mention others. Even the film's female lead, Kate Winslet, couldn't believe it and repeatedly asked Linton if his box office prediction for Titanic was real, even after several battles that night. In her opinion, if the film's global box office could break $1 billion, it would already be a remarkable victory. She knew that her role in this film was substantial. She was definitely not just a decorative female lead like in other blockbusters, and her screen time was nearly equal to Linton's. With this achievement, she had every chance of becoming a first-rate Hollywood actress. If the film truly reached $1.8 billion globally as Linton predicted, wouldn't she instantly soar to the top, with full hope of becoming a quasi-superalist Hollywood actress? But was that possible? She didn't dare to imagine it herself. The media outlets owned by the other Hollywood giants naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, following up quickly and heating up the topic. In their view, Linton's development over the past few years had been too smooth. Every film produced by his company was a massive hit, and the box office for the films he starred in was outrageously high. He himself had accumulated unimaginable fans and box office appeal, and crucially, he never accepted films from other companies. Starting last year, Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company had become almost unique entities in Hollywood. Last year, They accounted for 12 of the top 20 grossing films of the year, and although this year wasn't over yet, judging from the current situation, they wouldn't have fewer than 12, possibly even more. Profits were, of course, immense. Furthermore, they hogged the profits. The films produced by these two companies offered absolutely no investment opportunities to others, unwilling to share even a shred of profit. This put enormous pressure on the other giants. Now, they finally saw a chance. Titanic had an extremely high risk of losing money due to its massive investment, and it might even suffer a huge loss. On top of that, Linton was being obstinate, openly bragging, and giving the film an extremely unreliable box office prediction. These rivals naturally seized the opportunity to launch a wave of negative publicity against Linton and his film company, aiming to shatter his myth of invincibility. In their view, they had to make good use of this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate Linton and completely destroy his idol halo. Ideally, they wanted Linton to lose interest in making films and quietly retire to be an ordinary billionaire. Seriously, you're a top-ranked super-rich person globally. What better things could you be doing? Why bother working so hard to make films? Regardless, the hype for Titanic was fully ignited. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the hype had made it known to everyone, reaching scorching hot levels. Chapter 620, Record-Breaking Midnight Screenings. On the early morning of December 19th, Titanic opened its midnight screenings on an unprecedented scale of 7,200 screens across 3,800 theaters. This release scale actually exceeded the daytime opening scale of the vast majority of Hollywood commercial blockbusters. Thanks to Linton's immense box office appeal, theater chains provided their maximum support. Not only did the scale of the midnight screenings break historical records, but the daytime opening screens also shattered records, reaching a staggering 20,000 screens in 4,300 theaters, with a screen share of an incredible 44.4%. Except for a very few pure art house theaters and rural cinemas in remote areas, basically all theaters would simultaneously screen Titanic on the first day. Moreover, Linton remembered that in his previous life, this movie drew a super strong theatrical cycle curve, winning the weekly box office championship for 15 consecutive weeks, creating an unprecedented, unparalleled, and incredible miracle that far exceeded the screening time of a normal movie. Since the early stage of the 90s, the normal theatrical cycle for films in North America has been 8 weeks, and the box office revenue share is calculated on a sliding scale. According to the tiered revenue-sharing agreement signed between Universal and the theater chains, a diminishing split model was adopted. In the first week, Universal's share was 70%, the second week was 65%, and the third week was 60%. In the fourth week, the share dropped to 45%, then decreased by 5 percentage points every week, reaching 25% by the 8th week. Generally speaking, after 8 weeks, a movie is automatically pulled from theaters, except for a few chains that might choose to continue long-term screenings for popular films. However, for long-term screenings, the theater takes the lion's share, generally as high as 80%, while Universal would receive at most 20%. If Titanic followed this model for settlement with the theater chains, Universal and Linton Film Company would undoubtedly suffer huge losses. Therefore, before the promotion and distribution, Linton had Universal negotiate a separate revenue-sharing ratio for Titanic with the theater chains that both parties could accept. They made significant concessions on the revenue-sharing ratio for the first few weeks in exchange for increasing the share for the later period. Specifically, Universal's share for the first and second weeks dropped to 60%, and the share for the third and fourth weeks was 55%. The share for the fifth to sixth weeks was 50%, and the share for the seventh and eighth weeks was 45%. Starting from the eighth week, if the per-theater weekly box office for Titanic in North America was above $5,000, Universal's share would remain at 40%. If the per-theater weekly box office for Titanic in North America was between $3,500 and $5,000, Universal's share would remain at 35%. If the per-theater weekly box office for Titanic in North America fell below $3,500, Universal's share would only be 20% until the movie was pulled from theaters. Late that night, from Los Angeles to New York, from Houston to Boston, from cinemas in core urban business districts to those in the suburbs. Linton's fan club members were everywhere, wearing uniform support T-shirts, holding Titanic posters and banners, queuing up to enter in an orderly yet exceptionally excited manner. Of course, those braving the cold wind to see the midnight screening weren't just Linton's fans. There were also other audience members drawn in by the film's promotion. Basically, every cinema was swarming with people, with long queues forming. By the time the movie started, the Titanic halls were basically full, and many who couldn't get tickets had to regretfully buy tickets for tomorrow immediately. As the movie began to play, the bustling theaters gradually quieted down. Then, it almost replicated the emotional curve of the premiere, from initial awe to appreciation for the beautiful romance in the middle, to the last half hour of almost unstoppable tears of sorrow. From Los Angeles to New York, from San Francisco to Chicago, almost all audience members were deeply moved and shocked by the film. Some girls were so moved that their tears completely burst through, crying until their makeup was ruined. Some groups of older sisters held each other and cried together, completely disregarding their image. The men tried their best to control themselves and not cry out loud, but they were also silently wiping away tears with tissues. Those who came with their boyfriends leaned on their boyfriends' shoulders, weeping while saying, "You jump, I jump." When the movie ended, the credits appeared, and the lights came on. Audiences in almost every theater spontaneously burst into applause. The applause was warm and sincere, for the great love in the movie that transcended class, for the unparalleled visual and auditory shock presented by the film, and for the radiance of humanity shown in the face of disaster. Audience members walking out of the theaters, each with undried tears, excitedly discussed Jack's sacrifice and Rose's strength, while also being eager to recommend the movie to their friends. Facing the survey forms handed out by the research company employees, everyone unhesitatingly wrote down an A+, and some would even write down their feelings. At the same time, many audience members silently walked to the ticket windows to buy tickets for tomorrow to watch it again. The authentic word of mouth from the first batch of viewers quickly began to spread widely at an alarming speed through phone calls, ICQ, and various forums on the internet. The giant ship that is Titanic has officially begun its voyage. Because the film's duration was as long as 194 minutes, which is 3 hours and 14 minutes. It wasn't until 4:30 a.m. that Linton, who had fought several rounds with the ladies in his Los Angeles manor, finally received a call from Levitt of the Universal Pictures Distribution Department. "Boss, great news. Our movie's midnight box office is a massive hit." "Oh, how much is it?" $10.71 million, breaking the midnight box office record of Mission Impossible. "It seems the fans are still quite supportive of me. Boss, maybe your box office prediction for the movie really can come true." "What? Even you guys didn't believe it?" "We certainly believe in you. It's just that the figure of $1.8 billion is truly beyond my imagination." "Well, keep up the hard work and wait for the miracle to happen. Boss, remember that our promotional roadshow team gathers at 9:30 a.m. Just as Linton hung up the phone, Kate Winslet, who had been eavesdropping nearby, pounced over and gave him a sweet kiss. "Honey, was the Titanic midnight box office a hit?" "Of course. The midnight box office was $10.71 million. We've set a new record for the North American midnight box office." "That's wonderful. Shouldn't we celebrate properly?" Kate Winslet happily pulled the other sisters to launch a new challenge against Linton. A new game began once more. Chapter 621. First Day Box Office Waterloo? Mockery and Slapping Faces. On the morning of December 19th, the vast majority of the media and Hollywood insiders learned the midnight box office data for Titanic. While marveling at such high box office numbers, everyone couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Could the box office of Titanic really reach the incredible $1.8 billion as Linton predicted? Media outlets under Universal Group and Linton Media Group naturally began to widely publicize this news immediately. On the morning entertainment news of MCA Television Network and UPN Television Network, footage of queues at various theaters for the midnight screenings and news of the film breaking midnight box office records appeared frequently. Other newspapers were already starting to think about how to report this news in tonight's evening editions. Information spread even more efficiently and in real time on the internet. Soon, news that Titanic had raked in $10.71 million in midnight box office, setting a new midnight record, dominated the homepages of the Yahoo portal and other electronic media. On various forums, the number of people supporting Linton began to grow regarding the topic of whether his box office prediction for Titanic was just bragging. The booming midnight box office was undoubtedly heartening news, allowing everyone to see the powerful market appeal of Titanic. However, midnight box office numbers can also be somewhat deceptive, especially for a movie starring an idol star with a massive fan base like Linton. The data inevitably carries a certain level of bias. Those loyal fans often swarm into theaters at the first opportunity to contribute to their idol's box office. Not only do they contribute themselves, but they also actively help with promotion, even dragging friends along to the cinema. Especially after Denise took over as the manager of the Linton Fan Club Operations Department, the cohesion of fan clubs everywhere has been unprecedentedly strengthened. For this midnight release, fan clubs across the country organized viewing events. In fact, over 85% of this midnight box office did indeed come from the contributions of Linton's fans. The true box office test would depend on whether the movie could rely on its own quality to attract a wider general audience and generate better word of mouth after its official opening today. However, Linton himself had absolute confidence in this, as he felt this version of Titanic was of even higher quality than the version starring Leonardo DiCaprio in his previous life. Moreover, his own box office draw was not something the Leonardo DiCaprio of that time could compare to. In his previous life, Leonardo DiCaprio only became a top global superstar after starring in Titanic. Before that, he was at most a near second-tier Hollywood male star. December 19th, Friday. Titanic officially opened in North America on a massive scale of 4,300 theaters and 20,000 screens. Linton and Kate Winslet, accompanied by Universal distribution staff, flew to New York on his private jet to begin their promotional roadshow journey. At the same time, the James Cameron took Billy Zane and other actors to fly to Las Vegas to conduct the promotional roadshow along another route. Linton's group continued to use the same roadshow model as they did for Mission Impossible, not requesting media interviews at hotels or contacting local TV stations. Because the promotion for Titanic in the media was already sufficient, they went directly to several representative local theaters to meet with audiences. Just like last time, when Linton arrived at the Hilton Hotel to settle in, Jennifer Aniston was already waiting for him, completely ignoring the noise of the surrounding paparazzi. Subsequently, followed by the paparazzi, she accompanied Linton's group to the Ziegfeld Theater to promote Titanic. At 1:43 p.m., in Hall 6, the credits for Titanic appeared and the lights came up. As the audience was about to stand, a group of people entered the small stage below the screen, while a crowd of reporters swarmed through the theater doors. The host shouted, "Please welcome the stars of Titanic, Linton and Kate Winslet, here to meet everyone. And welcome sweetheart Jennifer." Fortunately, with the experience from Mission Impossible, the reporters and audience members at this Q&A session, while still very interested in his relationship with Jennifer, didn't let it dominate everything. Questions about the movie and questions about his scandals were basically split 50-50. Linton, are you and Jennifer dating? Jennifer, will you appear in Linton's movies in the future? Kate, what are your thoughts on Jennifer joining you guys? Linton, why was the director so heartless as to let you die in the movie? Linton, did you really build a giant ship exactly like the historical Titanic? Kate, what were your feelings at that moment when you watched Jack helplessly swallowed by the cold Atlantic Ocean right before your eyes? However, Jennifer and Winslet didn't avoid the questions at all, openly stating that Jennifer was a fan and good friend of Linton, and that helping a good friend promote a movie was perfectly normal behavior, while loudly speaking up for the film. Titanic is the greatest movie I have ever seen. I think everyone, especially girls, should come to the theater to see it. It's not just a great romance, it's also about life, dignity, and the brilliance of humanity. This statement made Linton look at her in a new light. He just didn't know if these were her own heartfelt words or a script her agent had written for her. Next, they visited 3 more theaters. This was necessary, as they had to look after each of the 4 major theater chains in the United States. By the time they finally left the Roof Cinema, It was already past 10 p.m. Jennifer Aniston also found an opportunity to avoid the paparazzi and quietly get into Linton's car to return with him to the Hilton Hotel. Finally, much to Kate Winslet's reluctance, Jennifer linked arms with Linton on the other side and grandly walked into Linton's executive suite together. Soon, a sweet and cheerful song began to play. 3 hours later, the first stage of the game ended. Jennifer and Kate lay limply on either side of Linton. "Honey, you're so heartless, not coming to see me for so long." "Baby, I couldn't help it. I've really been too busy lately. Then when your movie promotion is over, I'll invite Mariah Carey to Los Angeles to see you, okay?" "Sure, just call ahead of time." Kate was a bit unhappy at first, but now hearing Jennifer plead for Linton's affection like a neglected wife, she felt much luckier than her. The mockery she originally wanted to direct at Jennifer seemed impossible to say now. She even began to feel a bit of sympathy for Jennifer, thinking that perhaps she could step back a bit in the upcoming battle and give Jennifer a little more sunshine. "Jennifer, how long has it been since you and Linton saw each other?" "It's already been over 2 months. Then for the next battle, you take the lead, and I'll assist." "Kate, you really are a good person. What's this? You're actually discussing tactics right in front of me? Is it even useful?" Jennifer said. "Honey, you are obviously the most powerful, but aren't you nervous at all about the box office for Titanic?" "What's there to be nervous about? I've done everything I should do. Being nervous is useless." "True. You're so popular, plus Titanic is so good. The box office probably won't be low. It seems you're quite confident." "Pretty much. It shouldn't be low. But it's about time. Yesterday's box office should be almost tallied up." Just then, the phone by the bed rang. Linton picked it up, and Levitt's nervous voice came through. "Boss, yesterday's box office numbers are out, and the situation isn't quite ideal." "How much?" "Just say it." "Titanic took in a total of $24.57 million in North America yesterday. Adding the $10.71 million from the midnight show, the total is $35.28 million. $35.28 million? Isn't that quite good? What about the attendance rate?" "Boss, the attendance rate is very high. After all, yesterday was Friday, a workday, but the average daytime attendance was as high as 39%. The evening attendance was incredible, reaching 87%. Then what are you worried about?" "Boss, a first-day box office of $35.28 million is indeed high. For any other movie, it would be a super successful box office. But this is Titanic starring you. And you previously predicted a global box office goal of $1.8 billion for this movie, which would far exceed the record set by Mission Impossible last year. But now the first-day box office is $13.78 million less than the $49.06 million first-day box office of Mission Impossible. Could something have gone wrong?" "Don't worry, this box office data is within my expectations. You have to think of it this way. Mission Impossible was only 100 minutes long, while Titanic is 194 minutes long. Although our opening scale for Titanic is larger than Mission Impossible, a cinema running from 10 a.m. to midnight can easily show Mission Impossible 8 times, but can only show Titanic 4 times, yet the ticket price is the same $5 for both. Tell me, is it possible for the first-day box office to exceed Mission Impossible? Actually, having these numbers is already quite good. It really is unfair. We shouldn't have given the James Cameron such broad authority back then. He ended up editing the movie to be so long, and now the box office is seriously affected. No, if Titanic weren't this long, the story wouldn't be complete. But what about the box office now? You told all the media that the global box office would break $1.8 billion. Don't worry. Have you forgotten that I had you negotiate the profit sharing for this movie with the theater chains separately? Boss, are you saying this movie will have long-term box office endurance? Of course. Actually, whether it's Independence Day or Mission Impossible, they are essentially commercial entertainment films, like a commercial fast food meal. Everyone watches them with great excitement and awe, but after watching, there isn't much to think about, and attention is soon diverted by other movies. Plus, the audience is mainly teenagers. But Titanic is different. After watching it, the audience will experience joy and sorrow along with the movie. There's a lot to think about, and it will touch the audience's soul. After watching, the ratio of people coming back for a second or third viewing will be very high, and the audience won't be limited to teenagers. It will involve every level of society. You don't need to worry about the box office. Have patience. Our goal will definitely be achieved. Boss, I understand. But I'm worried that other media might have some nasty reports today, especially the media outlets under the other Hollywood giants. They will definitely use the fact that the first-day box office is not as good as Mission Impossible to carry out a massive negative publicity campaign and even mock you. It's fine, let them talk. Just control our own media outlets. We will use the final facts to slap their faces back. After he hung up the phone, Kate and Jennifer, who had been eavesdropping and heard that the first-day box office was not as good as Mission Impossible, were also very nervous, hugging him tightly from both sides. Kate said softly, "Honey, it's okay. Even if the box office isn't ideal, you are still the greatest superstar." Jennifer also said in a slightly coquettish way, "Honey, don't worry about the box office. No matter what, you are the best man in my heart." Their somewhat off-base consolation made Linton not know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt a wave of warmth. He reached out his hands, pulled them tightly into his arms, and gave each of them a kiss. "Don't worry, the box office for Titanic will not fail. Didn't you just hear what I said to Levitt? $35.28 million isn't a failure, it's a victory. The reason it's only $35.28 million is because of the movie's length and market capacity limits, not because of the quality of the film. The box office stamina of this movie will exceed your imagination. The goal of $1.8 billion in global box office will definitely be achieved." Kate and Jennifer looked at each other, both feeling that Linton was just being stubborn and trying to save face, but they were smart enough not to expose him, instead using practical actions to offer him comfort. The two of them wrapped themselves around him from both sides and gave him sweet kisses. A new game continued, and the cheerful, sweet singing rose again, not ceasing all night. Sure enough, the next day, the media completely changed their tune from yesterday's praise for Titanic, and reports about the Titanic box office Waterloo were everywhere. From the internet to TV stations, from radio to newspapers, except for the two media groups under Linton, all other media used exaggerated tones to report on the Titanic first-day box office being far behind that of Mission Impossible, mocking it to their heart's content. They all reached the conclusion that, relative to the massive investment cost, the Titanic box office was bound to fail, and Linton would also face a Waterloo in his life. Even the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times, two of the three major newspapers in the United States, joined in the reporting with great fanfare. The Washington Post's front-page headline, "Dying before the battle is won. Titanic is destined to suffer the same fate as history, sinking just as it sets sail." The headline of the Los Angeles Times was also very representative. Titanic's first-day box office a disaster at only $35.28 million. Linton's bragging blown apart, face slapped as $1.8 billion box office becomes an empty dream. The media is like this. On one hand, they are keen on the God-making movement, but they are even more keen on the God-destroying movement, because that is the easiest way to attract public attention and gain traffic. On various internet forums, posts about the Titanic box office failure were everywhere. Among them, the topic of whether Linton's box office prediction for Titanic was just big talk was pinned to the top again. But this time, netizens were almost unanimously of the opinion that he was bragging or just hyping it up. Even though Linton's fans and the Water Army led by Bella worked hard to post, they seemed like a drop in the bucket in the face of the massive number of internet users. Chapter 622, Reversal. The overwhelming mockery from the media didn't affect Linton's mood in the slightest. The next morning, he bid farewell to a reluctant Jennifer Aniston and continued to Chicago for promotions with Kate Winslet. At Chicago's airport, the fans who came to welcome him were also unaffected by the media. They were just as numerous and just as fanatical. To avoid disrupting the airport's normal operations, Linton, as usual, gave a simple greeting to the fans before quickly leaving with his entourage. Afterward, he had his subordinates sponsor a fee for the airport as compensation. At the Hilton Hotel in Chicago, a beautifully dressed Mariah Carey was already waiting for him. Just like Jennifer Aniston, Mariah completely ignored the swarming reporters and paparazzi, naturally joining Linton's promotional team. That afternoon, she accompanied Linton to start promotions at Chicago's cinemas. Unlike yesterday, Friday, when many office workers had to work during the day, today was Saturday. Even in the afternoon, there were many people watching Titanic, and the theater occupancy rate was very high, far exceeding that of other screening rooms. Of course, the arrival of Linton's group also added a lot of heat to the cinemas. Especially in the evening, the Titanic screening rooms were basically full. Many people even arrived at the scene and couldn't buy tickets, so they had to buy tickets for the next day. It wasn't just Chicago, according to information gathered by Universal Pictures' distribution department from various theater chains. The vast majority of theaters across the United States were the same. The occupancy rates for Titanic were incredibly high. After Levitt finished reporting to Linton, he also slowly began to believe Linton's viewpoint and started to have more confidence in Titanic's box office. By 11 p.m., Linton's group emerged from the New World Cinema. Mariah sneakily got into Linton's car and returned with him to the Hilton Hotel. Finally, while Kate Winslet rolled her eyes, Mariah linked arms with Linton on the other side and entered Linton's presidential suite with him in a grand manner. Several rounds of passion later, at 2 a.m., the phone in Linton's room rang. Linton picked it up, and Levitt's voice came from the other end. "Boss, yesterday's box office numbers are out." "How much?" "Tell me." "About the same as the day before yesterday, $35.87 million. "That's not right. Since the day before yesterday had 10.71 million from the midnight screenings, the occupancy rate should actually be much higher than the day before." "Correct. According to the data we got from the theater chains, for all the screening rooms showing Titanic yesterday, the daytime occupancy rate was super high, with an average exceeding 61%. The average evening occupancy rate was as high as 92%. What about the audience word of mouth?" "Excellent. It's better than all your previous works." According to the results of a survey of 10,000 audience members conducted by CinemaScore over 2 consecutive days at cinemas, 9,516 people gave the film an A+ rating, 348 gave it an A, and fewer than 50 people rated it B+ or below. So, no need to worry about the box office. Just continue with the original promotional plan. Although the outside world was still full of mockery, influenced by their big boss Linton's calm and confident demeanor, the main cast and crew's uneasy hearts slowly stabilized. They continued their intense roadshow promotions, and their morale during the promotions remained unaffected. The marketing teams of both companies also settled down, and various promotions continued to be implemented in an orderly fashion. MCA Television and UPN even drove their live broadcast vans into commercial center cinemas in major cities, showing the occupancy rates of Titanic screenings and the audience evaluations after watching the film directly to the national audience, allowing everyone to see more intuitively how popular Titanic was with the public. Thus, Sunday passed. To everyone's surprise, Titanic's box office for that day didn't drop like other movies. Instead, it was almost the same as Saturday, taking in $35.48 million. For the first 3 days of the opening weekend, Titanic's total box office was $106.63 million, successfully breaking the 100 million mark. This performance was second only to the opening weekend record of Mission Impossible. According to the box office patterns of Hollywood's top commercial blockbusters, for films that receive an overall audience rating of A+ or higher during the summer and Christmas seasons, as long as the marketing is effective, the upper limit of the film's box office in the North America market can often reach 4 times the opening weekend box office. Based on this projection, Titanic's box office in North America is expected to reach over $400 million, potentially breaking Mission Impossible's North America box office record of $407 million. Adding in the overseas box office, the global box office might truly reach $1 billion. Such a box office performance would be an extraordinary achievement for any commercial film, enough to hold a celebratory party. However, for Titanic, which had a production cost exceeding $310 million, marketing costs over $100 million, and a total cost exceeding $410 million. From the perspective of box office revenue alone, even if the global box office reached $1 billion, the box office earnings would at most be just over $300 million. After deducting the box office shares for Linton and the James Cameron 40% of the North America box office revenue, it would still be a massive loss. Even including the film's short-term ancillary revenue, it could at most be considered a small profit. To truly make money, it would still rely on long-term copyright operations. However, seeing this performance, the outside world's doubts and mockery regarding the film's box office finally began to gradually disappear. At most, only a small number of media outlets continued to bring up Linton's box office predictions. Because back when the film premiered, Linton had predicted that the film's North America box office would exceed $600 million and the total global box office would exceed $1.8 billion. Looking at it now, while the film's box office was impressive, the absolute ceiling for the North America box office was just over $400 million. The goal of $600 million was simply too far off. From this perspective, saying Linton had overhyped it wasn't wrong. However, Titanic's subsequent box office trend completely exceeded everyone's expectations. On Monday, Titanic's box office continued to rake in $28.53 million. This box office figure truly stunned all industry insiders. As everyone knows, generally speaking, if a commercial film's weekday box office drop compared to Sunday is within 50%, it's considered a healthy trend. If the drop is within 40%, it's an excellent trend. A drop within 30% can simply be called a masterpiece. But Titanic's box office trend was a completely different concept compared to other films. Monday's drop was incredibly less than 20%. After Monday's box office numbers came out, all the doubts and mockery in the media vanished, and more people began to pay attention to Titanic's subsequent performance. Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company, along with the film's main creative team, were naturally boosted in morale. The marketing personnel also publicized Monday's box office performance through various channels to increase the film's promotion. Executives from other film companies were all praying in their hearts that Titanic's Monday drop was just an accident and that it would start to drop significantly and normally starting Tuesday. However, what happened next completely overturned Hollywood's common sense, making everyone truly realize the terror of this giant ship, Titanic. On Tuesday, the film continued to rake in $28.36 million, basically flat compared to Monday. On Wednesday, it was $29.83 million. Because it was Christmas Eve, the box office actually rose slightly. In other words, during the first week's 3 workdays, the film's box office drop compared to the weekend consistently stayed within 20%. This was simply a world-shaking rhythm. At this time, professional institutions quietly raised their North America box office predictions for Titanic to $500 million. Other media outlets also began to completely change their attitudes, voluntarily joining in the praise for Titanic and analyzing this unprecedented box office curve. The New York Times, controlled by Hillary, took a clear stand and began to sing praises loudly, reporting in a prominent front-page headline, "The unsinkable giant ship. The Titanic box office miracle sweeps the United States. Linton's box office prophecy was not arrogance." The article analyzed the film's box office curve since its release in detail, as well as the incredible drop during the weekdays, pointing out that Titanic had already become a cultural trend. The great love in the film had already conquered the American audience, driving countless young girls crazy and making them go to the cinema repeatedly. The article boldly predicted that Titanic's final North America box office would certainly exceed $600 million, just as Linton had previously predicted. And it believed that such a great love with universal values would surely follow the giant ship Titanic across the seas, conquering audiences worldwide and creating a new world box office record. $1.8 billion is not a dream. Chapter 623, A New Legend Begins. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday, Christmas. Many new movies were released on this day, including MGM's top blockbuster and enduring top IP, Tomorrow Never Dies, and DreamWorks' blockbuster, Amistad. Originally, according to the initial plan, the screening ratio for Titanic was supposed to drop from 44.4% to 25% at this time to make room for the new movies. However, because Titanic had followed an incredible box office curve, And thanks to the efforts of the distribution staff, the theater chains also considered their own interests and ultimately retained a 32% screening ratio for Titanic, continuing its run in 3,600 theaters on 14,400 screens. Tomorrow Never Dies fared okay. As a highly influential IP, its screenings were largely unaffected, opening in 3,200 theaters with 10,000 screens, reaching a 22% screening ratio. But other movies suffered. Their screenings were inevitably cut, with Amistad's opening scale reduced to just 2,500 theaters and 5,500 screens, leaving it with only a 12% screening ratio. However, Titanic's box office that day did not disappoint, easily raking in $25.37 million and becoming the undisputed box office champion. What was even more unbelievable was that its box office share for the day reached a staggering 45.3%. Meanwhile, Tomorrow Never Dies, which the industry had high hopes for, took in $12.67 million on its opening day, securing second place. Its box office share was 23%, slightly exceeding its screening ratio, which could only be considered passable as it was completely overshadowed by Titanic. Amistad fared even worse, with an opening day box office of only $5.13 million, representing just a 9.1% share. It experienced an inverted box office-to-screening ratio on its very first day. Looking at the attendance rates, Titanic achieved a staggering average attendance rate of 74% throughout the day, far exceeding all other films. Tickets were nearly impossible to find during the prime evening slots. It must be said that the reduction in screenings seriously impacted Titanic's box office. If it could have maintained the 44.4% screening ratio from its opening, today's box office would likely have seen almost no drop compared to its opening weekend. In fact, today's box office was almost exactly the Saturday box office multiplied by the change in screening ratio, which demonstrates the box office potential of Titanic. But it couldn't be helped. It was the peak Christmas season, with over 10 movies released every week, including 2 major blockbusters, so the theaters had to allocate screenings to them. Another more critical factor was that Titanic was too long, clocking in at 194 minutes, more than twice the length of other films. In the time it took to show one screening of Titanic, a theater could easily show 2 of other movies. According to United States' movie ticket prices, regardless of the film's length, the price was a flat $5. Under these circumstances, an ultra-long film like Titanic was naturally disliked by theater chains. Additionally, considering the popcorn and soda purchases made by each group of moviegoers, longer screening times affected the audience's other expenditures at the theater. Therefore, even though Titanic had an extremely high attendance rate, the theater chains still unhesitatingly cut nearly 13% of its screenings. Retaining a 32% screening ratio was only possible due to the full efforts of the distribution staff from Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company. Over the following 3 days of the weekend, Titanic took in $22.73 million, $24.83 million, and $24.51 million respectively. Including Christmas, the 4 days of the second weekend totaled $97.44 million, and the total box office after 10 days reached a staggering $262.29 million. Meanwhile, Tomorrow Never Dies earned $9.27 million, $11.87 million, and $10.37 million. Including Christmas, its 4-day opening weekend totaled $44.18 million, less than half of Titanic's second weekend. Amistad was even worse, with a 4-day opening weekend total of only $17.26 million, which was not the box office trajectory of a major commercial blockbuster at all. This is the cruelty of the film market. Whenever a phenomenal film appears, other movies in the same period are more or less seriously affected, with some even becoming cannon fodder. Actually, Tomorrow Never Dies was quite good. It was a decades-old top IP with a large investment, a production cost of $110 million, directed by the renowned director Roger Spottiswoode. The lead was also a top Hollywood male star, Pierce Brosnan. To make the fights look good, the crew even invited kung fu female star Michelle Yeoh from Hong Kong to play the Bond girl. Truth be told, the movie was well made. with a high-octane plot throughout. The various grand scenes left the audience thrilled. It was an excellent commercial popcorn flick. If it hadn't run into the juggernaut that was Titanic, the box office performance of Tomorrow Never Dies would certainly have been better. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. As early as July, Universal Pictures announced that the release date for Titanic was set for December 19th. Although the market was pessimistic about Titanic at the time, and the media generally believed the film was destined to fail, but this was just Hollywood peers deliberately guiding public opinion. They knew very well in their hearts that a film starring Linton couldn't possibly do too poorly at the box office. This had already been proven repeatedly in the film market. Say what they might, their actions were honest. After learning this news, the movies produced by other Hollywood majors all shifted their dates to avoid Titanic. No major commercial production was stubborn enough to open alongside Titanic on December 19th, except for small productions and art films. Thus, Titanic was able to dominate upon its release, occupying a massive scale of screenings. Not only that, December 25th, Christmas, was originally a very good slot, but under the pressure of Linton's Titanic, the majors also avoided it. However, while the Christmas season is a big window, the time is limited, lasting from late November to December, no more than 6 weeks in total, which led to a clustering of blockbusters in the first 4 weeks. Only the films produced by MGM and DreamWorks were squeezed into a Christmas release, thus becoming sacrifices. This also shows that MGM has truly declined and been marginalized in Hollywood. Even a top film like 007 couldn't get a good slot during the Christmas season, let alone DreamWorks. After the second weekend's box office was announced, it immediately ignited the entire North American entertainment and media circles. Everyone knew that Titanic's box office was now unstoppable. The media outlets that had previously questioned and mocked the box office predictions for Titanic and Linton all turned around. They began to praise the film lavishly like the New York Times, singing its praises, including all sorts of flattery for the director and the leads. Even the Los Angeles Times and the Washington Post were no exception. The front-page headline of the Los Angeles Times, "Transcending the Cliches of the Hollywood Industry, a romantic epic about transcending class and death, is conquering the United States with an unstoppable force." The front-page headline of the Washington Post, "The Juggernaut Titanic, co-created by Cameron and Linton, is already unstoppable and will surely conquer the whole world." From the news pages of the internet to various forums, from television to radio, from newspapers to magazines, almost all media were reporting on Titanic. Meanwhile, Tomorrow Never Dies and Amistad were in a sorry state. Aside from the media controlled by their own parent companies, there was hardly any coverage of them. It could be said that these two major commercial productions had completely become foils for Titanic. Tomorrow Never Dies was somewhat okay. After all, it was a top production with a top IP, and decades of operation had built up a large fan base. Although its box office would take a hit, it wouldn't be completely ruined. But Amistad was miserable. All the glory and attention were drawn by Titanic, leaving it almost ignored. Its box office naturally plummeted, and its failure was a foregone conclusion. At the same time, on Christmas, December 25th, the juggernaut Titanic officially set sail for overseas markets, triggering a movie-going craze. In the United Kingdom, long lines formed at cinemas everywhere. In its first 3 days of the opening weekend, it raked in $21.2 million, setting a new historical record for opening weekend box office. In France, it took in $23.1 million in its opening weekend, also setting a new opening weekend box office record. In Germany, in Spain, in Italy, in Australia, in South Korea, across the world, Titanic conquered audiences of different skin colors, ages, and genders with its incomparable charm. It is worth mentioning that the film has been confirmed for import into the mainland China market, with a projected release in April 1998. All the films Linton had previously starred in had already been released in mainland China, and his popularity there was already significant. It is believed that after Titanic is released, his popularity will experience another surge. If he goes there again this summer, it might not be so easy. He might have fans everywhere. Through the explosive worldwide release of Titanic, Linton and Kate became idols for the whole world. James Cameron also successfully leapt to the top, joining Lucas and Spielberg as one of Hollywood's premier directors. James Cameron was given titles by the media such as Genius Director, Tech Maniac, and Obsessive Director. Kate Winslet was hailed as the new generation English Rose. The media praised her for both her beauty and talent, and it wasn't just the British media. This title was recognized by the media in most countries worldwide. As for Linton, the United States media had long since placed him on a pedestal, bestowing titles like the new king of Hollywood and incredible box office superstar. The hit release of Titanic this time took his overseas influence to the next level. What made Linton feel great was that with the hot global release of Titanic, he clearly felt his popularity surging once again, and the speed of Cultivate accelerated once again. Kate Winslet was the same. Her popularity skyrocketed. When Linton battled with her at night, he had a very clear sensation that the help to his Cultivate had further increased. While she was still on the promotional roadshow, various endorsement and advertising invitations flew to her management company like snowflakes. Her endorsement fees also increased significantly, aligning with those of near-A-list actresses. They felt this surge in popularity even more deeply during the roadshow. Although Linton was already very, very famous, and every roadshow was packed with crowds and fanatical fans in a boiling atmosphere. But this Titanic roadshow was different from before. The further they went on the itinerary, the more explosive the atmosphere became and the crazier the fans got. Every time he appeared in public, Linton could feel the fanaticism of the fans. A simple smile or a single gesture from him could trigger frantic screams. He also clearly felt that the proportion of Kate Winslet's fans at the scene was gradually increasing. Under these circumstances, over the next 4 weekdays, Titanic continued to rake in $16.73 million, $16.49 million, $16.35 million, and $16.41 million in the North American market, totaling $65.98 million. The North American total box office had already reached $328.27 million. The key was the drop. Compared to the weekend, the drop in box office during the second week's weekdays was controlled within 30%. This incredible drop made everyone certain that the $600 million North American box office goal for Titanic was definitely not just a dream. And the film's box office in overseas markets was even more explosive. In just 1 week, the box office from the first batch of over 30 countries and regions reached $283 million. By this moment, everyone knew that the juggernaut Titanic was already unstoppably riding the waves across the globe, beginning its legendary global journey. And Linton himself, with the help of the great ship Titanic, had begun a new legend. Chapter 624. Continued Madness, the Reason Behind It. Time passed quickly, and before anyone knew it, it was already 1998. After entering the new year, the burning hot movie market also began to cool down. Although many new movies were released during the New Year's Day period, the daily box office gross clearly declined. However, something that shocked everyone happened again. During the New Year's Day period, Titanic actually raked in $45.37 million in its third weekend over 3 days, accounting for 45% of the total box office revenue with a 22% screen share, winning the box office championship for 3 consecutive weekends. This kind of box office miracle hadn't happened in 20 years. The last time such a miracle was created was in 1977 by George Lucas's Star Wars. At that time, this movie was not favored by anyone in the industry or the media. Film critics criticized the movie as worthless, and George Lucas even had trouble finding a distribution company for a while. Ultimately, only after making significant concessions on distribution fees did 20th Century Fox reluctantly take over the film's distribution. As for the movie's merchandise, 20th Century Fox didn't care for it at all and didn't even mention it in the contract. But because of this, George Lucas was lucky enough to fully retain the merchandising rights for Star Wars. Everyone knows what happened next. After the movie was released, it was sought after by audiences across the United States, and its popularity remained unabated, taking the box office championship for 3 consecutive weeks and finally raking in over $300 million. Star Wars also became a cultural symbol for Americans. George Lucas also became the richest person in Hollywood because he luckily retained all the merchandising rights for the movie, making all the Hollywood giants at the time turn green with regret, and the faces of the film critics were even more swollen from being slapped. However, with the development of the times, competition in the movie market has become more intense. Film companies pay more and more attention to the promotion and distribution of movies, and the promotion and distribution costs invested before release have become larger and larger, as if they can't wait to drive the audience into the theaters the moment the movie is released. The screening curve of commercial movies has also undergone fundamental changes. Today, for a commercial blockbuster with word of mouth that meets the standard, the ratio of the total box office to the opening weekend is about 3 to 3.5 times. If word of mouth is good, the ratio might be higher, and if it's bad, the ratio will be a lot lower. In the 1970s, the screening cycle of a commercial film could reach more than 4 months. But after entering the 1990s, normally, the screening cycle of a commercial film is at most 2 months, and the most important box office output is also concentrated in the first week, after which it rapidly decreases. This makes movies that win the weekend box office championship for 2 consecutive weeks a rarity in today's movie market. Once they appear, they are considered remarkable box office hits. This includes Mission Impossible, Independence Day, and The Man from Nowhere starring Linton, as well as Jurassic Park, which once pioneered the heavy industry of Hollywood movies. They all only took the weekend box office championship for 2 consecutive weeks. Once the box office data for the third weekend of Titanic was announced, it immediately ignited the entire North America film and television industry and the media. While feeling incredulous, everyone sent people to investigate the reasons for the box office miracle achieved by Titanic. Soon, everyone found the reason. The reason Titanic's box office continued to dominate the charts was that the fans were too crazy, or rather, the girls were too crazy. You should know that because of different personalities and focuses, the main force of moviegoers in theaters today is predominantly male. Except for female-oriented films like chick flicks, the proportion of male audiences for most commercial movies is above 65%. But the situation for Titanic completely subverted this phenomenon. Not to mention the first week, starting from the second week, the main force of moviegoers became female audiences. The data obtained from the theaters was simply unbelievable. The proportion of female audiences for this movie was as high as 61.83%. Whether it was Linton's infinite charm or the charm of the movie itself, it attracted many fanatical female moviegoers and fans to repeatedly go to the theaters to watch this movie. And offline reporters from various media outlets found during interviews that many girls were not going to the theater to watch Titanic for the first time. They would watch the movie repeatedly, and female viewers who had seen it 3 or even 4 times were everywhere. After watching the movie with tears in their eyes, they would walk back into the theater the next day with tissues. Some girls even said fanatically in front of the reporters' cameras, "I love Jack to death. I want to watch Titanic at least 10 times." Similarly influenced by these girls, some male audiences would also passively walk into the theater repeatedly. Because these girls, besides going with their best friends, would also go with their boyfriends, husbands, lovers, and so on. And as time went on, not just young girls, but many professional women and housewives also flocked to the theaters because of Titanic. It is precisely because of the many fanatical female audiences that the lasting movie-watching craze for Titanic was created, and the box office also climbed steadily, creating today's eye-catching and brilliant achievement. At this time, everyone discovered that the bold words Linton released at the premiere were not only not big talk, but were actually very conservative predictions. According to the current trend, the North America box office of $600 million for Titanic is definitely not the end. The latest prediction from professional institutions has been raised to $650 million. As for the goal of $1.8 billion in global box office, no one dared to raise it casually because this data was truly too dreamlike. The movie was equally crazy overseas. In just 10 days of release, it raked in $548 million at the box office. You should know that this was the achievement in the first batch of 38 countries and regions, which did not include the world's second-largest box office market, the Japanese market. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Hollywood has continued to expand in the global film market, coupled with the blockbusters continuously released in recent years, such as Jurassic Park, Independence Day, and Mission Impossible. These special effects blockbusters were simply a dimensionality reduction strike on the film markets of various countries around the world, and new markets were opened one by one. Everyone believed that the giant ship Titanic would surely be able to break through the few remaining conservative markets, allowing audiences in more countries to appreciate the charm of Hollywood blockbusters. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, $1.8 billion globally no longer seemed like an impossible goal. While the movie was a hit, the peripheral products were also selling like wildfire. However, Titanic is a romance movie after all, and there aren't many peripheral products that can be sold. Only movie image dolls of Linton and Kate were launched, along with a model of the big ship. In less than 20 days, the sales of these three products in North America exceeded $200 million, especially Linton's image doll, which sold like crazy. Facing this crazy sales situation, the phone of Universal's merchandising department was blown up by distributors every day, all of which were orders for additional shipments. Overseas merchandising sales were also pleasing, with sales already exceeding $150 million. The movie also brought a super influence to the music market. That is, the soundtrack of Titanic also sold like crazy. In less than 20 short days, global sales of the soundtrack reached as high as 8 million copies. The movie theme song My Heart Will Go On has firmly occupied the top of the Billboard singles chart since it was released in late November to coordinate with the movie's promotion. As of now, it has dominated the chart for 9 consecutive weeks, and it looks like it will continue to do so. The sales of the single have exceeded 17 million copies. Shania also reached a new career peak because of singing this song. In the latest ranking of the 5 Great Divas, she rose from the last place to second place, surpassing Mariah Carey and second only to Madonna. Shania was pleasantly surprised. While Linton was still on the roadshow, she called many times to tell him that she would definitely give him a special surprise when he returned. The media began a new round of carnival, starting a new round of reports on Titanic. The New York Times was even more flattering, publishing a commentary on the front page, believing that Titanic had created a box office miracle of a new era, and believing that this was not just entertainment news, but had become a social phenomenon and a major economic event. Amidst this bustling movie-watching craze, Linton, Kate, and other main creators of Titanic also ended their roadshow and returned to Los Angeles. After returning from the promotional roadshow, Linton naturally saw the box office analysis reports submitted by Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company respectively. When he saw the audience proportion analysis, he couldn't help but smile. Knowingly, Titanic is a very special existence among Hollywood blockbusters. This movie attracted many audiences who do not belong to the commercial blockbuster demographic to the theaters, and they went repeatedly. For example, the group of housewives who usually don't watch movies much. And compared to the Leonardo DiCaprio of the previous life, Linton's advantage was even more obvious. In the previous life, before starring in Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio was only a movie star with a small reputation in art films, not even a third-tier star. But the current Linton is a Hollywood superstar, a United States super idol, a super music star, and a global super rich man. His influence is in a league of its own, and he has countless fans around the world. With him starring in Titanic, it ignited the market as soon as it was released. The North America market's opening weekend box office directly exceeded $100 million, which was more than twice the opening weekend box office of the previous life. There is another factor that cannot be ignored. In the previous life, because of the problem of too much investment in this movie, although the James Cameron was a technical maniac and a set tyrant, he ultimately had to make compromises and did not achieve perfection. For example, only half of the giant ship was built. Even so, the total production cost of the movie was as high as $230 million, almost forcing the executives of 20th Century Fox to sell their backsides. But in this version, Linton's fulfillment of the James Cameron's investment needs could be described as unconditional, and the total production cost of the movie was as high as $310 million. Naturally, the movie presented to the audience was more refined and more capable of touching the hearts of the audience. With so many advantages, Linton naturally had full confidence that his version of Titanic would inevitably achieve box office results higher than those of the previous life. Perhaps a global box office exceeding $2 billion was also possible. Chapter 625. Oscar Public Relations, Brooke Shields. Linton returned to Los Angeles and spent 2 wonderful days gathering at the manor with the ladies and the 4 children to make up for the regret of not being together on Christmas. To Linton's surprise, in the evening, while he was having a wild party with the ladies, at the height of the climax, when emotions were running high, Sophie Marceau, who had always possessed an artistic flair, suddenly hugged him tightly. After completing a cry from the soul, she uttered the classic line from Titanic. "Honey, I jump, you jump?" Linton was practically caught between laughter and tears, but of course, he gave a firm answer. "Yes, you jump, I jump." Hearing the satisfactory answer, Sophie Marceau finally let go of him with contentment. However, it also made Linton deeply feel the massive influence Titanic had among women. Not only that, but what happened next surprised him even more. Perhaps stimulated by Sophie Marceau's actions, or perhaps because women are inherently emotional, Titanic had indeed struck a chord in their hearts. Next, starting from Madonna, Winnie, Nicole Kidman, Christiana, Monica, Catherine, Naomi, Winona, Jennifer Connelly, Charlize, Shania, Cameron, Sherilyn Fenn, Su Ching, Lee Shaoran, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Sakai Izumi, Noriko Sakai, and Nakamori Akina, among others. Without exception, at the moment of climax, they all held him and asked the same question. Only after hearing Linton's firm answer, "Yes, you jump, I jump," did they release him with satisfaction. It is particularly worth mentioning that over these 2 days, Shania also fulfilled her promise, preparing many very flirtatious small props and being fully cooperative and proactive, giving Linton an unexpected surprise. Even more unexpectedly, with Shania taking the lead, the others also displayed their own abilities. Linton fell into the same state of happiness, joyfully holding a party at home with everyone for 2 consecutive days and nights. According to common practice, after Linton and Kate Winslet's team finished the North America Roadshow promotion, they should have started the Overseas Roadshow tour. With Titanic becoming a hit overseas, Universal Pictures branches in various foreign countries also called the headquarters one after another, eagerly hoping the big boss and other main creators would come for roadshow promotions to add more fuel to the fire and further stimulate the box office. However, this time was different. Titanic was absolutely not just a popcorn commercial blockbuster. It was also a world-shaking masterpiece with sentiment and artistic appeal. Whether it was the film itself, James Cameron's directorial skill, or the performances of Linton and Kate Winslet in the movie, everything was extremely brilliant and could be called perfect. Coupled with the movie-watching craze it set off worldwide, the sustained attention and discussion it triggered across the United States, and the movie's continuously high box office trend, everyone believed that in the upcoming Oscar Awards season, whether it was Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, or Best Actress, it would be highly competitive. So at this time, whether it was James Cameron, Linton, or Kate Winslet, it was clearly not suitable for them to leave Los Angeles. Instead, they should devote their energy to public relations for the Oscar Awards. And if these 3 core figures didn't go for overseas promotional roadshows, the audience might not care if others went instead. After repeated weighing, Universal Pictures could only very regretfully cancel the overseas promotional tour for the Titanic lead cast, causing the overseas branches to complain incessantly. After Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company consulted together, they registered Titanic for all Oscar and Golden Globe Awards categories it was eligible for. Of course, for the specific public relations that followed, Linton still designated Harvey to be in charge. The focus of the public relations this time was different from all previous movies. Linton proposed an unprecedented goal, hoping to bag all 4 of the most important awards: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. With such a daunting task, even though Harvey was already a veteran of the Oscar Awards season and was well-versed in the public relations routines for awards, he couldn't help but feel immense pressure. But the problem was that since he had been branded with the slave seal by Linton, he had surrendered body and soul, becoming a loyal slave under Linton's command. He couldn't harbor any thoughts of opposing Linton's orders, so he had to do his best, using all sorts of means for the public relations. Next, under Harvey's arrangement, Linton, Kate Winslet, and James Cameron frequently attended various events to interact with the Oscar judges. However, what made Linton feel helpless was that the experience of each event was very poor. The male judges were fine. After all, his status was too high. He was the boss of 2 large Hollywood film companies, a great director, a superstar, and one of the top-ranked billionaires in the world. When facing Linton, they were mostly respectful, flattering him in various ways, and seeking cooperation and support. But the female judges were different. One must know that Linton didn't just have high status. More importantly, he was young, handsome, and dashing, an absolute high-quality meat. Every time he attended a party event, all the female judges would find various ways to take liberties with him. When meeting, there would definitely be a big hug that they were reluctant to let go of for a long time, with various small movements in between, hands wandering, and the bolder ones even thinking about giving him a French kiss. Of course, Linton was a big figure in Hollywood after all, so they didn't dare to go too far. They only dared to dance on the line between passion and harassment, trying their best to take some advantage. If it were young and beautiful girls doing this, Linton wouldn't mind much. Some stunners would even actively cooperate, making it physically and mentally pleasant for both parties. For example, Julia Roberts, Brooke Shields, January Jones, Reese Witherspoon, Demi Moore, and Meg Ryan. These were female stars who, although older, had extremely high beauty levels. Linton would even happily stay behind with them after the party events ended, continuing to deeply explore life in luxury hotel suites, finally delivering gifts of billions of essence. Truly, for these female stars to become screen sirens and memories for a generation, they not only had extremely high beauty, but also naturally had their own characteristics, their own wonderful points, and their own charms. Moreover, because of the appearance of the beauty pills Linton developed 2 years ago, they were naturally the first batch of buyers and users. Everyone's beauty had recovered quite a bit. While not saying they had completely regained their youthful beauty, they still possessed an alluring charm. Every stunner left Linton with deep memories, making him appreciate the beauty of life. Furthermore, the popularity each of them carried was not low, which provided no small amount of help to Linton's cultivation. And these stunners were clearly very satisfied with Linton's performance as well. Afterward, they all exchanged contact information with Linton, expressing that they could gather again at any time. Among them, Brooke Shields gave him an especially unique feeling. She truly lived up to her reputation as the 8th wonder of the world, a presence that outshone all of Hollywood in the 80s and was voted the most beautiful woman in the world by multiple magazines across the United States. He remembered back, when he was still a student, Brooke Shields was definitely his dream idol. A poster of Brooke Shields hung by his bedside, and she often walked into his dreams. Brooke Shields had been a superstar since childhood, becoming famous throughout Hollywood and the world before she was 20. Unfortunately, she didn't seize the opportunity and made the wrong choice at a critical moment. When she was at her most popular, instead of continuing her efforts in Hollywood, she actually chose to go to Princeton University to study. Moreover, she completely stepped away from her identity as an entertainer, wholeheartedly hiding away in the university to study, completely losing touch with Hollywood. Unfortunately, by the time she graduated 4 years later, many new starlets had already emerged in Hollywood, firmly occupying the ecological niche she had left vacant. After that, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any good resources, had no breakout works, and was even less able to recover her former popularity. Furthermore, Brooke Shields was born in '65, so she was only 33 now, about the same age as Christiana and the others. After continuously using the beauty pills for over 2 years, although her beauty hadn't returned to its peak, she wouldn't lose to the beautiful angels like Nicole Kidman, Charlize, and Catherine, who had been long nourished by Linton. She might only be slightly inferior to Christiana and Monica, which showed how good her innate conditions were. Of course, Brooke Shields might also have had other intentions. When she was with Linton, she was also fully cooperative, with all sorts of varieties. The two stayed awake all night, engaging in various battles until the next morning, having sentiment, beauty, temperament, And being so cooperative and proactive naturally made Linton feel especially wonderful, even giving rise to the idea of bringing her into his harem. But then he thought about how his harem was already too large, not to mention there were so many new starlets still waiting for him to discover. Adding people to the harem should be done cautiously in the future, so he dismissed the thought. However, for a stunner like Brooke Shields, it was definitely impossible for him to just give her up. Maintaining smooth communication in the future was a must. Just as Linton was thinking about how to get along with Brooke Shields in the future, Brooke Shields, who was lying softly on him, raised her head and kissed him, speaking languidly. "Honey, you're amazing. You're just like a god. You fulfilled all my fantasies." Linton stroked the soft blonde hair on her head. "Baby, you're also very wonderful. You truly are an enchanting stunner. Last night was truly an unforgettable night." Brooke Shields sat up, revealing a view of boundless beauty, her watery big eyes looking at Linton. "Honey, really? Of course. Don't you know how beautiful you are and how great your charm is?" Brooke Shields leaned into his embrace, stretching out her hand to caress Linton's handsome face. "It seems we have the same feeling. Honey, then can I make a request?" "Go ahead, what request? Can we have a date once a month in the future?" "Of course it would. Be my honor." Brooke Shields happily gave Linton a kiss. "Honey, then it's a deal. You can't lie to me." Linton kissed her back. "Baby, why do you say that?" Brooke Shields extended a slender finger and tapped Linton's forehead, saying coquettishly, "You forgot. You've already stood me up several times." "Did that happen? Do you want me to help you remember? During the premiere of your movie Mission Impossible, during your concert in Los Angeles, and during your concert in New York. How did you promise me? And what was the result?" Linton's face turned red as he remembered that he had indeed promised her offline dates several times before, but afterward, because he was busy with various things, he hadn't followed through. And it wasn't just Brooke Shields. Actually, there was another great beauty, Cindy Crawford, who was the same and had also been stood up by him 3 times. But since Brooke Shields was so spirited and last night's battle gave him such a great experience and made him feel so enchanted, he believed the taste of Cindy, a beauty of the same level, wouldn't be bad either. It seemed necessary to find time to make up for this regret as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he quickly reached out his hands to embrace Brooke Shields and gave her a kiss. "Baby, it was my fault before. It definitely won't happen again. I'm a man of my word." Brooke Shields returned the kiss passionately. "Good. Honey, remember our agreement. My request isn't high, just once a month." "Baby, don't worry." Linton initially thought she would ask him for resources, but he didn't expect her to just hope to maintain a monthly date with him, without mentioning any other requests at all. This instead made him feel that Brooke Shields was different. Of course, he didn't show it on the spot, but the thought had already moved in his heart, and he decided to continue observing her for a while. If future dates could consistently be so physically and mentally pleasant, while not saying he'd bring her into the harem, he would definitely look after her with a good movie role. Besides, giving her a good movie role, if Brooke Shields could become popular again and her popularity increased, then his dating and battling with her would actually be helpful to his cultivation. In the end, it was still helping himself. Of course, when leaving, Linton still gave her a bottle of beauty pills, which made Brooke Shields so happy she mustered her strength again and pulled him into another big battle before they finally parted reluctantly. But the problem was that young and beautiful Oscar judges were only a tiny minority. The vast majority of female Oscar judges were older. As everyone knows, even if women are well-maintained, once they pass 40, their beauty generally collapses severely, and the older they get, the stronger the body odor becomes. There was another, even more fatal point. Young women are very diligent about grooming themselves, such as regular shaving, deodorizing, cleaning, etc., keeping themselves looking glamorous and bright at all times. But after passing 40, perhaps because they've lost confidence in their looks, the vast majority of women become lazy and give up on themselves, unwilling to spend time on grooming, which forms a negative feedback loop that makes their image collapse even faster. Even with the beauty pill Linton developed over the last 2 years, if they don't work hard themselves, they still can't save the situation of a beauty's twilight years. Except for a very few who are very self-disciplined or in high positions, most turn into ordinary old women. Facing the various passions of these old women was truly hard for Linton to endure. Each time, he had to use his magic power to shield his senses and carefully protect himself, resisting their private small movements so these female hooligans couldn't take advantage of him. Of course, the effect was also very significant. As long as Linton attended a public relations party, all the judges present would very clearly state their full support for Titanic and Linton, as well as James Cameron and Kate Winslet. Some with better relations, such as Lucas, Julia Roberts, and Nicolas Cage, also promised to go all out to persuade the friends around them to fully support him. Chapter 626, Kabbalah, the Jewish Conspiracy. The surface of Hollywood is always a glamorous, decadent Vanity Fair, but behind it, there are always various conspiracies and calculations. While Linton and Brooke Shields were lingering in passion at the Hilton Hotel, in a hidden manor halfway up the hills of Beverly, a meeting targeting Linton was being held. Although the villa looked ordinary from the outside, the interior decoration was extremely luxurious, not inferior to any top-tier club. This was the base of Kabbalah in Hollywood. The estate was vast, featuring all sorts of unimaginable facilities. In the largest council hall, the floor was covered with expensive fox fur carpets, and the oil paintings hanging on the walls were all works of true great masters. The glazed lights made the hall look magnificent. 13 core high-level members of Kabbalah were sitting inside, discussing plans to deal with Linton. If anyone were to leak photos of the scene, it would surely shock the outside world, because the 13 people present were all illustrious big figures in Hollywood. Among them were Sumner Redstone, the owner of Viacom Group, Michael Eisner, the chairman of Disney, Rupert Murdoch, the owner of News Corporation, Kevin Tsujihara, the president of Warner Brothers, Wallace Johnson, the senior vice president of Sony Columbia, Kaveh Sigari, the president of MGM Pictures, Martin Bobb, the president of CAA, and Risto Jivkov, the president of WMA. The remaining few were Gala Lives, president of the ICM Talent Agency, Jason Marima, chairman of the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, Steve Smith, general manager of the Los Angeles Times, Edward Green, president of Variety, and Frank Baker, the rotating chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. These 13 people shared two common characteristics. First, they were all Jewish people. Second, they were all figures at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the Hollywood entertainment industry, the true power players of Hollywood. More importantly, these people completely covered the ecosystem of the Hollywood entertainment industry, including the big 6 film companies, including the 3 major TV networks in the United States, the 3 major talent agencies, Hollywood's largest newspaper, and its most influential magazine. There was also the Screen Actors Guild, which could influence hundreds of thousands of actors, and the most influential Oscar-awarding body. With these people united, it would not be an exaggeration to say they held the lifeblood of Hollywood. This meeting was initiated by Sumner Redstone, the owner of Viacom Group. Once everyone had arrived, he spoke first. Everyone, in the past 2 years, Linton has risen strongly in Hollywood. The box office of the movies produced by his companies is getting higher and higher, with a market share of nearly 50%. Our other big 6 have almost become mere foils. Furthermore, he controls 2 major media groups. The influence of the UPN television network and the MCA television network is catching up to the 4 major networks in the United States, and his newspapers and magazines are also hugely influential. Today, he almost controls half of Hollywood. However, do not forget that he is an Anglo-Saxon, not one of our noble Jewish people, and he is extremely unfriendly toward us Jewish people. One can tell from the composition of the senior management in his 2 media groups that, whether it's Universal Group or Linton Media Group, aside from the 2 Weinstein brothers, no Jewish compatriots can be found among the executives. Not to mention senior management. Even in middle management, few of our Jewish compatriots can be found. What's even more unacceptable is that since he took over Universal Group and the UPN television network, our compatriots who were previously in middle and high management have basically all been crudely purged by Linton for various reasons. This is a gross lack of respect for us Jewish people and a prejudice full of malice. Earlier in his initial development process, our compatriots tried many ways to create obstacles for him, including production accidents, box office sabotage, large-scale smear campaigns, and so on. But to be realistic, these methods, which were usually invincible, were easily neutralized by him. He even launched counterattacks, causing some of our compatriots to suffer heavy losses. At this point, the expressions of everyone present were not good. Several even looked grim, including CAA President Martin Bob, Hollywood Screen Actors Guild Chairman Jason Marima, Warner Brothers President Kevin Tsujihara, and Rupert Murdoch representing 20th Century Fox. Redstone scanned everyone present with his eyes and continued, "Gentlemen, Linton has now grown enough to threaten our Jewish dominance in Hollywood. We must unite and take more effective action. Otherwise, if this continues, Hollywood will completely slip from our control, and our authority in Hollywood will be utterly lost." After Redstone finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. They clearly agreed with Redstone's Linton threat theory, but the problem was that given Linton's current wealth, status, and methods, it seemed no one had any effective countermeasures. After a long while, CAA President Martin Bob spoke up. "Mr. Redstone, I completely agree with what you just said regarding the threat Linton poses to us Jewish people. CAA is also willing to take action against him, but I can't seem to find an effective way. We must admit that Linton is not an easy person to deal with. In fact, everyone knows that back when his wings were not yet fully fledged, CAA once joined forces with Warner, Fox, and numerous media outlets to sabotage his company's movies. But everyone knows the final result. It can't be said there was no result at all, but the cost-to-benefit ratio was too low. It was almost a case of losing 3,000 of our own to kill only 300 of the enemy. The current situation is that to deal with Linton, CAA is willing to provide money, people, and effort, but the prerequisite is that there must be a feasible plan." Kaveh Sigari, president of MGM Pictures, also spoke up. "Yes, Linton is indeed hard to deal with. Take Titanic, for example. We mobilized almost all media resources beforehand to smear the movie across the entire network, and after the movie was released, the whole network mocked and questioned it. For any other movie, I am certain the box office would have failed under such circumstances. But as everyone has seen, our actions were completely useless against Titanic. Its box office performance was not only unaffected, but is continuing to create miracles." I agree with Martin. To deal with Linton, there must be a feasible plan, and we must work together and act in unison. Martin Bob and Kaveh Sigari's words were recognized by most people present, and almost everyone made a similar statement. Even Michael Eisner and Rupert Murdoch, who had previously cooperated privately with Linton to buy Vitality pills, also expressed their support because they had both obtained quotas to buy Vitality pills from their backers in Washington at the end of last year. Furthermore, they knew that Redstone, like them, had found a new purchasing channel in Washington, so naturally their previous cooperation with Linton was canceled. Thus, when Titanic was released some time ago, the media under the three of them did plenty of smearing and mocking. Except for WMA President Risto Jivkov, because he was the biggest beneficiary after Linton's rise. Since Linton's rise, both he personally and his beautiful angels have had their talent contracts signed almost exclusively with WMA. Even most of Linton Film Company's movies were provided with semi-packaged services by WMA. These two areas alone earned massive profits for WMA, not to mention the resulting attraction for other stars and artists, brand influence, and so on. By now, WMA has surpassed CAA in terms of revenue, profit, and industry influence, reclaiming its position as the hegemon of talent agencies. After everyone had spoken, they all turned their gaze toward Risto Jivkov. Redstone even called him out directly. "Risto, in the face of this major issue concerning us Jewish people, what exactly is your attitude?" Risto Jivkov pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine. On the matter of dealing with Linton, which concerns our dominance in Hollywood, WMA stands on the same side as everyone else. However, as you all know, the interests involved in WMA's cooperation with Linton are too great. If I were to force the company to actively step forward and take action against Linton, I am certain the company would face turmoil or even unpredictable consequences. Therefore, on this matter, WMA can only provide support secretly, such as offering intelligence. We will absolutely not participate in your specific actions openly. Of course, We will keep it strictly confidential. You don't need to worry about us tipping off Linton. I can swear to God. Redstone glanced at the others and nodded, saying, "Good. I believe you." Michael Eisner, the chairman of Disney, then said, "Mr. Redstone, you initiated the Kabbalah Supreme Council today and called us all together. I believe you must have a specific plan to deal with Linton. Everyone has just stated their positions. As for what to do next, just tell us the method and let us see if it's feasible." Indeed, as everyone has said, because we didn't pay enough attention before, Linton has unknowingly established himself in Hollywood. Conventional methods are now unlikely to yield results. However, after analyzing all the intelligence on him, I found a new breakthrough point. Has anyone noticed that as a super rich man ranked among the top in the world, controlling 2 powerful media groups and a super profitable healthcare company, why is he still obsessed with acting in movies and singing? Ask yourselves, if it were you, after achieving success and fame, would you still be willing to be an actor or a singer, even a superstar or a super singer? But an entertainer is an entertainer. No matter how glamorous the surface, it is still a lowly profession meant to please the audience, a pawn that capital can manipulate at will, not to mention a tycoon like him. If it were you now, would you be willing to lower yourselves to act in movies or sing? Redstone stopped here and scanned everyone one by one. Everyone shook their heads. Their attitude was clear. Having reached high positions, naturally no one was willing to do things like acting in movies or singing anymore. Redstone continued. Then the question arises, why does Linton still lower himself to continue the hard work of filming movies and releasing albums? Everyone shook their heads together, looks of confusion on their faces. And have you noticed? Among the women he associates with, except for Winnie, who manages his finances, and Mina, who is in charge of the healthcare company, all the other women, without exception, are from the entertainment industry, and he has had 4 children with them. If it were you, would you do this? Even our descendants would not be allowed to do such a thing, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. It was absolutely impossible. In their eyes, what were female stars? Just performers for entertainment. Playing around was fine, but bringing them into the family, or even marrying and having children was out of the question. I have analyzed all his data from college until now and reached a conclusion. Everyone showed great interest, and Martin asked impatiently, "What?" Conclusion? Redstone didn't keep them in suspense. That is, Linton indeed has a persistent pursuit of performance. It has even become the most important part of his life. Otherwise, we cannot explain these phenomena. Moreover, he himself has publicly stated multiple times in the media that singing, acting, and becoming a big star have been his dreams and greatest hobbies since childhood. At this point, Redstone stopped, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and waited for everyone to digest his viewpoint. In fact, everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long while, Rupert Murdoch, the owner of News Corporation, spoke up. "Sumner, your viewpoint makes a lot of sense, but how can we use this situation to deal with Linton? Since he regards acting in movies as his lifelong dream and greatest hobby, then the Oscar for Best Actor, the highest honor for an actor, must be his greatest pursuit, right?" Everyone nodded. The logic was sound. Only Risto Jivkov said doubtfully, "But Linton has starred in so many movies. It seems he has never applied for the Oscar for Best Actor before." Frank Baker, the rotating chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, responded, "There should be no doubt about this. Linton probably had some self-awareness. The movies he starred in before were all commercial popcorn movies. There was simply no acting to speak of. For those movies, no matter how much PR he did, there was no possibility of winning an award. I actually agree with Mr. Redstone. Linton likely has a monomaniacal pursuit of film performance and is equally obsessed with the major Oscar awards. Think back to who won Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars in recent years. Last year it was Madonna and Catherine, the year before it was Christiana and Monica, and the year before that it was Sophie Marceau and Winona. You should all know these female stars. They are all Linton's exclusive lovers and follow Linton wholeheartedly. I heard that when filming, they even use camera tricks for kiss scenes with others. Of course, these actresses' performances in the movies are commendable, but without Linton's full support and PR, winning these awards would be a mere dream. since he even goes to such lengths to help his lovers with PR to win major Oscar awards. I believe he himself must be very obsessed with the Oscar for Best Actor. Now that the Titanic he stars in has a chance to win, I think he will definitely strive for it at any cost. After hearing Frank's analysis, everyone had no more doubts. Redstone continued to ask, Frank, can we currently influence whether Linton can win the Oscar for Best Actor? Of course. You shouldn't doubt our Kabbalah's control over the Oscars. In the past, to ensure the fairness of the Oscars in the eyes of the public, we wouldn't easily interfere in advance. But as long as we hear all, make up our minds, whether Linton can win the Oscar for Best Actor is entirely within our control. No accidents could possibly happen, Redstone said happily. Good. Since Linton has a persistent determination to win this Oscar for Best Actor, and we can manipulate the ownership of this award, then don't we have our solution? I suggest we send him the highest-level Kabbalah invitation and use his obsession with the Oscar for Best Actor to have him join our Kabbalah. Since he has already established himself and cannot be suppressed, let's turn him into one of our own. I believe he will be very willing to join our noble Jewish family. Chapter 627. So I'm this rich, the threat of Kabbalah. Microsoft's total market capitalization has surpassed $250 billion. The charity fund holds 6.52% of the shares, worth approximately $16.3 billion, while the healthcare company holds 1.73%, valued at about $4.3 billion. Cisco's market capitalization has exceeded $210 billion. The charity fund owns 4.57% of the shares, worth roughly $9.6 billion, and the healthcare company holds 1.81%, valued at around $3.8 billion. Nokia's total market capitalization stands above $200 billion. The charity fund holds 4.74% of the shares, valued at approximately $9.5 billion, while the healthcare company owns 1.65%, worth about $3.3 billion. AOL's market capitalization has surpassed $120 billion. The charity fund owns 4.67% of the shares, valued at around $5.6 billion, and the healthcare company holds 1.59%, worth roughly $1.9 billion. Yahoo's total market capitalization exceeds $55 billion. The charity fund holds 16% of the shares, valued at approximately $8.8 billion, while the healthcare company owns 2.57%, worth about $1.4 billion. Amazon went public last July, and its market capitalization has now surpassed $6 billion. The charity fund owns 15% of the shares, valued at around $900 million, while the healthcare company holds 4.91%, worth about $300 million. Pepsi's total market capitalization has exceeded $190 billion. The healthcare company owns 3.67% of the shares, valued at approximately $6.8 billion. P&G's market capitalization has surpassed $95 billion. The healthcare company holds 3.17% of the shares, worth about $3.0 billion. Boeing Company's total market capitalization has exceeded $65 billion. The healthcare company owns 4.23% of the shares, valued at approximately $2.8 billion. The next morning, Linton listened to Winnie's investment report for the entire year of 1997 in his office. Thanks to the great economic environment in the United States, the stock market was booming, with computer and telecommunications sectors performing especially well. The stocks Linton had previously invested in were rising like they were on steroids. The internet was even crazier. Related stocks were simply skyrocketing. Doubling or tripling in a year was considered standard, and Yahoo's stock price even rose six-fold last year. As of now, the total value of stocks held by the Linton Charity Fund Office, including Mangrove Capital, has exceeded $65 billion. Meanwhile, because the healthcare company's investments focused on stability and risk diversification, less than 30% of its funds were invested in the computer, telecommunications, and internet sectors. Most of the funds were invested in leading companies in traditional industries such as military, automotive, energy, chemical, aviation, logistics, trade, and biology. Obviously, the growth and value of other industries could not compare to the computer, telecommunications, and internet sectors. It was already remarkable for stock investment value to grow by 15% annually. Over the past 2 years, apart from maintaining normal production, the airport, over 20 private jets, and the expenses of the Anderson farm, the vast majority of the healthcare company's enormous cash flow was handed over to Winnie for stock market investment. The total capital invested exceeded $40 billion. Now, the value of stocks in the healthcare company's investment account has also exceeded $53 billion. Not counting anything else, the combined value of stocks held in the two investment accounts, the charity fund office and the healthcare company, exceeded $118 billion. Although Richard had not yet given him a detailed report, the value of stocks held by Skycrest Capital should also be over $20 billion. After all, the 7% stake in Cisco alone was worth over $14.7 billion. Additionally, the Skycrest hedge fund took advantage of the Asian financial crisis in the second half of last year to harvest wealth aggressively in Southeast Asia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and other places, earning a total of over $33 billion. Even after giving the operations team their agreed 15% profit share, there was still over $28.5 billion in cash sitting in the account. Just this wealth, excluding the healthcare company and the two media groups, already reached a staggering $166.5 billion. Seeing these numbers, Linton couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He had unknowingly become so wealthy. If this figure were made public, it would surely shock the world. After all, Bill Gates, the world's richest man announced by Forbes magazine last year, only had a fortune of $62 billion. Just as he was holding Winnie, preparing for a more in-depth celebration, his assistant Jennifer Roberts knocked and entered, ignoring the romantic atmosphere. "Boss, Harvey is asking to see you." "Fine, let him in an hour." "Understood." Jennifer Roberts turned to leave and carefully closed the office door. After dismissing the assistant, Linton stood up and picked up Winnie, walking toward the inner room. "Baby, with such good news, let's have a happy celebration first." "Honey, it's working hours. Is this okay?" "It's fine. Nothing is more important than our pleasure right now." An hour later, Winnie was completely exhausted, lying limply in the bedroom, while Linton returned to the office feeling refreshed. Assistant Jennifer walked in with Harvey. After Jennifer served the coffee and left, Harvey took out a golden invitation from his bag and handed it to Linton. The top right corner of the invitation was printed with the Kabbalah tree of life pattern. "Kabbalah again. What's with these Jewish people? They keep sending me invitations, but I'm not interested at all. This is the third time, right? Just like before, decline it for me." Harvey quickly explained, "Boss, this time is different. It's the most critical moment for your pursuit of the Oscar Best Actor. If you completely offend them now, I'm afraid your Oscar Best Actor win will be at risk, and the awards for the entire Titanic crew could be affected." "Oh, are they that powerful? Can they completely control the Oscars?" "Yes, if they set their minds to it, they can definitely influence the Oscars." "So what do you suggest?" "Boss, I suggest you accept this invitation and have a face-to-face talk with them. Even if you can't cooperate, avoid becoming enemies. Rest assured, with your current wealth and status, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. Moreover, this invitation is different from previous ones. It's the highest-ranked Kabbalah invitation, which carries a special meaning." Linton became a bit interested. "Oh, invitations have ranks? Tell me, what's the special meaning?" "Boss, as you know, the Hollywood Kabbalah cult is a Jewish people's organization. It has played an immeasurable role in the Jewish people's control of Hollywood. Its fundamental purpose is to protect Jewish people's interests and help them completely dominate Hollywood." "Exactly. Knowing that Kabbalah is a completely Jewish organization is why I'm not interested." "Don't be in a hurry, boss. Let me explain their method of operation in detail." In fact, the two Harvey brothers had joined the Hollywood Kabbalah cult as early as the late 1980s and had a very clear understanding of it. Since the 1970s, Jewish capital began to slowly penetrate Hollywood. In this process, to better control Hollywood, they established the Kabbalah cult. The entire organization is divided into 3 levels. The top level is the Council of Elders, currently consisting of 13 people. Membership in the Council of Elders is not for life. Instead, it is composed of the highest-ranking Jewish individuals from 13 units. The Big Six Hollywood film companies, the three major talent agencies, the Los Angeles Times, Variety, the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Originally, there were 14 members, but since Linton acquired Universal Group the year before last and ousted all the Jewish executives, the number of elders became 13. When the leadership of these units changes, the corresponding Kabbalah elder is automatically replaced by the new leader, ensuring Kabbalah's control over Hollywood. For example, after Viacom Group acquired Paramount in '94, Viacom's boss Sumner Redstone naturally replaced the former Paramount representative as a Kabbalah elder. The entire Kabbalah organization is massive. Besides the Council of Elders, there are dozens of deacons below them, and over 1,000 ordinary members below that. But even ordinary members are Jewish people with a certain status or influence in Hollywood. The fundamental purpose of the Kabbalah cult is to protect the overall interests of Jewish people, help them control Hollywood, and suppress other forces. Beyond that, Kabbalah is also an excellent resource platform for its members. People can easily find information, projects, funding, and other forms of help here. Therefore, Kabbalah is extremely attractive to all Jewish people in Hollywood. Generally speaking, even for Jewish people, joining Kabbalah is very difficult. It requires multiple evaluations, including wealth, status, and connections. After reaching the entry threshold, one must also pass a special assessment ceremony. According to Harvey, the assessment task given to the two brothers when they joined Kabbalah was to organize a massive orgy with no fewer than 100 young models to serve the members of the Kabbalah cult. That orgy lasted for 3 days and nights and was highly praised by all the cult members who attended. Thus, the two Harvey brothers successfully joined. Later, Harvey even rose to the position of deacon. However, after Miramax was acquired by Linton, he became Linton's servant, serving him wholeheartedly, and participated less in Kabbalah's activities. Although Kabbalah is a purely Jewish organization that suppresses other forces, they don't immediately suppress exceptionally talented young people of other races in Hollywood. Instead, they evaluate them first. If they are indeed valuable, they usually try to win them over first. If that fails, they then proceed to suppress them. For instance, boss, I remember when your movie Step Up became a huge success and you founded Linton Film Company. You came onto Kabbalah's radar. Later, after Speed became another massive hit, Kabbalah sent you an invitation. After you rejected it, Kabbalah began to suppress you. Then the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild stepped in, causing an accident on the set of Step Up 2. They just didn't expect your sharp counterattack, which ended up costing them a lot of money. Then CAA took action, subjecting the Rock Project to various unreasonable interferences, suppression, and smear campaigns. Even during its release, they teamed up with Warner and 20th Century Fox to sabotage the box office. This included the sabotage during the release of Happy Death Day. On the surface, it looked like CAA's revenge, but Kabbalah was actually behind it. Otherwise, so many giants wouldn't have participated. Unfortunately, they all underestimated your strength. These sabotages not only failed to defeat you, but also caused them heavy losses. Through these confrontations, your strength earned their respect. So, in early '94, they sent you a second invitation. It was actually a high-level invitation. If you had joined then, you would have received very high treatment. Unfortunately, you rejected it again. Wait, isn't Kabbalah an organization composed purely of Jewish people? I'm not Jewish, so how could I join? Boss, you don't fully understand Jewish people yet. Bloodline isn't their only measure. Actually, the Jewish standard is faith. For people of other races, if they can be made to believe in Judaism and the God Jehovah, they can gain Jewish recognition. If they further marry a Jewish person and start a family, all Jewish people will consider them a new Jewish person and one of their own. What? They want me to believe in Judaism and marry a Jewish person? They really think too highly of themselves. That's just wishful thinking. Yes, with your current strength, boss, you naturally don't need to wrong yourself. But they have controlled Hollywood for a long time and are used to being high and mighty. At the time, they didn't know your true strength, so they naturally couldn't tolerate your existence affecting their control of Hollywood. So later, When The Man from Nowhere was released, almost all of Hollywood stood against you. From arranging other movies to surround and sabotage yours, to theater scheduling, to critics turning against you and smearing you, to various media outlets attacking and mocking the film. It was an all-out siege. I remember, at that time, except for Universal and Linton Film Company, it seemed everyone in Hollywood was against me. Not only that, other influential media outlets across the United States joined in. Yes, that was Kabbalah going all out. But in the end, they still failed. The Man from Nowhere eventually fought its way out, achieving an incredible $329 million at the North American box office and over $678 million globally. Instead, the movies involved in the sabotage were crushed and suffered heavy losses. From then on, the Kabbalah cult began to recognize your strength. Although unwilling, they had to coexist peacefully with you and didn't dare to start a war with you easily anymore. Since we're coexisting peacefully, what does it mean that they're sending me an invitation now? Do they think their strength has increased and want to go to war with me again? No, boss. With your current strength, I believe Kabbalah isn't that stupid. Moreover, this time they sent you the highest level golden invitation. A golden invitation? Is there a difference? The golden invitation is the highest invitation issued by the Kabbalah cult. It represents the unanimous opinion of the Council of Elders. To issue a golden invitation, every single member of the Council of Elders must agree. You mean Kabbalah wants to use my desire for the Oscar Best Actor to threaten me again? If I don't accept this invitation, they will go all out to sabotage my Oscar Best Actor win. That should be it. And it's not just your Oscar Best Actor award. Kate's Oscar Best Actress winner, James's Best Director, and Titanic's Best Picture might all be completely out of reach. Chapter 628, Threats and Counter-Threats, Parting on Bad Terms. Linton pondered for a long time before finally accepting the invitation, preparing to meet this mysterious Kabbalah organization and see what tricks they could pull. Of course, for the sake of the Oscar Best Actor award, he didn't mind agreeing to some insignificant cooperation. However, if they tried to demand the world from him or even tried to manipulate him, then they couldn't blame him for flipping the table. The next afternoon, 2 luxury cars arrived discreetly at a manor halfway up the mountain in the southeast corner of Beverly Hills. 4 armed guards stood at the main gate. Only after Harvey rolled down the window and presented the invitation were the vehicles smoothly allowed to pass and drive inside. This was an incredibly large manor, much larger than Linton's own estate in Beverly Hills, filled with lush trees and neatly manicured green lawns. The main building in the center was a large 3-story structure. Its exterior featured simple lines, yet it exuded a thick air of mysticism. The outer walls and even the glass walls were covered in abstract symbols of ram horns and shields, which radiated an inexplicable aura under the reflection of the sunlight. Someone was already waiting downstairs to welcome them. Seeing Linton get out of the car, they stepped forward very enthusiastically, but unfortunately, Linton didn't recognize any of them. None of the Council of Elders members Harvey had mentioned showed their faces. Just this scene alone made Linton very displeased. It seemed this Kabbalah was truly arrogant. Did they really think they were superior to everyone else? The other party warmly welcomed Linton's group into the building and invited Linton to the second floor to meet with all the members of the Council of Elders, but they firmly insisted that Harvey, Nick, and the other bodyguards remain in the first-floor reception room. Allowing only Linton to go upstairs made him even more unhappy, and he already mentally crossed Kabbalah off his list. Upon arriving at the second-floor conference room, at least the layout was relatively normal. It was a large round-table conference room where 13 people were already seated. Each had a nameplate in front of them, and there was an empty seat near the door with a nameplate bearing his name. Linton recognized all 13 of these people. As Harvey had said, they were all illustrious big shots in Hollywood. There was Sumner Redstone, the owner of Viacom Group, Michael Eisner, the chairman of Disney, Rupert Murdoch, the owner of News Corporation, and Kevin Tsujihara, the president of Warner Brothers. Also present were Wallace John, senior vice president of Sony Columbia, Covey Sklit, president of MGM Pictures, Martin Bob, president of CAA, Risto Tiz, president of WMA, and the remaining few included Gallo Alves, president of the ICM Talent Agency. There was Jason Marima, president of the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild; Steve Smith, general manager of the Los Angeles Times; Edward Green, president of Variety; and Frank Baker, the rotating president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Anyone else would have felt a sense of nervousness meeting these people, but unfortunately, in Linton's eyes, they were nothing. Seeing Linton enter, only Risto Tiz, the president of WMA, stood up. He walked to the door, extended both hands, and said warmly, "Linton, welcome." After shaking hands with him, Linton glanced indifferently at the others who remained seated. "It seems you're the only one here who welcomes me. Let's find another time to grab a coffee. Farewell." The others had originally planned to give Linton a subtle show of strength to gain a psychological advantage for the upcoming negotiations. In fact, it was a simple compliance test. As long as Linton followed the usher's arrangement and sat in the conference room seat, he would naturally be at a psychological disadvantage, signaling that he had a desperate need for their Oscar. This would give them more leverage in the subsequent negotiations. They just didn't expect Linton to not follow the usual path at all. He ignored them completely and was actually about to turn around and leave. Now, no one could stay seated. Everyone stood up, and Redstone quickly left his seat, hurried over to Linton, and grabbed his hand, saying, "Linton, what are you saying? We went to great lengths to invite you. How could we not welcome you? Please, sit." The others slowly walked to the door and greeted him one after another. "Mr. Anderson, welcome. Please take a seat." After some back and forth, Linton eventually stayed. He also wanted to see what these people were actually up to. Once they entered the conference room and sat down, Linton didn't want to beat around the bush. He directly took the initiative and said, "Gentlemen, you've gone to a lot of trouble to invite me here. Just state your purpose plainly." These people were originally full of confidence, thinking they could easily manipulate Linton. They hadn't expected the rhythm to be completely thrown off from the moment Linton entered the room. However, those who could appear here were all veterans. None of them hadn't experienced various schemes and calculations, and they quickly regained their composure. Redstone was still the one to speak. "Linton, we heard you were campaigning for this year's Oscar Best Actor. Is that right?" Linton saw no need to hide it. "Yes, I am indeed striving for it. And I feel that with the market influence of Titanic and my performance in the film, winning the Oscar Best Actor award is entirely well-deserved. True, the influence of Titanic is indeed massive, and your performance is commendable. But there are quite a few competitive candidates this year, such as Jack Nicholson, Robert Duvall, Dustin Hoffman, and so on. These veteran stars all have very excellent works. Is that so? Then let everyone compete fairly and see what the judges choose in the end. However, I believe most judges will agree with me." Frank Baker, the rotating president of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, took over the conversation and said, "Linton, don't underestimate those other veteran stars. In fact, in my view, compared to them, your advantage is the smallest." "Really?" "Of course. First of all, Titanic is not an art film. While your performance in it is commendable, it doesn't reach an especially stunning level. At most, it's just top tier for a commercial film. I've seen the films of Jack Nicholson, Robert Duvall, and Dustin Hoffman. To be honest, their performances in their films are not inferior to yours at all. They are only stronger. More importantly, you are a super idol star and have never made an art, award-chasing film. Which of the thousands of Oscar judges has had a career as smooth as yours? Which of them hasn't struggled and worked hard in art films? I know you are working hard on campaigning with the Oscar judges, but the others aren't idling either. Tell me, under normal circumstances, who would they choose?" Linton knew he was telling the truth. Commercial films had always been disliked by Oscar judges, and the Academy's judges looked down on idol stars, especially handsome male stars and young, beautiful female stars. They all hoped to see stars torment themselves and subvert their images for the sake of an award, calling it sacrificing for art. Such stars were more likely to win the recognition of Oscar judges and take home the big prizes. For example, in his previous life, Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet gained nothing in this particular Oscar ceremony. Leonardo DiCaprio didn't even get a nomination. It was only later, after being tormented in various art films and making himself fat and ugly, that he finally won Oscar Best Actor. Charlize Theron was in a similar situation. However, Linton was not Leonardo DiCaprio, after all. He wasn't just a star. He was also a great director, the big boss of a media group, and a billionaire. His influence was not something a common Hollywood star could compare to. Furthermore, he had spent a fortune on Harvey for powerful public relations, and he himself had lowered his stature to personally attend various parties. Under these circumstances, he didn't believe he would lose. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Then let the judges vote fairly." What was going on? Wasn't Linton very persistent about the Oscar Best Actor? Shouldn't he be taking the initiative to seek their help at this time? Why did he seem not to care at all? Seeing that Linton was not following their routine at all, everyone was a bit dazed. Things seemed a bit off. Linton was completely deviating from their script. The group looked at each other, and Redstone continued to speak. "Linton, actually, if you really want to win the Oscar Best Actor, there is another way that can ensure you get your wish." "What way?" "That is for us to help you. As long as we help you, there will absolutely be no accidents regarding the Oscar Best Actor." Frank Baker also spoke up again. "That's right. As long as we help you, there will be no problem with whatever awards you want to win at this year's Oscars." "Is that so? Then Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, and Best Supporting Actress. I want all of these awards." "Can you do that too?" Frank Baker hesitated for a moment, but still guaranteed with full confidence. "Of course. I can guarantee that as long as we are willing, there will be no accidents." Linton knew the real meat of the conversation was coming and deliberately cooperated by asking, "What do you want in exchange for helping me?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after going in a circle, things were back on track. Everyone looked at Redstone together, clearly letting him set the conditions. Redstone cleared his throat and took up the topic. "Linton, actually, we sincerely invited you here today to cooperate with us. We hope you can join us." "Join you? What do you mean?" "Linton, what do you think of us Jewish people?" "Sumner, don't beat around the bush. Speak plainly." "Fine, then I'll be direct. We have 2 conditions we hope you will agree to." "2 conditions? Let's hear them." "The first condition is that we hope you will change your faith, taking Judaism as your sole belief and wholeheartedly believing in God Yahweh. The second condition is that we hope you can marry one of our Jewish girls. There are many very excellent Jewish girls. Every family represented here has very outstanding juniors. Whether in the New York financial circles or the Washington political circles, we Jewish people have very excellent girls. Even among Hollywood stars, there are very beautiful Jewish girls, like Sarah Michelle Gellar, Natalie Portman, and so on. Don't worry, we won't interfere in who specifically you choose. We only require that she be a Jewish girl. Of course, after marriage, you must completely break off with those previous female companions." It was exactly as Harvey had expected. These people wanted to turn him into a Jew, but changing his faith and interfering in his marriage, even making him dissolve his harem. How is that possible? Every single one of these things touched his bottom line. There was no way he would agree. "I'm sorry, Mr. Redstone. I cannot do either of your 2 conditions." "Why? Don't you think we Jewish people are the most noble race in the world? Isn't having the chance to join us a blessing from heaven? A gift from God?" Haha. Keep those self-praising words for your own amusement. I make my own decisions regarding my faith and my marriage. I don't need you to worry about them. CAA President Martin Bob couldn't suppress his anger and said, "Linton, you are looking down on us Jewish people. In my heart, whether it's Jewish people, Anglo-Saxons, or Native Americans, whether they are white, black, or yellow, everyone is equal. No one is more noble than another." There was nothing wrong with those words, but they caused many faces in the conference room to change drastically. Martin raised his voice even higher and said, "Linton, you have a lot of nerve, actually comparing us noble Jewish people to lowly Native Americans and black pigs." Linton didn't indulge him and said coldly, "Is that so? Do you have the guts to say that in a public setting?" Redstone stopped the furious Martin and said to Linton, "Linton, are you really not going to consider accepting our conditions?" Linton wasn't planning on staying any longer. "I'm sorry, your conditions lack any sincerity and are far beyond my bottom line. Farewell." Frank Baker said loudly, "Linton, you should be clear. If you leave like this, I guarantee that this year's Oscar Best Actor will be completely out of your reach." Martin also chimed in, "Not just the Oscar Best Actor. All awards for Titanic and the awards for other personnel in your company will be a total failure this time. Linton glanced at everyone. Gentlemen, is this a threat? Frank Baker said. Yes, you can understand it that way. The others remained silent, but the expressions on their faces very clearly showed their attitude. This was the Kabbalah Council of Elders, and this was everyone's unanimous stance. After a full minute, Redstone spoke again. Linton, I still hope you consider it carefully. Actually, your joining us is a win-win situation. Linton laughed. Are you overestimating yourselves? The full name of the Oscars is the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Awards, not some Jewish award. As far as I know, among the 6,000-plus judges, fewer than 30% are Jewish people. Frank Baker took over the conversation. Linton, you don't need to doubt it. We have absolute control over the Oscars. Then what about the openness, fairness, freedom, competition, art, and authority that the Oscars advocate? Where do you put the spirit of the Oscars? Frank Baker was silent for a while before saying, those are important, of course, but as long as we have a need, all rules can be completely broken. Martin also laughed. To think you're a big capitalist, and yet you still believe in these empty words meant to fool the public. The words of Frank and Martin completely tore off the hypocritical mask of these people. Linton couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore and slightly released his aura toward the group. Everyone immediately felt an icy pressure overwhelming them. They felt only endless cold and suffocation, shivering in their chairs. They even felt as if they had been stripped naked and thrown into the freezing Arctic, liable to freeze to death at any moment. After half a minute, Linton withdrew his aura. He was worried that if he continued, a few of the old geezers inside might drop dead on the spot. Just when everyone thought they were finished, the pressure suddenly eased, and they came back to life. They all instinctively began to breathe rapidly and deeply, while feeling their entire bodies soaked with the cold sweat of fear. While they were in a state of terror and felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts, Linton's arrogant voice reached their ears. Gentlemen, today you've let me see your shameless faces. However, I also have something to say first. Feel free to use any competitive means within the rules. But if anyone dares to openly violate the rules to deal with me, don't blame me for the consequences. Farewell. Chapter 629, Divided. Seeing Linton come down from the second floor alone in less than half an hour, Harvey's heart sank. It's over, the talk must have failed. However, he didn't dare show the slightest expression of dissatisfaction and could only quickly accompany Linton back to the car for the return trip. It wasn't until the car drove out of the manor that Harvey cautiously asked, Boss, how did the talk go just now? It failed. Their demands were too ridiculous. Boss, do we still need to continue the Oscar PR? Of course. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. Boss, I'm worried they will launch a counterattack. If that happens, our PR efforts will be in vain, wasting your time, energy, and funds. Don't worry, they won't dare. All right. Although Harvey had many questions, since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't dare ask more. Meanwhile, in the round-table meeting room on the second floor of the Kabbalah Council, half an hour after Linton left, everyone finally recovered from their shivering fear. More than half of them went to the restroom to compose themselves. Once everyone regained their composure and sat back in the meeting room, they had to accept the failure of recruiting Linton. The question now was what attitude to take toward Linton next. Should they act as if today's events never happened and continue to maintain a peaceful situation with Linton? Or should they restart the war, especially with the upcoming Oscar Awards season, and fully sabotage Linton and his company's works? According to the original plan, if the recruitment failed, they would naturally go all out to sabotage him. At the very least, they couldn't let Linton gain anything during this award season. However, the aura Linton emitted at the end had left too great a shadow on everyone. Their hearts still trembled at the memory. Combined with his highly threatening words, many began to feel like backing down. Of course, some people refused to believe in such things and hated Linton even more. They felt Linton had offended the noble Jewish people and must be severely punished to let him know the consequences of offending the Jewish people. If possible, it would be best to drive him out of Hollywood. Of course, that goal was a bit distant. At the very least, they had to humiliate him severely regarding the Oscar awards he cared about most. ensuring he and his company came away empty-handed, not even getting a nomination. CAA President Martin's attitude was the most intense. Everyone, you all saw Linton's arrogance just now. He simply doesn't respect our Kabbalah Council at all. This is an insult to us noble Jewish people. I absolutely cannot tolerate it. I suggest we unify our opinions and list him as our greatest enemy. We must suppress him at all costs until he surrenders to us or gets out of Hollywood. Frank Baker, the rotating chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, also spoke up in support. I agree with Martin's view. For any enemy who dares to challenge our Kabbalah Council, we must make them pay a heavy price. The Oscar Awards season is about to begin. I suggest using all our resources to sabotage Linton and all his company's entries. Let the entire entertainment industry know that Hollywood belongs to us Jewish people. However, after the two of them finished speaking, they did not receive a positive response from the others. Only Jason Marima, chairman of the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, gave a dry response. I agree. Everyone else remained silent with shifting gazes, clearly having reservations. Seeing this, Martin grew anxious and went straight to Sumner Redstone. Sumner, you initiated this recruitment action for Linton. Now that it has failed, you should have a stance on how to deal with him next, right? To his surprise, Sumner Redstone took a slow sip of coffee and said tremulously, "Forgive me, everyone. I'm old and in poor health. I can't handle shocks and turmoil. I won't participate in the matter of dealing with Linton." Redstone's words filled him with shock and anger. Was he retreating at the last moment? Bah! For someone who was the big boss of the second-largest media group in the United States, worth billions of dollars, and usually acted like a leader of the Kabbalah Council, he actually wanted to be a deserter at the critical moment. Just as he was about to express his dissatisfaction, Rupert Murdoch, the owner of News Corporation, also spoke up. "I'm sorry, I'm also old, and my heart isn't doing too well. I just received a bit of a shock. I expect I'll need to go to the hospital to rest for a while, so I won't be able to participate in dealing with Linton." Immediately after, Michael Eisner, the chairman of Disney, spoke as well. "Everyone, as you know, I had a brush with death due to a heart attack last year and have barely recovered. Regarding the matter of Linton, I am truly powerless. Please forgive me." Although those present were all top figures who dominated Hollywood, they were actually divided into different levels in terms of personal wealth and actual resources controlled. No matter how they were ranked, Sumner Redstone and Rupert Murdoch were at the highest rank. Michael Eisner was undisputed in third place. Everyone else had a huge class difference compared to the three of them. Given the status of those three, they naturally knew how terrifying Linton was and how severe the consequences of offending him would be. Previously, they saw an opportunity and thought there was hope to successfully recruit Linton and turn him into one of their own. Everyone was naturally more enthusiastic than the next for such a good thing. But now that the recruitment had failed, it was naturally impossible for them to continue taking huge risks to offend Linton. The Douglas family, the 5 major gangs of Los Angeles, the 3 pharmaceutical giants, and the high-ranking officials in Washington who had opposed Linton before, they had all lost their lives or even had their families destroyed because they opposed Linton. Others might not know the truth behind this and thought the reports about Linton being the mastermind were just rumors. But the channels and information they controlled were extraordinary, so they naturally had their own judgment. Even if the mastermind behind these murder cases wasn't Linton, he definitely had something to do with them. Such a terrifying person who killed without blinking and frequently wiped out entire families. How could they personally take the field and put themselves in danger? Especially Redstone and Murdoch, who were already super rich with over $10 billion and each controlled a massive media empire. They were absolute winners in life. While Michael Eisner's wealth was not as great as theirs, it still exceeded $2 billion. Moreover, he held the Disney Group firmly in his hands and was currently planning to change the regime of the Disney Group to completely turn it into his own family business. As the saying goes, a man of wealth does not sit under the eaves of a crumbling house. As winners in life like them, they naturally stayed far away when facing this level of risk. However, they didn't warn the others. Although everyone was Jewish and members of the Kabbalah's Council of Elders, everyone had their own selfish interests. How could they truly share joys and sorrows, life and death? In their view, It was fine to let others sabotage Linton during the Oscar awards season. If they succeeded, that would be good, as it would mean Linton wasn't to be feared, and they could naturally increase their stakes to deal with him together later. Even if they didn't succeed, it didn't matter. It would just happen to test Linton's true strength, thereby determining whether Linton was truly a murderous devil. As for how many people would be killed in the process, what did it have to do with them? Anyway, it wasn't their people dying. Because of the hidden motives of Redstone, Murdoch, and Michael, they did not tell the others about the risks Linton posed. With Redstone, Murdoch, Michael, and WMA President Risto Giz explicitly stating they would not participate, in the end, under the persistence of Martin and Frank, the others still passed the resolution to fully sabotage Linton and all his company's works from participating in the Oscar awards and decided to take immediate action. Of course, the reason these people agreed to sabotage Linton, besides the high-sounding maintenance of the Jewish people's absolute control over Hollywood, was that they each had their own interest calculations. CAA and ICM agencies naturally went without saying. If Linton and his beautiful angels were blocked from the Oscars, the chances of their own artists winning would naturally increase greatly. Warner Brothers, Sony Columbia, and MGM's thoughts were the same. If all the works of Universal Pictures and Linton Film Company were rejected from the Oscars, they would naturally be the beneficiaries, and the winning probability of their own Oscar-contending films would increase significantly. As for the Los Angeles Times and Variety, they misjudged the situation because the Wall Street Journal had extensively reported negative news about Linton early last year, and nothing happened afterward, leading them to believe Linton wouldn't dare do anything to the media. Since there was no danger, it could increase popularity, and there was the righteousness of protecting the Jewish people, they were naturally happy to participate. Jason Marima, chairman of the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, harbored a grudge because after his employees were found to have framed Step Up 2 in '93, Linton had demanded high compensation, causing the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild to lose both respect and money and significantly damaging its prestige. Now that he had a chance for revenge, he naturally wanted to participate. Only Frank, the rotating chairman of the Academy, was wholeheartedly dedicated to maintaining the Jewish people's rule over Hollywood. But what they didn't know was that it was precisely because of their arrogance that they would bring death to themselves and many people influenced by them. From the moment they decided to sabotage Linton, they were already dancing on the edge of death. Chapter 630, The Slaughter Resumes. What they didn't know was that although Linton had left the Kabbalah Council, he had left behind a wisp of spiritual sense to keep an eye on things. Everything that happened in the conference room afterward was actually right under Linton's nose. Not only that, in order to monitor these people's every move at any time in the future, Linton had also placed a spiritual brand on each of them. If they followed the Oscar rules of the game to push their own people and suppress him from winning awards, he wouldn't actually care. In his heart, Oscar awards were just okay. Having them was better, of course, but not having them wouldn't affect him much. Given his stature and status, the boost from an Oscar Best Actor award was already quite limited. He didn't need an Oscar Best Actor to prove himself. However, it was undeniable that major Oscar awards would provide a significant commercial boost to the film Titanic itself, and were even more important for James Cameron and Kate Winslet. But he believed even more that, with Titanic's current market influence, if they didn't use means outside the rules, they certainly wouldn't be able to stop the film from sweeping multiple major Oscar awards. Because Titanic's market performance was simply too hot, and its influence was too great. As of January 16th, in the North American market, the film had already secured the box office championship for 4 consecutive weeks. And yesterday, the Friday of the 5th week, it continued to rake in $9.17 million, remaining the champion of the day. In other words, this movie would continue to dominate the box office charts. The film's total North American box office had already reached $410 million, breaking the historical record set by Mission Impossible. Based on this box office trend, it was a foregone conclusion that the total North American box office would break through $600 million, and $600 million might not even be the end. The film's box office performance in overseas markets was even more ridiculously strong. In just over 3 weeks of release, the overseas box office had already broken through $600 million. This meant that Titanic's global box office had already broken the global box office record of Mission Impossible. More importantly, the film's overseas influence was still expanding. More and more countries had scheduled release plans for the movie, and even many film markets that Hollywood hadn't opened before had plans to import Titanic, thereby opening up more new markets for Hollywood. For a film that expanded Hollywood's territory with such massive influence, and wasn't just a pure popcorn flick, but one that achieved a balance between commerce and art, Linton believed that as long as the judges had a basic sense of fairness and justice, the Oscar awards would definitely be theirs. That's why, when facing the threat from the Kabbalah Council of Elders, he said they could use any competitive means within the rules, because he truly had enough confidence in the film. Of course, his final threatening words were no joke either. If they really dared to blatantly violate the rules to sabotage him and the film's chances of winning, he would certainly strike back mercilessly. In fact, he had thought about simply releasing his flying sword after leaving the Kabbalah Council to kill them all and be done with it. Since they dared to plot against him, these people already had a reason to die. But after thinking it over carefully, he gave up on this simple and direct method, mainly considering the following three aspects. First, if he did that, it would undoubtedly confirm that he was the killer. It would be like telling the people of America, and even the whole world in plain sight, that he was the one who killed the Bronfman family, the 5 major gangs of Los Angeles, the 3 pharmaceutical giants, and numerous politicians in Washington. Although this was no longer a secret in the eyes of many high-ranking figures in America, and some newspapers had previously suspected him of being the mastermind. But they had no evidence after all, only speculation. Furthermore, for the sake of the big picture and their own lives, no one dared to thoroughly investigate or dig deeper. In the eyes of ordinary people, Linton was completely unrelated to these cases, and previous reports were just groundless speculation and framing of Linton. Because of this, he could continue to be his movie superstar and music idol, winning the adoration of fans across America and the world. This contributed to his ever-increasing popularity, allowing him to continue to cultivate rapidly. If the people of America and the world knew for certain that he had exterminated so many people with such brutal methods, he was sure that the vast majority of his current fans would leave, which would be too great a loss for him. The second factor was that Hollywood's current structure and its influence on the world were actually most beneficial to him. It was undeniable that Hollywood during this period was indeed the entertainment center of the world. It had the capital, the creativity, the technology, and not to mention the talent. Moreover, it was extremely ambitious, constantly conquering and expanding its territory worldwide, allowing Hollywood films to easily enter the movie markets of various countries and regions. Strictly speaking, Linton was also a beneficiary of this system. It was precisely because of the influence of the super platform that is Hollywood that his songs and movies could easily enter countries all over the world, winning fans and gaining super high popularity. Not just him, but the members of his harem as well. Without the grand platform of Hollywood, their popularity would also be greatly diminished. Because of this, he didn't want to easily break Hollywood's existing structure. Killing all the 13 people would inevitably cause a major upheaval in Hollywood, and it was hard to estimate whether it would be good or bad for Hollywood's future development. However, in his view, the possibility of Hollywood's decline was greater, which he was unwilling to accept because it would affect his cultivation. The final and most crucial point was that he was currently only at celestial presence. Although he possessed power that was incredible to ordinary people, there were still powers in this world that could threaten him. For example, nuclear and hydrogen bombs. If someone truly dared to risk universal condemnation and used nuclear or hydrogen bombs to deal with him unexpectedly, even if he could escape with his life, he would surely be heavily wounded. And he wouldn't be able to look after the people around him. Under a nuclear strike, they would inevitably be reduced to ashes. Even if he could recover afterward and kill everyone involved, the damage would have been done. Deceased loved ones cannot be brought back to life, and more importantly, the cultivation environment might be completely destroyed. After all, once nuclear bombs are detonated, who knows what the whole world will become? This was a situation he absolutely could not accept. Don't say such a situation is impossible. With the influence of the Jewish people in America, it's inevitable they control some nuclear and hydrogen bombs. If they really felt he was slaughtering Jewish people en masse, to the point of desperation, it's unavoidable that some insane individuals would emerge. So after a comprehensive assessment, although he could now act without being bound by rules and do as he pleased, his strength had not yet reached the point where he was fearless of all worldly threats. So he could not yet do whatever he wanted. Only after he reached astral dominion would neither nuclear nor hydrogen bombs pose any threat to him. At that time, this world would be completely under his control. At that point, exterminating any people would be a simple matter. Not only that, completely transforming America into a monarchy and making it his private domain would also be a matter of course. The situation that followed was exactly as Linton expected. These people could not be of one mind. Under his threat, Redstone, Murdoch, Michael, and WMA President Risto Giz, these four backed down. He wanted to see what means the other. 9 would use to sabotage his run for the Oscars. Of course, if someone was truly stubborn and used means outside the rules to sabotage him and Titanic's chances of winning, then they couldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. Under the watch of his spiritual sense, these people did not stay long at the Kabbalah Council. After reaching a basic consensus, they each went home. After Redstone, Murdoch, Michael, and Risto Giz went home, it was as if nothing had happened that afternoon. They took no related actions. But the others all began their respective actions. For example, the general manager of the Los Angeles Times, Steve Smith, and the president of Variety, Edward Green, held separate meetings the next day, making it clear that from now on, they would no longer publish any articles speaking well of Linton and Titanic, and would certainly not accept PR from Universal Pictures or Linton Film Company. On the contrary, for film critics' articles criticizing Linton and Titanic, they had to be prioritized in better positions for publication. At the same time, they arranged for people to contact the crews of films with Oscar potential, such as The Full Monty, LA Confidential, and The Sweet Hereafter, as well as competitive candidates for Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. The Los Angeles Times and Variety would take on their PR advertisements and advertorials at the most favorable prices, cheering them on for their Oscar runs. Meanwhile, Warner, Sony Columbia, and MGM also held meetings, deciding to increase their budgets and intensify PR efforts for their own films while increasing the intensity of attacks and smear campaigns against Linton and Titanic. ICM agency president Galler Ives also held a meeting, deciding to increase PR efforts for his client Robert Duvall for Best Actor and Julie Christie for Best Actress, providing more resource support. Of course, he didn't forget to arrange for increased attacks and smears against Linton and Kate Winslet. Of course, these were all conventional Oscar campaign methods and did not break the rules, so Linton ignored them. However, the actions of Frank Baker, the rotating chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, crossed the line. The next afternoon, he held a meeting of more than 30 people at the Academy. The attendees were all very influential Oscar voters, each capable of influencing many votes in their own circles. They also had one thing in common. They were all Jewish people and all held positions at the Academy. During the meeting, Frank directly issued an order commanding them to unconditionally oppose casting Oscar votes for Linton and for awards related to the film Titanic, and required them to conduct strong lobbying within their respective social circles. This unconventional order naturally left the attendees strangely shocked, and they all asked for the reason. Frank said directly that this was carrying out a resolution of the Kabbalah Council of Elders, because Linton had already threatened the Jewish people's control over Hollywood and had refused the Kabbalah's attempts to recruit him, so the Kabbalah had to suppress him with all their might. The Jewish people are indeed a united nation. Upon hearing that this was a resolution from the elders of the Kabbalah secret sect, everyone at the meeting expressed their determination to carry it out. At this time, under Harvey's arrangement, Linton was attending an Oscar PR party at the Hilton Hotel. Among the participants in this party was the big-mouthed beauty Julia Roberts. The two had even agreed to go straight to the hotel's top floor after the party. Linton's assistant Jennifer Roberts had already booked the presidential suite. Of course, with Linton's current celestial presence stage Cultivation, it was no problem to monitor the activities of those 13 people with a dozen or so strands of spiritual sense while attending the party. As long as they were in Los Angeles, they couldn't escape his monitoring. Seeing Frank's blatant behavior of undermining fair competition for the Oscars, Linton naturally couldn't tolerate it. He immediately found an opportunity to go to the restroom, avoided others, and released his flying sword. Under the control of his spiritual sense, the flying sword, in a grain of rice small state, quickly flew to the conference room at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences where Frank was holding his meeting, completely undetected. Just as Frank and his group of supporters were confidently discussing how to specifically sabotage Linton, they were completely unaware that a fatal disaster had arrived. A flash of light appeared in the conference room, revealing a flying sword. Immediately after, the flying sword flashed repeatedly. With every flash, a head fell to the ground. Before anyone could react, all 36 participants had their heads separated from their bodies, cut into 2 pieces. The scene instantly became a slaughterhouse. Also that afternoon, at the CAA agency, Martin was holding a management meeting where he issued an order. Based on the list of all CAA artists who were Oscar voters, he required the corresponding agents to unconditionally persuade them to unconditionally oppose casting Oscar votes for Linton and for awards related to the film Titanic. For artists who violated the order, the company would downgrade them in future resource allocations, and the corresponding agent teams would be subject to severe financial penalties and demotions. In the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, similar things were happening. They mainly targeted old Oscar voters who had retired due to age. The movies these veteran actors had once starred in were still being broadcast through various channels, continuing to generate revenue. According to the agreement between the Screen Actors Guild and the film companies, the income generated by these films must be shared with all participating actors. Many veteran actors relied on the income shares from their past hit movies to live comfortable lives. Now, the Screen Actors Guild was preparing to use this income settlement to threaten them. They must unconditionally oppose casting Oscar votes for Linton and for awards related to the film Titanic. The Screen Actors Guild president, Jason Marima, took the list of retired Oscar voters and assigned the names one by one to his staff, telling them to do ideological work on each of them. Linton did not go soft on CAA and the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild for their behavior of seriously undermining fair competition for the Oscars. After commanding the flying sword to slay Frank's group at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, it flew directly to the CAA building and slaughtered all the management members at the meeting. A total of 53 people had their heads cut off at the scene. Subsequently, the flying sword flew to the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild and slaughtered all 44 participants at the meeting. Chapter 631, Jewish Reaction, Storm of Public Opinion. After killing the group of Jewish people who were willfully undermining the Oscar judging rules, Linton continued to mingle with the Oscar judges at the PR party as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until the banquet ended that Linton quietly took the big-mouthed beauty Julia Roberts to the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Julia couldn't wait to throw herself into his arms and offer a sweet kiss. While the two were making love, the outside world of Los Angeles was already rocked by 3 major massacre cases. Because the victims of the 3 murder cases were all influential figures in Hollywood, and all of those who died were Jewish people. This caused the Jewish people to feel a bone-deep pain, reminding them of the unbearable experience of being massacred by the Germans during World War II. For a time, all Jewish people in Los Angeles acted spontaneously. They exerted immense energy, putting pressure on the Los Angeles City Hall and the police department from all levels, demanding the case be solved quickly, the murderers thoroughly investigated, and blood repaid with blood. Not only that, the news quickly spread across the United States. Jewish people across the country also took action, condemning and denouncing the murders in Los Angeles and pressuring Los Angeles through Washington. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for Los Angeles. Almost all police forces from the FBI Los Angeles field office and the Los Angeles police were mobilized. All entry and exit routes in Los Angeles were strictly blockaded by the police, with vehicles and personnel being rigorously inspected, throwing the entire city into chaos. At the same time, the Jewish people offered a bounty of up to $100 million to the underworld, seeking the murderers and any valuable clues. But it was destined to be in vain, as the police found no valuable clues at the 3 crime scenes. More importantly, These three murders were too similar to the 5 gang massacre cases that occurred in Los Angeles the year before last. The killing methods were practically identical. No one at the scenes had put up any resistance. It seemed that in an instant, their heads were cleanly and efficiently severed by an extremely sharp blade. Crucially, no useful clues were left behind. It was as if the murderer appeared out of thin air and, after the killings, vanished into thin air again, without even touching the ground throughout the process. In fact, upon seeing these crime scenes, both the FBI Los Angeles field office and the Los Angeles police knew they couldn't handle this case, let alone afford to provoke the perpetrator. The reason they made such a massive fuss throughout the city was purely for the benefit of the Jewish people. As for the underworld in Los Angeles, no one had the slightest interest in the Jewish bounty. Are you joking? The situation from the year before last, where over 1,000 members of the 5 major gangs were decapitated in one night, was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to provoke such a ruthless opponent? Do they think they've lived too long? However, in the hearts of many top politicians and billionaires, there was already a clear suspect for these 3 murders. Although no evidence or clues were found at the murder scenes, and Linton had a perfect alibi as he was attending the Oscar PR party at the time of the crimes, the scenes of these 3 murders were simply too classic. The Bronfman family massacre in Tokyo, Japan in '94, the massacre of the 5 major gangs in Los Angeles the year before last, the massacre of the families of the 3 pharmaceutical giants in New York last year, and the massacre of a group of politicians' families in Washington, and so on. The circumstances of these murders were practically identical. Such high-difficulty murders were clearly the work of the same group. Moreover, for murders of such difficulty that left no evidence or clues, it was impossible for others to even attempt to imitate them. Therefore, judging by this logic, the murderer of this case must be the same as the murderer of the previous cases. When the families of several high-ranking officials in Washington were killed, the top politicians in Washington already knew Linton did it. It was just that no one dared to leak it to the outside world, collectively proclaiming it as a divine punishment instead. Other second-tier politicians and top capitalists also knew that the divine punishment event was vaguely linked to Linton. This included Redstone, Murdoch, Michael Eisner, and many top Jewish capitalists. Thus, Redstone, Murdoch, and Michael Eisner immediately received calls from Jewish politicians in Washington and Jewish capitalists in New York, asking if Frank from the Academy, Martin from CAA, and Jason Marima from the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild had recently offended Linton. At this point, the 3 of them naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told them about the recent grievances between the Hollywood Kabbalah Council and Linton. Now, these top politicians and billionaires basically understood. It was likely that Frank, Martin, Jason, and the others hadn't taken Linton's threats seriously and had implemented actions that violated the Oscar judging rules, which led to their deaths and even dragged their subordinates down with them. This was followed by fury, as they let out soul-shaking roars of anger. Linton, how dare you treat us noble Jewish people like this? You must pay a price in blood for this. Since the end of World War II, the Jewish people had long since turned the tables and become the masters, profoundly influencing the world in all aspects. For over half a century, it had only been a matter of Jewish people bullying others. When had they ever suffered such a loss? However, talk is one thing, and action is another. Even though they were very clear in their hearts that Linton was behind these 3 murders, without any evidence, they couldn't do anything to Linton on the surface. Furthermore, at their level, everyone valued their lives above all else. Who would dare to risk their own life and property to directly offend Linton? But they couldn't just give up on dealing with Linton. Later, someone remembered the time early last year when the 3 major pharmaceutical giants were wiped out. Wall Street Journal took the lead, and several media outlets published articles questioning if Linton was the murderer. At that time, it didn't invite Linton's retaliation. So, could they continue to use the weapon of public opinion now to link Linton with these murder cases? By utilizing the power of public opinion, they could force the federal government and federal law enforcement agencies to launch a detailed investigation into Linton. Even if the investigation couldn't obtain solid evidence and the law couldn't punish Linton, through public opinion, they could ruin his reputation. Let fans across America and the world know he is a cold-blooded demon, causing them to stop being fans and making it impossible for him to stay in the entertainment industry. That would also be a great victory. Under these circumstances, the top leaders of the Los Angeles Times, Variety, and the New York-based Wall Street Journal, media outlets controlled by Jewish people, received calls from other Jewish people providing information about Linton being the murderer behind the scenes. In fact, whether it was Redstone's Viacom Media Group, Murdoch's News Corporation, or the Disney Group, their media holdings were vast. From television to radio and newspapers to magazines, they could easily cover the entire United States. But unfortunately, after being threatened by Linton and seeing the fates of Frank, Martin, and Jason, Redstone, Murdoch, and Michael Eisner were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to get involved anymore. The next morning, Linton kissed Julia Roberts goodbye, feeling refreshed. He left the Hilton Hotel and boarded the Cadillac RV driven by Nick in the underground garage. His assistant Jennifer Roberts handed him over a dozen newspapers and 3 magazines. "Boss, the situation regarding the 3 murder cases that happened in Los Angeles yesterday is a bit off. What's wrong? Are there any new developments?" These newspapers all coincidentally published analytical and commentary articles about the murder cases this morning, pointing the finger at you. Linton took the newspapers and saw that the most influential ones were the Los Angeles Times and Wall Street Journal. The others were just third-rate tabloids. Among the 3 magazines, the most famous was Variety, while the others were also just third-rate magazines with little influence. Interestingly, they were all temporary special issues, seemingly published solely for these 3 murder cases. Linton opened the Los Angeles Times and saw the front-page headline. Shocking. The most ruthless, murderous demon in history. The killer of 36 experts from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, 53 employees from CAA, and 44 veteran artists from the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild is actually him. The article not only detailed the horrific state of the 36 experts from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the 53 employees from CAA, and the 44 veteran artists from the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild who were killed, but also included bloody photos of the scenes. In the 3 photos, everyone in every location had their heads severed. The scene was a river of blood, described as incredibly bloody and ruthless. In these 3 cases alone, 133 precious lives were brutally murdered. So who exactly is this ruthless killer? The police are still investigating, but this is destined to be a cold case where the murderer is never found. Because in Tokyo, Japan the year before last, and in Los Angeles last year, mass bloody massacres with the exact same killing method occurred, and the police have yet to solve them. The article then gave a detailed account of the case in October the year before last in Tokyo, where over 60 people in the Bruffman family's group all had their heads severed in a hotel. Crucially, the editor added the following note at the end of this case. The Bruffman family took more than 60 bodyguards to Tokyo to acquire Universal Group from Matsushita Electric. At that time, the only competing bidder was Linton Anderson. After all the people the Bruffman family brought were killed, Linton quickly completed the acquisition of Universal Group at a lower price. It then detailed the case from July 4th last year in Los Angeles, where over 1,000 core members of 5 gangs were bloodily massacred overnight. Similarly, the editor added a note at the end of this case. Reportedly, at that time, these 5 gangs had gathered in Los Angeles to plot a major event, an armed robbery on the morning of July 6th of the Vitality pills and beauty pills being transported from the airport to the Rodeo Drive flagship store. The boss behind the Vitality pills and beauty pills is also Linton Anderson. Since the core members of the 5 gangs were wiped out, no one has dared to covet the Vitality pills and beauty pills again. The police investigations into these 2 major bloody murder cases both ended without results, and the murderer remains unknown. However, based on the principle that the one who benefits most is the prime suspect, Linton Anderson is undoubtedly linked to these 2 cases. Now, an identical case has occurred in Los Angeles. According to police analysis, these cases share 3 common characteristics. First, they are incredibly ruthless. Not only are people killed, but their heads are all severed. Second, they are devoid of humanity. At every crime scene, not a soul is left alive. Everyone present, including the elderly, children, and even pet dogs, is slaughtered. Third, The murderer must possess very powerful supernatural abilities. Without great power, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat. Such formidable and ruthless killing methods cannot be imitated. The editor has reason to suspect that the murderer of the 3 inhumane murders that occurred yesterday afternoon is the same as the murderer of the previous 2 cases. Furthermore, according to an insider tip, on the afternoon of the day before the incident, Frank from the Academy, Martin from CAA, and Jason Marima from the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild had a serious dispute with Linton at the Hollywood Kabbalah Council, and Linton issued a threat to them before leaving. With 3 identical murder cases, all points of suspicion point toward the billionaire and Hollywood superstar, Linton Anderson. So, Linton, was it really you who cruelly murdered so many innocent people? At the end of the article, the editor also appealed that facing such a ruthless murderous demon is a huge threat to all American citizens. The FBI and Los Angeles police should urgently unite to solve the case as soon as possible, catch the murderer, and bring justice to the victims. Linton then flipped open Wall Street Journal. This newspaper was even more aggressive, directly using bold font for the front page headline. Linton, are you a murderous devil? The content of the article was much the same, first reporting on these 3 murders and using bloody, ruthless photos to incite public anger. It then connected them to the previous identical murders in Tokyo and Los Angeles, pointing out that the final beneficiary of those 2 cases was Linton. Then, using insider tips, it stated that before the incident, Linton had a fierce conflict with the main figures among the victims of the 3 cases. From this, it deduced that Linton is the prime suspect in these 3 murder cases. Finally, it called for the police to solve the case and catch the murderer as soon as possible. It was just short of shouting at the police to go and arrest Linton Anderson immediately, because he is the murderer. Looking at Variety magazine, the reports inside were basically the same, with largely identical content, as were the other newspapers and magazines. After reading these newspapers and magazines, Linton looked at his assistant Jennifer Roberts. What's the situation now? The situation isn't good. The murders that happened yesterday afternoon at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, CAA, and the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild were being reported all last night on the internet, television, and radio. The heat is terrifyingly high. Now, the highly influential Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety magazine have all published front-page articles today questioning, if you are the murderer. The newspapers and magazines are selling like crazy. They were snatched up as soon as they hit the market. I heard these publishers are urgently printing more. In other words, many citizens have already seen these reports. I'm worried the public will be misled by them and jump to the absurd conclusion that you are the murderer. Moreover, I've checked these newspapers and magazines, and the capital behind them is all Jewish. I'm even more worried that the Jewish people will use even more drastic measures to increase the public opinion offensive, such as organizing or inciting people to protest in the streets, using public opinion to force the government and police to launch an investigation into you. Chapter 632, Counterattack, Kill, Kill, Kill. Linton put down the newspapers and magazine and said calmly, "Don't worry, the sky isn't falling. Notify the executives of the 2 groups, Goodman, as well as the PR and legal departments to meet in my office in half an hour." During the following time, Linton's phone rang incessantly. Members of the harem, including Madonna, Winnie, Christiana, Sophie Marceau, Monica, Nicole Kidman, and Sue Ching, called one after another, concerned about the development of the situation. Not only them, but other women close to him, such as Jennifer Aniston, Mariah Carey, Brooke Shields, Julia Roberts, and others, also called to express their firm belief in him and ask if they could help. Linton thanked them one by one, though of course, no help was needed. The executives from the 2 media groups, Robert, Daniel, Scott, Melman, Sharon, Chris, and others, also called. Linton simply notified them all to attend the upcoming meeting. After arriving at the conference room, the executives from the 2 media groups, the backbones of the PR and legal departments, and the private lawyer Goodman had all arrived. After Linton took his seat at the head of the table, he took out newspapers and magazines such as the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety, and spoke. You should all know the situation by now. Yesterday afternoon, 3 homicide cases occurred in Los Angeles. However, These media outlets publicly framed me without any evidence, saying that the killers were related to me. What do you think we should do? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and spoke up one after another, proposing ideas for a response. But to summarize, there were only 3 points that would actually be effective. First, send lawyers letters to the newspapers that released irresponsible remarks, demanding a public apology and compensation, while reserving the right to take legal action. Second, Linton will hold a press conference to publicly respond that these murder cases have nothing to do with him. Third, the 2 media groups under his command, all television, radio, newspapers, and magazines, will exert full effort to promote Linton. They will inform the public of his recent work schedule, especially his wholehearted pursuit of Oscar awards, noting that he was even holding a PR party at the Hilton Hotel yesterday afternoon, establishing a good image of Linton as diligent and professional. The meeting was very efficient and ended in half an hour. Finally, Linton made the decision and approved the 3 response measures above. However, he changed the first point to directly suing the 14 newspapers and magazines that had released the slander against him in court, demanding high compensation. Demanding $500 million each from the 2 highly influential newspapers, the Los Angeles Times and Wall Street Journal. Demanding $300 million from Variety magazine. Demanding $100 million from other newspapers and magazines with relatively less influence. If the compensation were truly paid according to these amounts, every media outlet would feel the sting, and some might even go bankrupt. Of course, whether the court would support it remained to be seen in the subsequent confrontations, but at the very least, it would serve as a great deterrent to others. He also had the PR department notify all media that a press conference would be held in 40 minutes at 10:30 in the large conference room on the 7th floor of Linton Tower. After everyone left, Linton thought of what Jennifer Roberts had said in the car earlier, that the Jewish people might spend money to organize and incite disgusting activities like protests. He released his spiritual sense. With his current cultivation, he could easily cover the entire downtown area of Los Angeles. Sure enough, someone was indeed doing such a thing, and in more than one place. In the 3 areas with a high concentration of homeless people, Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena in the city center, someone was hiring homeless people. In a city park in Compton, there was a tent without any markings. In front of the tent, several staff members were registering homeless people and handing out money and food. As long as they were willing to participate in today's upcoming protest activities, they could receive a reward of $100 in cash and a small bag of food. This reward was very attractive to the homeless. A long line formed in front of the tent, and more people continued to join the queue. The homeless people who finished registering and received their rewards were taken behind the tent by staff members. Someone was grouping them, distributing promotional materials, and explaining the protest slogans and routes to them. Banners, posters, handheld signs, and other promotional materials were also placed on the ground. On these materials, slogans like, "Severely punish the murderous demon Linton," "Linton get out of Hollywood," and "Recognize the true face of the devil Linton," were all written in bright fonts. Seeing this, Linton finally understood how so many protests in America usually came about, and that homeless people could actually be used in this way. Of course, seeing these people using such low-level and shameless methods to smear him so unscrupulously, he was naturally furious and could not tolerate it. He didn't even bother to track down the instigators behind it. Generally speaking, the true behind-the-scenes controllers of such things would not show their faces easily. There were at least several layers of shells between them and the specific staff members, making it difficult to trace. But it didn't matter. Linton knew with his toes that the people behind this must be those Jewish people, since these Jewish people loved to stir up trouble and constantly oppose him so much. Then one day, when he reached Astral Dominion stage, they shouldn't blame him for wiping them out completely, including Israel. For now, although he couldn't do whatever he wanted yet, he could still manage to directly kill anyone who dared to stick their head out. Since these people chose to help the Jewish people and slander him indiscriminately, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. He immediately opened the window and spat out his flying sword. The grain-sized flying sword streaked like a bolt of lightning toward Compton City Park. Immediately, all the staff members organizing the protest in the city park had their heads cut off without any warning, and the blood spurting from their bodies drenched the surrounding homeless people. The scene instantly fell into chaos. The terrified homeless people screamed and fled, but many desperate ones looted the cash and food in the tent before leaving, and even stripped the dead bodies of everything. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that police cars arrived with sirens wailing. The scene was a mess and deserted, with only a dozen or so corpses cut in half left behind, leaving the responding police officers wanting to cry but having no tears. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in Inglewood and Gardena. A dozen staff members organizing protests had their heads bloodily cut off, and the scenes were looted by homeless people. At 10:30, the large conference room on the 7th floor, which could accommodate more than 300 people, was packed with media reporters carrying cameras and equipment. Even the hallway outside was filled with reporters. Accompanied by PR manager Lawrence and lawyer Goodman, Linton walked toward the podium. After Lawrence briefly introduced the purpose and process of this meeting, Linton picked up the microphone. As you all know, I have been very busy with work lately. Some time ago, I was on a promotional roadshow for Titanic across the United States, and after that, I've been busy with Power PR for the Oscar Awards. I've been on the move almost every day. Yes, let me tell everyone some good news. We have submitted Titanic for multiple Oscar awards, and I myself am also preparing to compete for the Oscar for Best Actor for the role of Dawson. Yesterday, 3 serious homicide cases occurred in Los Angeles, which I am also very saddened by. But what makes me even more furious is that early this morning, multiple media outlets, even highly influential newspapers and magazines like the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety, published unfounded remarks, actually framing me as being related to the killers in these cases. These extremely irresponsible remarks have caused me great distress and significant reputational damage. I will never swallow my pride regarding this, let alone tolerate them. To this end, I have decided to use legal weapons to protect my rights. I don't even bother to send them any lawyer's letters. Instead, I'm having my lawyer directly file a lawsuit against them in the Los Angeles court, demanding they make a public apology and also seeking high compensation. After saying that, he took 14 copies of the indictments from Goodman and showed them to the media. Hearing such explosive news, the reporters below went wild, raising their hands one after another to ask questions. The first to get the chance to ask a question was a reporter from the UPN television network, and the question had also been prearranged by the PR department. Mr. Anderson, you just said that yesterday's 3 homicides had nothing to do with you. But some say that when these 3 homicides occurred, they were holding meetings, and the organizers of the 3 meetings, Frank, Martin, and Jason, all had conflicts with you the day before yesterday afternoon. Is this true? That is correct. A few days ago, I received an invitation from the Hollywood Kabbalah Council to attend their gathering. The day before yesterday afternoon, I accepted the invitation and went to their headquarters, where I had a meeting with their 13 elders. In fact, there was no conflict during the meeting. They simply invited me to join the Kabbalah Council, and I just didn't agree. May I ask what kind of organization the Kabbalah Council is, and who are the 13 elders? Why did you refuse? As for what kind of organization the Kabbalah Council is, you can find out for yourselves. I won't go into detail about who the 13 elders are, but I can tell you all that these people are all big shots in Hollywood, including Frank, Martin, and Jason. As for why I refused, it's because I couldn't accept their membership requirements. Could you tell us exactly what requirements you couldn't accept? They wanted me to change my faith, to believe in Judaism, and to marry a Jewish girl and become a Jewish person. Naturally, I couldn't agree to such excessive demands. Why are you unwilling to become a Jewish person? Aren't there many privileges to joining them? Linton said disdainfully, "This is America. We are all Americans. America values freedom and equality. What Jewish people privileges? What privileges do they have? Is it the privilege to frame others at will?" The public relations manager terminated the UPN television network reporter's questioning. In fact, his questions had far exceeded the limit, but Linton wanted to reveal information about the Kabbalah Council and the Jewish people to everyone through this Q&A session. The reporter from MCA Television Network, having received permission, continued to ask, "Mr. Anderson, you just mentioned that you are going to sue media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety, and demand high compensation through legal means. Won't this infringe upon the media's right to free and objective reporting? That's right. The law grants the media great rights, but it also requires that media reporting must be based on facts and be truthful and objective. This is the prerequisite. If everyone does not respect the facts and distorts reports at will, that is deliberately misleading the vast readership, which is a serious illegal act. Now, media outlets like the Los Angeles Times and Wall Street Journal are maliciously slandering me without any factual basis, so I naturally have to take up the weapon of the law to defend my own rights and interests. Then isn't the compensation amount you are demanding too high? High? I don't think it's high. Do you think my reputation can be compensated by a mere $500 million? Besides, if we don't hold these unscrupulous media outlets that fabricate stories and wantonly infringe on the rights of others accountable and pursue legal claims, and if we don't hurt them and make them learn their lesson, there will be more victims in the future. Just as Linton was answering the reporter's questions, suddenly, the reporter's mobile phones all rang one after another. Many of them received information about homicides that had occurred in 3 places: Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena. The reporter from The Hollywood Reporter, who had just obtained the right to ask a question, suppressed the question they had prepared earlier and changed it to, "Mr. Anderson, we have just received information that not long ago, serious homicides occurred in 3 places: Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena. The situation at the crime scenes is very similar to the situations at the Film Academy, CAA, and the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild. The victims were all silently decapitated in public. Does this have anything to do with you?" Linton laughed, picked up the microphone, and said, "Since I started working this morning, I have been in this building, discussing how to deal with the slander against me by media outlets like the Los Angeles Times and Wall Street Journal. Do you think these 3 cases could have anything to do with me? But I heard that those killed at the scene were organizing a protest against you, and there were many promotional materials protesting against you at the scene. Since they were killed at this time, do you have nothing to say? What a joke. Someone deliberately tries to smear me, and if they get killed, it has something to do with me? I could just as well say that someone deliberately set a trap to frame me. Besides, when a homicide occurs, shouldn't one call the police and let them investigate to find out the truth? And since the cases happened in public places, it should be easy to find witnesses, and it should be easy to figure out the ins and outs of the cases, right? I suggest you go to the police station to find out about the cases. That is the correct path." Linton's press conference was a success. Soon, the content of the press conference began to appear on the internet and television, and the newspapers that evening were full of reports. And the situation regarding the Kabbalah Council and the true identities of the 13 elders were dug out by enterprising reporters and exposed to the public eye. The American public realized that the influence of the Jewish people was already so great. Apart from Linton's Universal Group and Linton Media Group, Hollywood was basically controlled by the Jewish people. Many media outlets even reported that it was not just Hollywood. The financial capital of Wall Street was completely controlled by the Jewish people. Even America's central bank, the Federal Reserve, was completely controlled by the Jewish people. And the Kabbalah Council's demand that Linton change his faith, believe in Judaism, marry a Jewish person, and join the Jewish people, along with the various privileges of the Jewish people, caused the reputation and image of the Jewish people among the American public to plummet. More details about the homicides that occurred in the morning in Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena were also dug out by the media. It turned out that the Jewish people were using money to bribe ignorant homeless people to hold protests and demonstrations, deliberately creating momentum to smear and attack Linton. More and more media outlets, including on the internet, began to criticize the Jewish people. During World War II, it was America that took in the Jewish people. Now, are the Jewish people being ungrateful and trying to enslave and control America? Some extremists even shouted on the internet, "Jewish people get out of America." In the afternoon, under the witness of reporters from MCA Television Network and UPN Television Network, Goodman went to the Los Angeles County Superior Court to sue 14 media outlets, including the Los Angeles Times and Wall Street Journal. Under the witness of the television stations, the court accepted the case with the fastest speed and sent subpoenas to the sued media outlets, telling them to prepare for the lawsuit. After Receiving the subpoenas from the court, media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety were scared to death when they saw the high compensation amounts. Previously, because they were in a rush to speak up for the Jewish people group and were used to the title of uncrowned kings, their smear articles against Linton indeed had no evidence and used harsh language. According to existing laws, they would likely lose the lawsuit, and the losses would be too great by then. Of course, big media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety were fine. They had strong resources and could hire big lawyers to wrangle with the plaintiff in court. For such a lawsuit, if one were truly sparing no cost, it is completely possible to drag it out in court for 2 or 3 years, but the costs incurred in the process are not something that an average company could afford. However, other small media outlets were miserable. Once the lawsuit was lost, there was only one path: bankruptcy and closure. If they hired big lawyers to fight the lawsuit, they also couldn't afford the long time, and for a while, they regretted it so much their intestines turned green. Of course, Linton's means of retaliation went far beyond this. Also, before getting off work that afternoon, Linton's flying sword struck again. Steve Smith, the president of the Los Angeles Times, as well as the editor-in-chief and the reporter who wrote the report slandering Linton, were decapitated in their offices in front of everyone. Edward Green, the president of Variety, as well as the editor-in-chief and the reporter who wrote the report slandering Linton, were decapitated in their offices in front of everyone. There were also other media outlets headquartered in Los Angeles, where the editors-in-chief and reporters who wrote articles slandering Linton were also all decapitated in their offices in front of everyone. Chapter 633, Refuse to Submit, Continue the Slaughter. The massacres at the Academy, CAA, and the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild had already drawn the attention of the entire United States. Following closely, on the second day, Linton's tough stance toward media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, Wall Street Journal, and Variety, along with his blunt lawsuits in court, shocked everyone even further. That same day, in 3 slums of Los Angeles, the Jewish people spent money to bribe homeless people to organize protests and smear Linton, only to suffer a massacre themselves. This eye-popping news was full of gossip, giving the American audience the feeling of watching a blockbuster movie, with their eyes fixed firmly on Los Angeles. Linton's speech at the press conference further exposed the Kabbalah Council and the Jewish people to the light of day. Although the Jewish people controlled more than 2/3 of the media in the United States, the other third was not to be trifled with, and their control over the internet was far stronger. That afternoon, many media outlets began digging deep into information about the Jewish people and the Kabbalah Council. Information regarding the wealth, capital, politics, power, and conduct of the Jewish people in America began to be widely reported. When the public saw that the Jewish people had unknowingly gained control over so much of America's wealth and power, and that their conduct was so domineering, their attitudes toward them began to shift. The public began to grow wary of the Jewish race, and many media outlets even started publishing articles about the Jewish threat theory. Under these circumstances, public anger over the 6 previous massacres of Jewish people at the Academy, CAA, the Hollywood Screen Actors Guild, and the 3 slums began to dissipate. Some even posted on the internet, saying, "These Jewish people have done too many bad things. Being killed now is karma. They got what they deserved. This is a punishment sent by God." However, no one expected that something even more shocking and terrifying would happen. The editors-in-chief and writers of 13 media outlets were mysteriously decapitated in their offices during working hours in full view of everyone. Furthermore, the Los Angeles Times and Variety even lost their presidents. What was even more frightening was that upon a brief analysis, the media discovered these 13 outlets were exactly the ones that had slandered Linton that morning and were all being sued by him in court. A total of 14 media outlets had released slandering remarks about Linton. Of those, only the staff at Wall Street Journal, located far away in New York, suffered no casualties. At the other media outlets in Los Angeles, not a single person responsible survived. They all perished. For a time, almost all Hollywood news and forum websites, television, and radio stations began overwhelming coverage of the 13 miraculous and horrific murder cases. Ordinary people just found it exciting and gossipy, feeling that this grand drama was becoming more and more brilliant, and they enjoyed the spectacle more with every bite. Many even believed this was the retribution these media outlets received for their nonsense, that heaven was punishing them. But in the eyes of the media and law enforcement agencies, it was vastly different. They immediately felt that Linton was an existence that absolutely could not be provoked, either a heavenly god or a devil from hell. These media outlets had just published irresponsible reports about him in the morning and were immediately sued, with applications to the court for astronomical damages that could bankrupt them. Even more absurd was the fact that the people directly responsible were physically eliminated. This was too crazy. It was truly terrifying. That night, almost all media outlets in the United States held emergency meetings. The agenda had only one item: placing Linton on an absolute do not provoke red list. Normal news reporting was fine. Even hot topics like scandals with various female stars were acceptable. After all, looking at the past, Linton didn't oppose scandal-mongering at all and was sometimes even quite cooperative. But as for reports that smeared or attacked him, the answer was a flat no. After all, no one wanted to have their head mysteriously cut off one day. The 13 media outlets where the flying sword killings occurred were in a miserable state. Small newspapers and magazines faced lawsuits and astronomical compensation. Their editors-in-chief and reporters had been mysteriously murdered in broad daylight. All other employees were so terrified that they immediately dropped their work and fled home. Furthermore, that night they called their superiors one after another, requesting long leaves of absence, and some employees even resigned directly over the phone. Faced with this situation, the owners of these media outlets were in despair. Coupled with the lawsuits for astronomical damages, they chose to flee or go into bankruptcy liquidation. However, there was a small tabloid called Louise. Its owner was not Jewish, but an Irishman named Carl. It just so happened that the editor-in-chief he hired was Jewish, and because of that editor's reckless actions, the paper suffered this disaster. Facing the imminent bankruptcy of the newspaper, he had a sudden inspiration and sought help to contact Sharon Lehman, editor-in-chief, the general manager of Putman Publishing Company under the Universal Group, proposing to sell the newspaper to Putman Publishing Company at a very low price. After asking Linton for instructions, Sharon agreed to the acquisition. This at least allowed Carl to recover some costs, which was much better than bankruptcy liquidation, and Putman Publishing Company gained another tabloid under its wing. Of course, not all media outlets were so cowardly. The reactions of the Los Angeles Times and Variety were completely different from the other small tabloids. After all, they were large companies with market values in the billions of dollars. The Los Angeles Times had a market value of over $8 billion the day before yesterday, and Variety's market value exceeded $3 billion yesterday. Of course, both were hit hard in the capital markets today, with their stock prices plummeting. The financial strength, governance systems, talent pools, and employee sense of belonging of these two companies were completely incomparable to small firms. The Los Angeles Times held a board meeting that night. 8 of the 11 board members were Jewish people. At the meeting, a new general manager was quickly promoted from the former deputy general managers, and a new editor-in-chief was promoted from the former deputy editors-in-chief. Additionally, a deputy general manager and a deputy editor-in-chief were promoted from the middle management. The meeting also reached a unified opinion. They would never bow to Linton. They demanded the new management team continue exposing the fact that Linton was a murderous demon, while also hiring a powerful legal team to handle Linton's lawsuit. The new general manager and editor-in-chief were both Jewish people. Although they were filled with fear of Linton, in the face of the pie falling from the sky, the power and salary of a sudden promotion, they chose to continue the risk, arranging articles to attack and smear Linton overnight. Variety magazine did the same. That night, the board appointed a new general manager and editor-in-chief, requiring the new management team to print a new issue as soon as possible, within 3 days, and continue attacking Linton on the most important pages, while also hiring a luxury legal team for the lawsuit. As for Wall Street Journal far away in New York, it was a media outlet completely controlled by the Jewish people. From the board to the management, almost everyone was Jewish. Because they hadn't been attacked by the flying sword, they had no casualties. However, influenced by today's series of events, the board and management were even more furious with Linton. Furthermore, They were the only ones among the 14 media outlets without casualties, and since they had already attacked and smeared Linton early last year without facing any repercussions at the time, they felt emboldened. Having avoided physical attacks twice in a row made the board and management arrogantly believe that because they were on Wall Street, the financial heart of America and a stronghold for the Jewish people, it was a place Linton dared not attack. They unanimously decided to continue attacking Linton, digging deep into his dirt in the newspaper so that people all over the world could see Linton's true face as a murderous demon. Of course, the turmoil outside didn't affect Linton's mood in the slightest. That afternoon, he happily attended an Oscar PR party arranged by Harvey at the Four Seasons Hotel with Kate Winslet, just like usual. After the party, he ignored various invitations from the female judges and took Kate back to the manor. Because of the day's events, the members of his harem had urgently finished their work and returned to Linton Manor in Los Angeles. Although Madonna, Winnie, Christiana, Monica, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, and the others had confidence in Linton, they couldn't help but worry for him, fearing that the media's smear campaign would affect his career. Of course, worrying too much was useless. After all, Linton wasn't an ordinary star. His more important identity was the owner of 2 media groups and one of the world's top super-rich men. However, at such a critical moment, offering Linton heartfelt warmth, care, and comfort was certainly the right move. And so it was. When the lights first came on and Linton returned with Kate, he was immediately surrounded by the tender embrace of his harem members. Under the devoted comfort of one vivid beauty after another, the moon over Los Angeles that night was exceptionally bright, and the party at Linton Manor was especially fervent and unrestrained. The next day, it wasn't until 9 a.m. that Linton finally managed to extricate himself from the entanglement of soft arms and legs, ending an entire night of a ridiculous yet joyful party. After everyone had washed and dressed, they came to the dining room for breakfast. By then, it was already 9:30 a.m. As usual, the housekeeper Amy stood by the table, reading today's newspapers to Linton. The front-page headlines of almost every newspaper were about the mysterious power attack on 13 media outlets yesterday afternoon, where many people were decapitated in broad daylight. The reports in most newspapers described the objective facts in the first half, while the analysis and commentary in the second half were wild and varied, but basically none of them linked it to Linton. Once Linton and the women of the harem finished breakfast, Amy picked up the last 2 newspapers and said indignantly, "Boss, are Wall Street Journal and the Los Angeles Times crazy? Why do they keep attacking and smearing you?" It turned out that Wall Street Journal and the Los Angeles Times were unrepentant. Today's reports continued to cling stubbornly to Linton, believing that these killings were arranged by him and that the murderer was helping Linton eliminate dissidents through cruel means. The articles analyzed that whether it was the murders in Compton, Inglewood, and Gardena yesterday morning, or the murders in the 13 newspaper and magazine offices in the afternoon, the victims all had one thing in common. They had already attacked Linton or were currently attacking him. With so many people killed, and the only commonality being their attacks on Linton, did that not prove the murderer was Linton? Finally, they called on the audience to think rationally and not be fooled by Linton, to recognize his true face, that he was a demon who killed without blinking. As she read these 2 newspapers, the housekeeper Amy's heart was trembling. The members of the harem spoke up one after another, cursing these 2 newspapers for twisting the truth with malicious intent. Not to mention them, Linton himself felt a surge of rage after listening. He thought to himself, "It seems these 2 newspapers haven't been heard enough yet. Since you are so bold and insist on crossing me, then don't blame me for continuing the slaughter. And this time, the scope of the killing will expand to see just how many of you aren't afraid of death. As for Wall Street Journal far away in New York, let them keep jumping around for now." After all, he needed to focus wholeheartedly on the Oscar campaign. Once the Oscar campaign activities reached a certain stage, he might have to take a trip to New York to give Wall Street Journal a severe blow and settle things with them once and for all. However, perhaps he could take advantage of this time to short Wall Street Journal's stock, making a small fortune while destroying them. After Amy finished reading the newspapers, Linton turned to ask his assistant Jennifer Roberts, who was serving nearby, about the public opinion on the internet and television. Fortunately, except for a small number of people hiding their identities on the internet who occasionally posted suspicious or attacking comments about Linton, the overall public opinion on television and the internet was still good for him. After breakfast, since there was no important work at the company this morning and the sisters of the harem had rarely gathered together, everyone still felt the lingering excitement from last night's party. Linton simply had his assistant Jennifer Roberts push back all of his morning work. He was then dragged upstairs by Madonna, Monica, and the others to continue the party. However, while Linton was engaged in intense party activities with the women, he did not forget the Los Angeles Times. Multitasking, he happily played out indescribable role-playing scenarios with the women while releasing his spiritual sense to find the Los Angeles Times office building. He located the new general manager and editor-in-chief, as well as the lead writer of this morning's article. Then, he spat out his flying sword. The flying sword, the size of a grain of millet, flew out silently. Without the women of the harem group noticing at all, it flew out of the manor and headed straight for the Los Angeles Times office building. Soon, the newly appointed and complacent general manager and president of the Los Angeles Times, along with two other deputy general managers, two deputy editors-in-chief, and the lead editor who had smeared Linton against his conscience for a high bonus, were all silently decapitated in broad daylight in front of everyone. The murders yesterday afternoon had already made all the employees of the Los Angeles Times jumpy, but because of the company's strict regulations, the employees still showed up for work as scheduled today. However, their fear was inevitable. Now, with such a mysterious and unpredictable murder case suddenly happening again, 7 living people were silently cut in two. In particular, the lead editor was working in an open-plan office with other employees. When he was killed, the blood spraying from his neck was exposed nakedly before the eyes of the other staff. The impact of such a bloody scene on the other employees could well be imagined. Soon, amidst screams of terror, all the employees fled the office building at top speed. Most of them secretly resolved that this workplace was too terrifying and dangerous. For the sake of their own lives, they would resign and seek another way out. Chapter 634, Giving In and Softening Up, Shorting the Wall Street Journal. While Linton was at his manor, with Christiana in his left arm and Monica in his right, occasionally sharing a passionate kiss with Nicole Kidman, who was draped over his back, enjoying himself immensely with the members of his harem. The outside world was once again shaken by the bloody massacre that occurred at the Los Angeles Times. This mysterious killer was simply too terrifying, coming and going like a ghost, killing silently and at will in broad daylight and under the watchful eyes of the public, without leaving a single trace. It was as if they could kill whoever they wanted. In fact, by now, except for Linton's brain-dead fans, most people had formed a basic judgment in their hearts. These murders were definitely related to Linton. Because the situation was too obvious, all those killed were people who had attacked or smeared Linton. There couldn't be so many coincidences in the world. Consequently, everyone developed a deep-seated fear of Linton, and his image became even more mysterious. Specifically, after the incident, all internet media, television, and radio stations reported the murder at the Los Angeles Times immediately. However, they were all straightforward reports. Not a single media outlet conducted any commentary or analysis. Everyone was terrified, fearing that an inappropriate remark would bring about their own death. While the public followed the news, they no longer dared to casually analyze who the killer was. Even on internet forums, threads discussing these murders decreased sharply. Occasionally, 1 or 2 anonymous posts clamoring that Linton was the killer would gain no traction, with almost no one replying. Some moderators would even delete these posts promptly and blacklist the posters. The board of Variety magazine was also scared witless. Facing a plummeting stock price, death threats to senior management, and panicked employees, they had no choice but to convene another emergency board meeting, attended by the newly appointed general manager and editor-in-chief. They were all secretly relieved that they were a semi-monthly publication rather than a daily one. Otherwise, this morning's massacre would have surely been unavoidable for them as well. The meeting urgently revised yesterday's resolution, making a 180-degree turn in their attitude toward Linton. They canceled the plan to print an extra issue within the next 3 days and demanded that the new management team must absolutely stop publishing any attacking or smearing remarks against Linton. Furthermore, regarding the response to Linton's lawsuit, they instructed the public relations and legal departments to take the initiative to communicate with Linton Media Group, striving to resolve the matter through a public apology and private compensation. The hardest hit was the Los Angeles Times, where all work had come to a complete standstill. Their stock plummeted even further. After this morning's murder, the stock price took an immediate dive, dropping 30% and triggering the circuit breaker mechanism. Combined with yesterday's decline, the total market value had fallen from $8 billion to just over $4 billion. In just 2 days, the market value had been halved, and the decline was far from over. Moreover, it was certain that as long as the threat of the murders wasn't lifted, the Los Angeles Times could not resume normal operations and might even remain paralyzed. The credibility the newspaper had built over more than 100 years would be completely destroyed. Faced with such heavy losses, the attitudes of the shareholders began to change drastically. No matter how important the collective interests of the Jewish people were, they couldn't let themselves go bankrupt to support them. Moreover, there were many non-Jewish shareholders among them. That afternoon, the Los Angeles Times reconvened its board. 3 non-Jewish board members fiercely accused the Jewish members of infringing upon their interests. They criticized them for using public instruments for private ends, improperly using the Los Angeles Times to speak for the Jewish people, disregarding facts, and recklessly attacking and smearing Linton without any factual basis, thereby bringing such a massive disaster upon the newspaper. They strongly demanded that the newspaper cease its smear campaign against Linton, issue a public apology, seek Linton's forgiveness, and strive for an out-of-court settlement of the lawsuit. Not only that, they also proposed a re-election of the board to effectively protect the interests of non-Jewish shareholders. In fact, it wasn't just them. Other Jewish directors were also heartbroken by the heavy losses. Additionally, they worried that if the Los Angeles Times continued to stubbornly attack Linton, the mysterious killer might not be satisfied with just massacring the management. If the killer really came for them, the consequences. Therefore, the meeting smoothly passed most of the resolutions. Like Variety, their attitude toward Linton took a 180-degree turn, shifting from aggressive attacks to giving in and softening up. Effective immediately, they would stop publishing any attacking or smearing remarks against Linton. Furthermore, regarding the response to Linton's lawsuit, they instructed the public relations and legal departments to take the initiative to communicate with Linton Media Group, striving to resolve the matter through a public apology and private compensation. Of course, the subsequent board re-election wouldn't be completed in a short time. Next was selecting new management, soothing employees, and resuming the newspaper's normal operations. Even with the timely change in strategy, the Los Angeles Times remained stalled for a full 3 days, and the newspaper's publication was interrupted for 3 days before it resumed. The newspaper's reputation and influence plummeted, and its market value dropped from the original $8 billion to just over $2 billion. The Los Angeles Times rapidly declined from being a top-tier American newspaper to a second-rate one, kicked out of the ranks of the Big Four American newspapers. But that is a story for later. Only the Wall Street Journal continued to high-profilely attack and smear Linton as always. Perhaps it was because all the board members were Jewish, or perhaps because being far from Los Angeles and having no personnel harmed led them to mistakenly believe they were safe enough and that Linton wouldn't dare to slaughter them. Although some board members and newspaper staff had concerns, their voices were too small to make any waves within the organization. Furthermore, Jewish people throughout New York and even the entire United States were throwing their support behind the Wall Street Journal. This included the stock market. Yesterday, because Linton publicly launched a lawsuit for astronomical damages against the newspaper, the Wall Street Journal's stock price was affected, dropping 7%. However, a large influx of capital from Jewish interests soon poured in, stabilizing the price. By the close of the market, the stock price had even risen slightly. This morning, as news of the successive bloody massacres at the Los Angeles Times spread, the Wall Street Journal stock price was actually affected, but capital from Jewish interests was quickly injected, and the stock price ended up rising instead of falling. As the 5th largest newspaper in the United States, The Wall Street Journal's market value had previously stabilized around $6.5 billion. However, by the close of the market today, its market value exceeded $7 billion. The party with Linton and the beauties of his harem didn't come to a temporary close until 3 p.m. This was because at 4 p.m., Linton and Kate Winslet were to attend an Oscar PR cocktail party at the Hilton Hotel. When Linton finally managed to extricate himself from a sea of slender arms and legs, Monica, Nicole Kidman, Jennifer, Charlize, and the others all urged him in seductive voices, "Dear, come back early tonight. We'll be waiting for you all clean and ready." Even Su Qing and Li Xiaoran, who were usually more reserved, hugged him from both sides and gave him a lingering kiss, saying, "Dear, we'll continue tonight." Madonna, in the tone of a big sister, said coquettishly to Linton, "Dear, go ahead and attend the event with peace of mind. I'll go out with the sisters later to buy various props. Come back early tonight. We guarantee you a surprise." After getting dressed, Linton briefly learned about the outside situation from his assistant, Jennifer Roberts. The fact that the Los Angeles Times and Variety had given in and softened up was completely within Linton's expectations. Under the dual threats of death and seeing vast wealth go down the drain, even those with the firmest faith in Judaism probably couldn't hold out for the sake of the ethereal collective interests of the Jewish people. It would be a miracle if they didn't surrender. Hearing that the Los Angeles Times and Variety had both sent people to the company to seek peace and discuss apologies and private settlements, he instructed Jennifer Roberts, inform the public relations and legal departments not to bother with them for now. Let them wait for a few days. If they want to apologize, let them speak through their actions. All right, I understand. Now only the Wall Street Journal is left, still continuing to attack you. When he learned that the Wall Street Journal was still courting death and that its stock price had actually risen instead of falling, he had only one thought. If they want to die, then let's just play a big game. Linton called for Winnie, and they walked into the study together. He picked up the phone and called Hillary. "Hillary, it's me." Unknowingly, Hillary's child, Brian, was already 3 months old. Receiving the call, Hillary was full of joy. She first let Linton talk for a while with little Brian, who was babbling on the phone. "Dear, public opinion seems to have been quite bad for you lately. It won't affect you, will it? Don't worry. Don't you know my capabilities? They're just a bunch of jumping clowns." "That's good. I've been worried about you since yesterday. I'm calling you today because I want to deal with the Wall Street Journal." "Dear, just tell me what you need me to do." "All right, I don't need you to do anything. On the contrary, I have a piece of business to cooperate on with you." "What business?" "I'm preparing to short the Wall Street Journal." "Oh, it seems you already have a complete plan to deal with the Wall Street Journal. I'm willing to join and fully cooperate." "Good. I just took a look. The Wall Street Journal stock price has risen recently, and its total market value has reached $7 billion. I'll have Winnie transfer $500 million to you later. You also prepare $500 million, making a total of $1 billion. Using 5 times leverage, arrange for people to go all out in shorting the Wall Street Journal for me." "All right, is there a deadline? When do you want it completed?" "You handle that yourself. Once your shorting layout is complete, notify me. Then we'll go to New York together to witness its collapse with our own eyes." "All right. Dear, this is so exciting. I can't wait. You'll have to comfort me properly then." Unconsciously, Hillary's voice began to grow seductive. Seeing Linton put down the phone, Winnie looked at him with some concern. "Dear, will doing this be too much? I'm worried it will trigger dissatisfaction among the public toward you." Linton reached out and pulled Winnie into his arms. "It's not that I'm ruthless. I've never proactively provoked them. It's they who have been looking for trouble with me and challenging my bottom line. There's a saying, 1 punch thrown can prevent 100 from coming. For these vampire-like villains, you have to completely knock them down while instilling fear in other enemies so they don't dare to oppose us at will. Only then can we avoid more trouble in the future. Otherwise, with such vast wealth in our hands and a healthcare company that the whole world covets, who knows how many enemies are eyeing us in the shadows? The trouble in the future will only increase." Winnie nodded in understanding. "All right, I'll contact Hillary later and transfer the money. You must be careful. Nothing must happen to you." Sigh. "I was originally kind-hearted, but the world is like this. There are too many bad people, So I have to use thunderous methods to combat violence with violence and play the role of the great villain for once. At the Oscar PR party in the afternoon, Linton felt a distinct change. The male guests were even more respectful to him. Even the white-haired old men, when facing Linton, addressed him as Mr. Anderson at every turn, their expressions faintly tinged with awe. The female guests were different. Their eyes lit up when they saw him, and they were even more enthusiastic than before. Each one seemed to want to stick to him and not let go, with all sorts of kisses, wandering hands, and various hints and overtures. It troubled him greatly, yet he couldn't very well lose his temper. The effect of the PR party was also exceptionally good. Everyone expressed that they would fully support Linton and Titanic in winning major Oscar awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress. Unfortunately, there were no beauties with particularly high looks. The most beautiful person on the scene was Diane Lane. At 33, although she wasn't a top-tier beauty, she still possessed a unique charm. Under normal circumstances, Linton might have accepted her invitation and gone upstairs with her for a one-night stand after the banquet to sample a different kind of charm. After all, every Hollywood starlet has her own unique features. Unfortunately, today there were more than 20 seductive beauties at home who had set aside their work and made a special trip back to provide him with warmth. Any one of them was more than a grade prettier than Diane. In this situation, how could he leave the beauties at home to mess around with Diane? It could only be said that Diane had bad luck and the timing was wrong. By the latter half of the banquet, he was truly annoyed. He called Kate Winslet to his side and had her tightly clutch his arm, staying with him the whole time, which finally dispelled the unrealistic fantasies of the other women. As the lights came on and the cocktail party ended, when Linton and Kate Winslet returned to the manor, the sisters had indeed made preparations. They had specially decorated the gym, karaoke room, ballroom, and cinema on the first floor. What made his eyes even more dazzled was that each of them had put on particularly sensual pajamas, some hazy and translucent, some passionate and fiery, some noble and cold. Another unique party began. The cheerful singing did not cease all night. Chapter 635, Revenge, Soros's Defeat in Hong Kong. While Linton was busy with Oscar PR every day, time unknowingly slipped into late February. The Skycrest hedge fund, which had been closely monitoring the financial markets of Hong Kong, also received significant news. Since early December of the previous year, the Skycrest hedge fund had followed the Jewish financial predators in stirring up trouble in Taiwan, looting $4.2 billion and acquiring a 10% stake in TSMC at a bargain price. Following that, the financial looting in Asia ceased. Linton distributed 15% of the profits earned throughout the Asian financial crisis, totaling nearly $5 billion USD, to the operations team and gave them a full month's vacation, prompting everyone on the team to cheer boss. However, Linton did not withdraw the remaining $28.5 billion in profit. Instead, he kept it in the investment funds account to continue searching for investment opportunities. Afterward, Linton kept the two team leaders, Richard and Willix, behind to assign a new task: to closely monitor Soros's actions in the Hong Kong financial market. I have insider information that Soros's next target is Hong Kong. I want you to monitor it closely and gather all kinds of information. During the profit distribution, Richard and Willix each received $1 billion. This instantly propelled them across numerous social strata, elevating them to the ranks of America's top elites. They were immensely grateful to Linton, following his every word while remaining filled with a strong sense of initiative and drive. Upon hearing about the opportunity to make big money in the Hong Kong island financial market, their eyes immediately lit up. Willix chimed in, "Boss, since there's action in the Hong Kong financial market, why are we still taking a vacation? Let's cancel it. Such an opportunity to make big money is too rare to pass up." Linton doused their enthusiasm. "No, we won't be participating in Soros's looting of the Hong Kong financial market this time." "Why?" "Because I feel this time is different. The risks will be very high, and it's highly likely that Soros will meet his Waterloo." "Boss, no way. We even crushed Japan and South Korea with ease. How can tiny Hong Kong possibly hold out? Don't forget that Hong Kong was returned to the Chinese government last July. This means Hong Kong now has a powerful backer. If Soros attacks the Hong Kong capital market, the Chinese central government certainly won't stand idly by. Furthermore, Hong Kong's foreign exchange reserves exceed 90 billion US dollars, and mainland China's reserves are as high as 130 billion US dollars. Together, the two regions have over 220 billion US dollars in foreign exchange reserves. Their strength is far from ordinary. Richard said doubtfully, "Boss, even with Hong Kong and China combined, it might not be enough. I remember Japan's foreign exchange reserves also exceeded 210 billion US dollars, yet they were still soundly defeated. You have to realize that the shorting capital Soros has gathered is as high as $1 trillion. Linton shook his head. Compared to Japan and South Korea, there is another fundamental difference with Hong Kong. What difference? Political independence. Political independence? What does that mean? I don't understand. Do you really think that when we attacked the financial markets of countries like Japan and South Korea, we relied solely on capital strength?" Richard caught on. "Oh, I see. Actually, the most important factor was the support of the American government from behind." Seeing that Willix still looked confused, he continued to explain. Take Japan, for example. When their financial markets couldn't withstand the attack, they actually could have adjusted their financial policies, strengthened controls over the exchange rate and capital markets, and established financial control firewalls. For instance, they could have significantly raised overnight lending rates, restricted financial institutions from lending stocks to foreign capital for shorting, or even limited the daily amount of foreign capital inflow and outflow. However, all these methods that could effectively defend against attacks from external financial predators were prohibited by the American government in the name of the sacred and inviolable principles of market economics and financial freedom. Precisely because their financial markets were fully open to us without any firewalls, we were able to attack them freely. Otherwise, no matter how much shorting capital we had, it would have been useless, and we couldn't have achieved such great results. Willix also understood. "Boss, are you saying that if Hong Kong is attacked by Soros, they might use administrative measures to intervene, adjust financial policies, and strengthen controls over the exchange rate and capital markets?" Linton nodded. "That's inevitable. Who would willingly stand by and watch themselves be robbed by predators in broad daylight? But aren't they afraid of threats from the American government? If Hong Kong were still in the hands of the British, they would certainly not dare to offend America and would have to swallow the bitter pill of being robbed. But unfortunately, Hong Kong was returned last July. China isn't afraid of America. They have the strength to say no to them." Richard and Willix gasped. "In that case, it seems Soros really does have a chance of suffering a crushing defeat in his attack on the Hong Kong island financial market this time. That's why we won't be participating in their attack on the Hong Kong financial market this time." Richard and Willix both nodded. "Understood. Do you want revenge?" Richard immediately became indignant. "Of course. I'll always remember when we were precisely set up and cheated out of 500 million US dollars in the Thai foreign exchange market." Willix also realized. "Boss, you mean since the risk of Soros failing is so high, we can turn the tables and screw them over instead?" Linton nodded and continued. "Yes, I believe there will be many opportunities for revenge. Of course, we can't act rashly. We must strike at the most critical moment with absolute certainty to achieve an unexpected effect. If we're going to do it, we must ensure it's effective, both to avenge being cheated and to earn massive profits. Otherwise, it's better not to do it at all. Understand?" Richard and Willix nodded simultaneously. "Boss, we understand." "Good. From now on, all other financial operations are to cease. Closely monitor Soros's funds and information related to the Hong Kong financial market. Notify me immediately of any important news." As Linton had expected, the Wall Street financial predators, led by Soros, turned their sights on Hong Kong in December. However, Hong Kong was different from other places. Strictly speaking, the Hong Kong dollar could not be considered an independent currency. Its monetary policy was known as the linked exchange rate system. This meant the Hong Kong dollar was directly pegged to the US dollar. For every Hong Kong dollar a bank issued, it had to pay 0.128 US dollars at a rate of 7.8:1 to the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. This was recorded in the foreign exchange fund accounts and banknotes could only be printed after receiving a certificate of indebtedness. Due to this unique monetary policy, the U.S. dollars held by the Foreign Exchange Fund provided support for the stability of the Hong Kong dollar. Consequently, the currency remained firm, making shorting in the foreign exchange market essentially unprofitable. Therefore, this time, Soros set his sights on Hong Kong stocks. At this time, although Hong Kong had not yet been directly hit by international financial predatory capital, it had already suffered a significant impact under the influence of the Asian financial crisis. The Hang Seng Index had plummeted from 16,673 points in early July to less than 9,000 points, nearly losing half its value. Despite the massive decline, the total market capitalization of companies listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange still exceeded $3 trillion USD, ranking sixth among global exchanges. Their specific approach began with shorting a large volume of Hang Seng Index futures contracts. Since the Hang Seng Index had already dropped from 16,673 points in July to a low of 8,700 points, and with the financial storms in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan ending, the economy across Asia was rapidly recovering. Hong Kong stocks had also begun to recover slowly. The Hang Seng Index had risen from 8,700 points in early December to nearly 9,000 points. Citizens of Hong Kong were beginning to regain confidence, believing that the stock market had reached a turning point and was entering a new bull market. In this context, the Hang Seng Index futures contracts shorted by the financial predatory capital led by Soros were largely absorbed. By the time the financial war was launched in early January, the transaction volume for Hang Seng Index future short positions had reached as high as $40 billion USD, with an average transaction point of 8,950. As 1998 began, financial predators led by Soros brazenly launched an attack on the Hong Kong market. First, they heavily sold off borrowed Hong Kong dollars to crash the exchange rate. Prepared in advance, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, HKMA, absorbed all the Hong Kong dollars to stabilize the rate. Simultaneously, the HKMA rapidly increased the interbank offered rate, simply put, raising borrowing interest rates to drive the speculate's costs to the maximum. However, this was actually a feint by Soros. The HKMA's move had a severe negative impact. The high interest rates discouraged normal borrowing and drastically reduced liquidity in the market. This led citizens to sell their stocks for cash to deposit in banks for high interest, causing the stock market to immediately turn from red to green. Under these circumstances, Hong Kong stocks continued to decline, and investors' confidence began to waver. Meanwhile, Western-controlled media outlets like Apple Daily began to fan the flames. A massive sense of panic spread through the stock market, and fence-sitting speculators fled the market in droves, causing Hong Kong stocks to plummet. In less than a week, the Hang Seng Index fell by 1,000 points, dropping to 8,020. Just when everyone thought the decline was nearing its end, Soros employed even more ferocious tactics. When the market opened on the second Monday, short orders worth over 100 billion Hong Kong dollars appeared, causing the Hang Seng Index to crash again. Over 5 consecutive working days, Soros's side sold a total of over 600 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of stocks. The Hang Seng Index broke through 7,000 points, falling to 6,700. If they could maintain this position until the Hang Seng Index settlement day on the 28th of the month, the financial predators led by Soros would profit over 100 billion USD from HSI futures short contracts alone. Not to mention the profits from shorting stocks, the total profit would be at least over 1.5 trillion USD. Soros even began to openly boast in the Wall Street Journal. The Hong Kong government is bound to lose. The situation reached its most critical juncture. Any slight misstep, and the wealth Hong Kong had accumulated over decades would be completely plundered by international financial predators. With the support of China, on Monday, January 17th, the HKMA began its move to save the market. The specific approach was for the Hong Kong government to use foreign exchange reserves to enter the market, buy up all the sold stocks, and drive up the Hang Seng Index. On that day alone, the capital injected into the stock market exceeded 20 billion USD. Of course, Soros's side was not to be outdone. They used international media to heavily criticize the Hong Kong government for severely undermining the free market economy, and even pressured the Hong Kong government through American diplomatic notes, while continuing to sell off Hong Kong stocks in large volumes. Regarding the pressure from America, with the support of the central government, the Hong Kong government ignored it and continued to pour massive amounts of capital into the stock market. After a week of intense tug-of-war, the Hang Seng Index rose to 7,100 points. However, the cost to the Hong Kong government was also enormous, estimated at over $100 billion of foreign exchange reserves consumed in the stock market. More importantly, if the settlement occurred at this index level, Hong Kong would still suffer heavy losses. The date became January 24th, another Monday, and the Hong Kong government released even stricter financial control policies. First, they significantly increased the overnight interbank lending rates again to increase the financial costs for Soros's side. Second, they issued financial control orders prohibiting financial institutions from lending stocks to foreign capital. This was a masterstroke to cut off Soros's source of ammunition entirely. As soon as these two control policies were announced, they naturally met with severe protests from America. America immediately sent a strongly worded diplomatic note to the Hong Kong government, demanding they stop undermining the free market economy and immediately cancel the financial control measures, while also inciting Western-controlled media to launch a propaganda war. However, the Hong Kong government had the full support of China's central government. They withstood the pressure and paid no heed to America's protests. At the same time, they held a press conference to explain to the public that Hong Kong was facing an attack from Western financial predators and had reached its most critical moment. To protect the wealth accumulated over decades of development in Hong Kong, they had to strike back resolutely, and they specifically criticized several biased media outlets. That day, Apple Daily and several other Western-controlled media outlets were besieged by a large number of citizens who threw eggs and rotten vegetables at them, completely silencing them. Seeing this information, Richard and Willix both believed the time to enter the market had arrived and immediately made an emergency report to Linton. Linton was overjoyed. "Good, the time for our revenge has come. I will give you a $20 billion limit to go all in on longing Hong Kong stocks." Having received approval, Richard and Willix, who had been eager for action, immediately led their operations team into the fray, slamming $20 billion into the Hong Kong stock market. Soros's side, already weakened by the loss of their ammunition source, was caught in a pincer attack by the Hong Kong government's foreign exchange reserves and Linton's new capital. Hong Kong stocks immediately began a comprehensive rise, and the Hang Seng Index surged accordingly. That day, the Hang Seng Index rose by 620 points, reaching 7,735. If things continued to develop this way, Soros's side would not only fail to make money, but might also suffer a crushing defeat. Naturally, they would not sit idly by. They were especially infuriated when they discovered that the massive new longing capital in the market actually came from Linton's Skycrest hedge fund. The 5 major Wall Street investment banks immediately went to the White House. First, they demanded America put even more pressure on Hong Kong. Second, they asked the White House to step in and stop Linton from supporting the Hong Kong stock market. Unfortunately, with the support of the highest levels in China, the Hong Kong government ignored all of America's protests and orders. As for Linton's massive long ing in the Hong Kong stock market, others did not dare to easily offend him. In the end, Clinton had to bite the bullet and call Linton to ask for his reasons. Linton didn't hide anything and replied directly. "Since they dared to target me with a precision strike back in Thailand and cost me $500 million, they shouldn't blame me for taking my revenge today." These words left Clinton speechless, and he himself lacked the courage to question or interfere with Linton's actions. After hanging up, he truthfully informed the representatives of the 5 major Wall Street investment banks of the situation. Upon hearing this news, Soros was livid but helpless. He could only add another mark to his resentment toward Linton and decided to increase funding for the Wall Street Journal, as it was currently the only outlet in the United States that dared to continuously attack and smear Linton. In this manner, the stocks in the hands of Soros and his associates were quickly exhausted. Meanwhile, the large-scale long ing capital from the Hong Kong government and Skycrest hedge fund continued. More importantly, it boosted the confidence of Hong Kong citizens in the stock market. For a time, buying orders surged, and stock prices naturally continued to rise. On Tuesday, the Hang Seng Index rose by 613 points. On Wednesday, the Hang Seng Index rose by 715 points. On Thursday, the Hang Seng Index rose by 776 points. On Friday, January 28th, the settlement day for stock index futures, the Hang Seng Index rose another 915 points, reaching 10,754 at the close. The predatory operation by the financial predators led by Soros in Hong Kong failed completely. Not only did they make no money, but they also suffered massive losses. From stock index futures alone, they lost $80 billion. The losses on stocks would only be determined after they bought back stocks to close their positions. However, based on current stock prices, the loss would not be less than $40 billion. As for Linton's Skycrest hedge fund, it not only got its desired revenge for the past, more importantly, it earned massive profits again. In just 5 working days, the paper profit on the Hong Kong stocks they held had already exceeded 20%, which was $4 billion. Of course, the final profit would only be truly determined after the stocks were sold. However, there was no need to worry about the stock price falling, because the stock Soros and the others had borrowed for shorting had a term of only 1 month. In other words, by next month at the latest, they would have to spend huge sums of money to buy stocks to return them. Under these circumstances, stock prices would only rise and could not fall, making it the perfect time for Skycrest Hedge Fund to close its positions. Chapter 636, A Grand Harvest at the Golden Globe Awards, the miracle continues. In the following days, Linton continued to attend the Oscar campaign parties arranged by Harvey every day. Harvey truly lived up to being Linton's loyal lackey. Every day's party featured a major female star, such as Jodie Foster, Jennifer Lopez, Julianne Moore, Terry Hatcher, and so on. After the parties ended, unless there were special circumstances, Linton would stay behind alone with these beauties to frolic and spend the night together in the hotel's presidential suite, living a very comfortable life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was mid-February. Saturday, February 12, 1998, the 55th Golden Globe Awards were held at the Hilton Hotel in Hollywood. Linton, Kate Winslet, and James Cameron attended the awards ceremony together with the main creative staff of the Titanic crew. Titanic had been in theaters in North America for 8 weeks, with cumulative North American box office earnings reaching $550 million. According to General Film screening patterns, a movie would be taken out of theaters after 8 weeks. However, Titanic was constantly creating unbelievable miracles, having held the box office championship for 8 consecutive weeks. On February 10th, the last working day of the 8th week, Titanic still raked in $5.2 million, continuing to take the daily box office title. Under these circumstances, the theater chains naturally couldn't take Titanic off the screens. Moreover, before the release, Linton had the distribution department sign a separate profit-sharing agreement with the chains. Even after the 8th week, the film company could still receive a high percentage of the revenue. Additionally, since February to April is the off-season for the film market every year, the theater chains naturally maintained a high number of screenings for the sake of profit. Even entering the 9th week, Titanic still retained 3,100 screens in 1,500 theaters. Yesterday, Friday, Titanic continued to rake in $6.31 million, once again taking the daily box office championship. The overseas box office was even more triumphant. After 7 weeks of release, the cumulative box office in more than 80 countries and regions had already achieved a breakthrough of $1.02 billion. The global box office reached a staggering $1.57 billion. By this time, no one doubted Linton's box office predictions before the film's release: $600 million in North America and $1.8 billion globally. The latest box office predictions for Titanic from professional agencies had been raised to $680 million in North America and $2 billion globally. As the Titanic box office continued to create miracles, its influence naturally grew larger and larger, to the point where all the Golden Globe Awards judges had to take notice. After all, the Golden Globe Awards also pursued popularity. Furthermore, like in previous years, Harvey arranged a 3-day unmasked party on a yacht at sea as part of the campaign for all the Golden Globe Awards judges. Ultimately, at the Golden Globe Awards, Titanic unsurprisingly took home 11 awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor in a Motion Picture, Drama, and Best Actress in a Motion Picture, Drama. Linton thus joyfully won the Golden Globe Best Actor, and Kate Winslet won the Golden Globe Best Actress. It is worth mentioning that Cameron Diaz won Best Actress in a Motion Picture, Musical or Comedy for There's Something About Mary. That night, the two Golden Globe Best Actresses, Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz, were overjoyed and used all their skills to play a game of 3 with Linton. The two fully demonstrated to Linton what it meant to be wild with excitement and what it meant to fly higher. With Titanic winning so many major awards at the Golden Globe Awards, the media naturally provided overwhelming coverage. Subsequently, the film ushered in a new round of screening crazes, and the box office rose accordingly. That day, the film's box office rose to $7.03 million again. The next day, Sunday, the box office rose further to $7.5 million. On the 9th weekend, Titanic took the box office championship by a landslide, continuing to create miracles, and by the looks of it, this miracle would continue. On Monday, a working day, the film's box office still brought in $6.14 million. According to previous years, generally speaking, within 3 to 5 days after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, the Academy would hold the Oscar nominees luncheon and announce the list of Oscar nominations. But this year was different. In mid-January, a large number of senior Academy officials had their heads chopped off by Linton, including several at the very top, like the president and vice president. With these people dead, the normal operation of the Academy was naturally greatly affected. At the critical moment of the Oscar selection, the MPAA board did not dare to be negligent, re-electing several top leaders of the Academy. The Academy was able to restore normal operations as quickly as possible. However, the newly elected president and vice presidents of the Academy were no longer predominantly Jewish people as before. In the new management of the Academy, only one of the 5 presidents and vice presidents was a Jewish person. After the new management of the Academy took office, they immediately promoted and appointed middle-level cadres to fill the vacancies. Among these cadres, Jewish people were naturally few and far between. Thus, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, a key stronghold influencing Hollywood, was finally no longer in the hands of Jewish people. In the future, it would not be so easy for Jewish people to do as they pleased with the Oscar awards. However, because of this year's Oscar judging was still inevitably affected and delayed for quite some time. Not until Friday, February 25th, was the 70th Oscar nominees luncheon held at the Regent Hotel in Beverly Hills. As expected, Titanic lived up to expectations and became the biggest winner of the luncheon, receiving 16 nominations, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Supporting Actor. And Cameron Diaz also received an Oscar nomination for Best Actress. Of course, she understood that winning was out of the question. Being nominated was already the greatest victory. It could be said that the Kabbalah Council's attempt to block Linton's pursuit of Oscar awards had completely failed. With the announcement of the Oscar nominations, the campaign work led by Harvey all moved underground, and those activities easily noticed by others were stopped immediately. The Academy has clear regulations that after the Oscar nominations are announced, no one is allowed to campaign to the judges anymore. Linton and Kate Winslet could finally take a break. With the announcement of the Oscar nominations, the exposure of Titanic further increased, and more media outlets took the initiative to report on the film. Of course, the two media groups under Linton went all out, firing on all cylinders to increase the promotion of the two films. Stimulated by the Oscar nominations, Titanic, which had already held the box office championship for 11 consecutive weeks, saw its box office rise once again. The box office for that day rose to $6.15 million. The next day, Saturday, $6.51 million. Sunday, $6.38 million. It continued to hold the weekend box office championship for the 12th week. Chapter 637, Profits in Hong Kong, Skycrest Asia Industrial Investment Fund. On the morning of February 26th, good things came in pairs. Linton and the Oscar Best Actress nominees, Kate Winslet and Cameron Diaz, had spent the entire night celebrating with high intensity and in various ways. He then received a phone call from Richard of the Skycrest hedge fund. By the end of last month, all the long positions held in Hong Kong stocks had been completely sold off. This was because Soros and his gang of financial predators had borrowed stocks worth over 1.5 trillion Hong Kong dollars from major financial institutions in Hong Kong last month for short selling, and they had to be returned in February. This forced them to continuously and slowly purchase stocks in the Hong Kong market to settle their debts starting from early February. In fact, based on current prices, these stocks had already risen by 20%, bringing the total market value close to 2 trillion Hong Kong dollars. Now the consequences of their failed short selling were manifesting. Everyone knew Soros's side needed to buy 2 trillion Hong Kong dollars worth of stock within a month, so the stock market naturally continued to rise. In less than a week, the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index surged another 12%. More importantly, they had hardly managed to buy any stock at all, less than 10% of their target quantity. If this situation continued, and such a massive volume of stock had to be purchased within a month solely from the secondary market, the stock prices would surely skyrocket to the heavens. Left with no choice, they had to approach major financial institutions to negotiate bulk trades, bypassing the secondary market to avoid excessive price hikes. However, the financial institutions in Hong Kong were no fools. Knowing they could fleece these predators, they naturally intended to kick them while they were down, refusing to sell them stocks at low prices. They naturally sought out the HKMA. Under the organization of the HKMA, they united and offered Soros's side a price that was a 20% markup based on the settlement day price of January 28th. Of course, the HKMA didn't dare to offend Soros too excessively, as everyone knew the American government stood behind him. At the same time, they did not want the Hong Kong stock market to fluctuate too wildly, seeking to avoid extreme ups and downs. The fact that the Skycrest hedge fund had invested heavily in long positions at the critical moment when the outcome was undecided was undoubtedly a timely help for the HKMA, and they naturally owed him a great favor. After negotiating a unified stock transaction price for Soros's side, they immediately contacted Richard of the Skycrest hedge fund. Through these bulk transactions, Richard sold 80% of his stock holdings to Soros and his group. The remaining 20% of the stocks were sold slowly on the secondary market. By last night, considering the 11-hour time difference, all stocks had been sold. After settlement, the gains from this counterstrike against Soros in the Hong Kong stock market far exceeded initial predictions. In just over a month, the total profit actually reached a staggering $8.3 billion. Linton did not treat them poorly, continuing to give them a 15% bonus. He set aside $1.245 billion for secondary distribution among them, making the entire fund team cheer for joy. According to Linton's memory, after Soros failed to short Hong Kong this time, the Asian financial crisis was also nearing its end. He would absolutely not participate in Soros's subsequent actions to short the Russian ruble. In his memory, when Soros's side was stirring up trouble in Russia, and it looked like Russia would suffer heavy losses, Russia simply played dirty, completely ignoring the so-called American rules of the game. Boris used even stronger administrative measures to intervene and control the financial market, even directly closing the capital exit channels. He trapped all the short-selling capital, causing Wall Street investment banks to suffer heavy losses amounting to over $200 billion. It was precisely this confrontation, where both sides nearly tore off their masks, that led the West to start preaching the Russian threat theory again and to try their best to win over and incite Ukraine to oppose Russia. After distributing the bonuses to the team, Linton summoned Richard and Willix to discuss the future development of the Skycrest hedge fund. You should know that the Asian financial crisis is basically over. What are your thoughts on the future development of the hedge fund? Boss, what do you propose? Currently, there is still $35.5 billion in cash in the hedge fund's account. Since the Asian financial crisis has ended, it also means there won't be such large investment opportunities in the short term. Of course, whether in the global futures market or the foreign exchange market, investment opportunities will always exist. My plan is to keep the hedge fund team. I'll leave $2 billion for the team to continue fighting and striving, and the team's commission percentage will remain unchanged. As for the other $33.5 billion in the account, I don't plan to bring it back to America. Instead, I intend to separately establish an industrial investment fund oriented towards the Asian market, especially the Chinese market. This Asian financial crisis basically caused no impact on China. Next, as long as China can seize the time, it will inevitably usher in high-speed development. Coupled with China's large population, low labor costs, and huge market potential, I believe there is immense investment potential there. Actually, doing this had another benefit. According to tax laws, if this money flowed back to America, it would inevitably be taxed at a rate as high as 40% or more. No matter how one avoided taxes, the amount would be staggering. But as long as this money didn't flow back to America, the IRS couldn't collect taxes on it. Consequently, many large American companies retain a large amount of profit in the accounts of their overseas branches. The purpose of doing this is for tax avoidance. When the day comes that the American government significantly lowers taxes, these profits held overseas will seize the moment to flow back home. Richard and Willix glanced at each other. Clearly, the two of them had discussed this before. Willix replied, "Boss, I agree with your decision. There really is no need for the hedge fund to keep so much money. Furthermore, after this Asian financial storm, everyone in our team has made a fortune. Even the lowest earners have received tens of millions of dollars. With so much money, some people will surely want to quit or start their own businesses. We will definitely have to restructure the team then. However, regarding the capital structure of the new hedge fund, could you give Richard and me an opportunity to participate as well? It would also allow us to pay a bit less in taxes." Linton thought about how these two had each received over $1 billion in profit through their operations during the Asian financial crisis. Even after taxes, they were bona fide billionaires. Naturally, they wouldn't be satisfied with being mere employees anymore. He readily agreed, "Sure. Not just the hedge fund. You can also take stakes in the newly established Industrial Investment Fund." After some discussion, the final investment scale of the Skycrest hedge fund was changed to $2.5 billion. Linton contributed $2 billion for an 80% stake, while Richard and Willix each contributed $250 million for a 10% stake each. Willix would be responsible for the daily operations of the fund. The newly established Skycrest Asia Industrial Investment Fund had a total investment scale of $34.5 billion. Linton contributed $33.5 billion for a 97% stake, while Richard and Willix each contributed $500 million for a 1.5% stake each. Richard would be responsible for the fund's operations. According to Linton's requirements, the headquarters of this newly established fund would be set up in Beijing, with branches established in several important Asian markets such as Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Richard would lead the implementation of the specific organizational structure. Of course, for such a massive investment fund, Linton couldn't possibly leave everything to Richard. That would be too much of a test of human nature. He assigned the legal and financial aspects to Goodman and Henry Zhou. Chapter 638, Dealing with the Wall Street Journal. A bountiful harvest was reaped at the Golden Globe Awards. Oscar nominations also hit a record-breaking 16 categories. More importantly, it completely shattered the Jewish people's control over the awards and even rewrote the landscape of Hollywood. Linton's award season PR could be described as a complete success. The only thing that displeased him was that the Wall Street Journal was still relentlessly launching smear attacks against him, especially after Titanic secured an unprecedented 16 nominations and he himself received an Oscar Best Actor nomination. The Wall Street Journal criticized him even more hysterically, believing that the Oscar judges hadn't seen through Linton's true colors. A murderous devil like Linton simply had no right to stand on the Oscar podium. These remarks truly disgusted him. What annoyed him even more was that, with the full support of the Jewish people, the Wall Street Journal's market value hadn't dropped but continued to rise. It had now exceeded $8 billion, nearly catching up to the New York Times and the Washington Post. Now that he finally had some free time, it was time to make a trip to New York and deal with the Wall Street Journal once and for all. Upon receiving Linton's notice, Hillary immediately took little Brian to New York to personally oversee the shorting of the Wall Street Journal. After more than half a month of maneuvering, the $1 billion that he and Hillary had jointly invested had all been used to short the Wall Street Journal stock, with 5 times leverage 2 days ago, with the average transaction price corresponding to a market value of $7.4 billion. However, due to the continuous rise in the Wall Street Journal stock price, the current book loss was as high as $360 million. She had long been looking forward to Linton coming to New York sooner. Since she gave birth to Brian last October, the two hadn't had a chance to be alone together, and she was already restless with loneliness. Moreover, she had brought Linton some good news 2 days ago. At the beginning of last year, 3 major pharmaceutical giants teamed up with several high-ranking political officials in Washington to plot a takeover of his healthcare company, only to be counter-slaughtered by him one by one using bloody means. Among them, Hoffman Martin and Gittins Cooper were in their massive estates on Long Island, New York, where hundreds of people were hacked in half, leaving the scene a river of blood. Long Island, New York, is the most high-end and secure community in the world, as well as the most expensive. The top wealthy individuals from across the United States and even the globe choose to buy property here. Yet, 3 incredibly bloody massacres occurred in succession, 2 of which were in top-tier estates. Such homicides were fatal to the reputation of Long Island, New York. Many wealthy people moved away, as it was no longer the safest place in their eyes. Long Island's housing prices plummeted by more than 50% immediately, effectively being cut in half. They still haven't fully recovered, having only risen about 20% from their lowest point, barely reaching 70% of the year before last. Most of the heirs to these 2 estates were killed on the spot, and the few who escaped with their lives saw the performance of Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceutical Company and Pfizer Pharmaceutical Company plummet, with their stock prices dropping to less than 10% of what they were before. They didn't even have time to inherit their predecessors' legacy or restore the glory of their family and enterprises before they were hunted down by Clinton's subordinates. Everyone related by bloodline was wiped out. Naturally, the property in their hands was also plundered. As for these estates, they were handed over to the court as distressed assets for auction. But for estates of such immense size and high value, where such bloody massacres had occurred, finding a suitable buyer was no easy task. So far, the auctions have failed twice. The top elite are simply not interested in these 2 estates, no matter how low the price. Recently, the court has been preparing to organize another auction and is sending invitation letters to the wealthy across the United States. Hillary suggested that Linton could step in and buy one of them. That way, it would be very convenient for the 2 of them to have trysts in New York in the future. Furthermore, she knew that these murders were caused by Linton, so the information about the murders and bad luck that others were so wary of had no effect on Linton at all. And in the current situation, the purchase price would certainly be very low. Perhaps an estate previously worth over $200 million could be acquired for $20 million. Linton thought that he indeed needed a place to live in New York, and the super luxury yacht he had already asked Winnie to order currently had no place to dock. Buying an estate here would solve the yacht's docking problem perfectly. He asked Hillary to sign him up and obtained an auction invitation. The auction would be held on March 2nd. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called Hillary. "Hillary, it's me." Hillary excitedly said to Linton, "Dear, are you finished with your work? If you have time, hurry to New York. Little Brian and I miss you very much. I can't wait." "All right, I'll come over tomorrow." The next day, Linton brought his assistant Jennifer Roberts, 2 bodyguards, and his housekeeper Amy, and arrived in New York by private jet. The plane landed at LaGuardia Airport. While the plane was still in the sky, Linton released his spiritual sense, found the Wall Street Journal office building, and saw the busy scene inside. Unfortunately, all of this was about to become a fleeting dream. Before the plane had even come to a halt, he opened a window and spat out his flying sword. The grain-sized flying sword flew silently toward the Wall Street Journal office building. After the flying sword arrived at the Wall Street Journal office building, it first visited the offices of high-level executives such as the general manager, deputy general manager, editor-in-chief, and deputy editor-in-chief. Without a word, it directly severed their heads. Then the flying sword descended and circled the entire building. For so long, there had been at least dozens of articles from the Wall Street Journal smearing and attacking him, and he believed most of the staff in the editorial department had a hand in it. He didn't bother to distinguish if anyone inside was innocent. He directly drove the flying sword to start a massacre, severing the heads of all employees wearing editor badges. Soon, screams of terror rang out from the Wall Street Journal office building as panicked crowds scrambled to escape. By the time the flying sword returned from its mission, he had just stepped off the plane. To provide a greater deterrent to those with intentions, and at the same time to avoid suspicion from the public and provide the law enforcement and the public with evidence of his absence from the scene. He didn't hide his movements and even arranged an interview with UPN television network reporters at the airport. Then everyone got into the pickup vehicle arranged by Hillary. Instead of choosing Manhattan, which was closer to Long Island, they headed straight for the Four Seasons Hotel in Queens. Because he knew that as he went on a killing spree in the Wall Street Journal office building, Manhattan would inevitably be in chaos. Even with the police out in full force, traffic jams would be unavoidable. In fact, as he expected, the entire Manhattan district had already begun traffic control, with police setting up roadblocks at various intersections to check all passing vehicles. The area where the Wall Street Journal office building was located was even more tightly surrounded by a large number of police. A large number of fully armed riot police were searching the building carefully, eliminating dangers and collecting evidence. While they were on their way to the hotel, an emergency announcement suddenly broke in on the car radio. The host shouted in an unusually excited tone, "Breaking news. Just over 10 minutes ago, a major tragedy occurred at the Wall Street Journal office building. More than 30 people had their heads severed silently in broad daylight. The police have now fully intervened, controlled the scene, and are tracking down the killer." Not long after, the host shouted in an even more excited voice, "Latest update. The super-wealthy Hollywood superstar has just arrived in New York by private jet. I wonder what his expression will be once he learns about the severe homicide at the Wall Street Journal." This host was clearly trying to stir the pot and enjoy the show, using this gimmick to attract listeners. Hearing the anchor's report on the car radio, assistant Jennifer Roberts and bodyguard Nick both peeked at Linton with strange looks. Unfortunately, Linton's face remained as calm and unruffled as usual, showing no change. After arriving and settling into the Four Seasons Hotel, he gave instructions to his assistant Jennifer Roberts and did not have her follow him. Instead, he had bodyguards Nick and Keurig bring a large crate air-freighted from Los Angeles, containing fresh Wagyu beef, milk, and fruit from the farm. In the underground parking lot, he got into a Dodge commercial vehicle sent by Hillary and headed straight for Chappaqua Estate on Long Island. The vehicle drove directly into the estate and stopped in front of the main building. Hillary was already waiting for him there, holding little Brian, along with the housekeeper. Seeing Linton get out of the car, Hillary jogged over happily. Because servants were present, she restrained herself from throwing herself into Linton's arms and instead shook his hand formally. As usual, Hillary dismissed the housekeeper and bodyguards, then joyfully handed little Brian over to Linton. The little fellow was handsome and fair-skinned, not at all shy. He gesticulated and giggled in Linton's arms, looking very adorable. Hillary, beaming with smiles, gently took Linton's arm and walked into the house. Only after entering the house could she no longer restrain herself. She turned and dove into Linton's arms, giving him a passionate kiss. "Dear, the baby and I missed you so much." After the passionate kiss, Linton looked her over carefully and found that her figure had recovered well. Except for her chest being noticeably larger, other parts were almost the same as before her pregnancy. "Baby, you've worked hard. Dear, as long as you can visit us mother and son often, it's not hard at all. Now that I've bought an estate in New York, it will be even more convenient for us. We'll come here for vacations regularly in the future." "Dear, that's wonderful. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Oh, I heard on the news that an hour ago, there was a bloody massacre in the Wall Street Journal office building. All the executives and editors had their heads severed silently. Yes, the Wall Street Journal was being far too arrogant. I came this time to deal with them once and for all." "That's great, dear. Did you know? Right after the murders happened at the Wall Street Journal, the stock price took a nosedive. In less than an hour, it dropped by over 40%. Our previous short position has already started making a huge profit. There is no rush, it's still early. This time I'm going to destroy it completely and turn it into a penny stock. Dear, then aren't we going to make a fortune? Yes, just wait to count the money. Hillary's eyes sparkled as she gave him another hot kiss and said in a sultry voice, Dear, I can't hold back anymore. Let's leave Brian with the nanny for now. No need. He's already asleep. Let him sleep in the cradle. He won't affect us. Great. The two carefully placed Brian in the nearby cradle, and then Hillary immediately transformed into a female warrior. While Linton and Hillary were having their wild fun, on the other side, all the Jewish people in New York felt a bone-chilling cold, and the shareholders of the Wall Street Journal were filled with despair. They knew better than anyone that the bloody murders at the Wall Street Journal must have been Linton's doing. To think they had previously been so confident that Linton wouldn't dare come to New York to provoke them, or that this level of smear campaign wouldn't cause Linton to completely break ties with them. Who would have thought that as soon as the Oscar PR in Los Angeles ended, Linton would charge into New York and start a massacre against them? Now the question before them was, how should the Wall Street Journal be handled? Should they resume operations as soon as possible, or shut it down for a while and consider resuming after Linton left? Resuming operations as soon as possible would be ideal, but the problem was, at this juncture, who would dare to be the general manager or editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal? Do they not value their lives? Shutting down for a while would lead to even heavier losses. Not only would the stock market completely crash, but it might also cause all the newspaper's staff to leave, making it not so easy to recover then. The next day, all the board members of the newspaper braced themselves and went to the office building for a meeting to discuss the next strategy. Something even more tragic happened. Unexpectedly, halfway through the meeting, just as the viewpoint of resuming operations as soon as possible was gaining the upper hand, a flying sword appeared out of thin air and directly severed the heads of all board members present. As it turned out, although Linton was at Chappaqua Estate, frolicking with Hillary and enjoying family time with little Brian during breaks, his spiritual sense had been constantly monitoring every move of the Wall Street Journal. Now that he found this bunch of board members actually had the audacity to hold a meeting at the office building, still dreaming of resuming operations as soon as possible, it simply saved him the trouble of searching for them all over New York. This was perfect. He could take them all out in one go and send them to see the king of hell together. After the news spread, the Wall Street Journal was completely finished and shut down immediately. In the short term, it was impossible for any employee to dare to go to work. The stock price crashed completely. For 3 consecutive days, it dropped by 98%, with the market value falling to less than $200 million, becoming a junk stock that no one cared about. Chapter 639, Grand Finale. Linton used thunderous methods to completely wipe out the board of directors, management, and editors-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal soon went through bankruptcy liquidation and closed its doors for good. From then on, no blind media outlet dared to chirp or complain about Linton ever again. The ecosystem of Hollywood also began to completely shift from that point, with the new center of power slowly tilting toward Linton Media Group and Universal Group. From then on, Jewish people could no longer call the shots in Hollywood, while the voice of other races increased significantly, making Hollywood more vibrant. The results of this year's Oscar selection were also without suspense. Titanic swept 12 major awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Actress, setting a record for awards won by a single film. Linton also finally achieved his wish and won the Oscar Best Actor. Because the Kabbalah cult offended Linton, his mass slaughter of Jewish people deeply intimidated the high-level members of the Jewish community. They had realized how terrifying Linton was. To eliminate Linton's hostility, after several secret consultations, they decided to play their trump card, using Epstein's Lolita Island to corrupt and win over Linton. Donald Trump, a regular guest on Lolita Island who had collaborated with Linton many times, was chosen by them as the middleman. After being promised great benefits by Epstein, Donald, not knowing the inner workings, introduced Epstein to Linton. Upon meeting Epstein and hearing about Lolita Island, Linton flew into a rage and immediately placed a slave seal on him. He then ordered the now subservient Epstein to hand over all the various scandalous videos previously recorded on Lolita Island. Although Linton had some knowledge of Lolita Island from the memories of his past life, he was still shocked by the perversion shown in the films. From toddlers only 2 or 3 years old, to innocent and cute children, to teenagers in the prime of their youth, to handsome men and beautiful women in their prime. Everything was there, but their sole purpose here was to please various powerful figures, becoming playthings without any dignity or freedom. The powerful figures invited to the island as guests by Epstein, however, could enjoy unimaginable pleasures here, releasing the demons in their hearts that rivaled Satan. Scenes of eating infant meat, drinking human blood, and even various live-roasting spectacles were everywhere. In comparison, pedophilia, assault, S&M, group activities, and orgies were nothing. And the figures appearing in the films were just as Linton expected. At least 40% of the high-level officials in Washington had been there. At least 80% of the Democratic Party leadership appeared in the films, including President Clinton, Vice President Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta. All without exception were regulars on the island. In addition, there were super-rich individuals like Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, David Rockefeller, and even members of the British royal family who were also regulars on the island. Linton flew to Washington with the videotapes and summoned President Clinton, Vice President Gore, Senate President Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta for an emergency meeting where they reached a consensus. Under the threat of the tapes, the Clinton administration acted swiftly, arranging for the FBI to immediately raid Lolita Island, arrest the relevant criminals, rescue the kidnapped hostages, and seal or destroy the relevant evidence. At the same time, Linton also erased information concerning a small number of people at the highest levels of Washington from the tapes before making them public on the MCA television network and UPN television network. After the news broke, the United States and the whole world were in an uproar. Upon learning the identity of the Lolita Island organizer and that most of the customers appearing on the island were Jewish people, the world's favorability toward Jewish people dropped significantly. Knowing he had caused a huge disaster, Donald Trump was scared half to death. To appease the anger in Linton's heart, he fearfully sent his eldest daughter, Ivanka, to Linton as a female slave. In truth, Linton's interest in Ivanka, who had no popularity at all and could not help his cultivation, was not very high. However, in all fairness, the 18-year-old Ivanka was indeed very beautiful. In terms of beauty alone, she was not inferior to top Hollywood stars, and she was even comparable to Nicole Kidman and the others. Coupled with the bonus of her status as the first daughter from Linton's past life memories, Linton reluctantly accepted her. From then on, Linton had a beautiful female slave by his side who had no official status but could warm his bed at any time and even serve him on the spot during harem party activities. Of course, Linton also chose to forgive Donald for his mistake, but as for any future general elections, he would never have a chance again. To aid his cultivation, Linton self-directed and starred in The Matrix and continued his rhythm of filming one movie and releasing a few singles every year to harvest global popularity. At the same time, he cultivated more new female stars, such as Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, Megan Fox, Alexandra Daddario, and Amber Heard. New pop queens Britney Spears and Avril Lavigne were also included. There were also Victoria's Secret angels like Adriana Lima, Gisele Bündchen, Miranda Kerr, Angela Linville, and so on. With the explosion of the Chinese market, a large number of highly popular beauties also emerged, such as the two Bing Binks, Yuan Yuan, Tianxian, Mimi, Shir, Reba, Naza, Itong, and others. Linton also gave them plenty of resources to help them enter Hollywood and reach the world. Of course, the most critical part was that they joined his harem. There were also South Korea's Girls' Generation, Han Jae-in, Han Hyo-ju, Sun Yijin, Hyuna, Tiara, and others. However, for these Korean female stars, except for taking a few exceptionally beautiful ones like Yuna, Jessica, Han Jae-in, and Han Hyo-ju into his harem, Linton only gave the others a small amount of resources and a bit of help, using them as occasional cultivation objects. Thanks to the help of the harem, Linton's cultivation was able to continue its rapid improvement. In addition to his continuously advancing cultivation, Linton's other businesses also moved forward in giant strides. Starting from 1999, Universal Group and Linton Media Group began to launch the Harry Potter series, the Lord of the Rings series, the Twilight series, the Hunger Games series, and Marvel Cinematic Universe one after another. The two media groups grew rapidly, with their status and market share in Hollywood becoming higher and higher. Later, they successively acquired MGM, 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, and Lucasfilm. These two companies became the two largest media groups in the world, and the market share of the film companies under them in Hollywood directly exceeded 80%. Not only that, Linton kept pace with the times and invested in or controlled Facebook and Twitter, the new types of media that controlled the internet's voice, as well as Netflix, the largest internet video platform. In terms of financial capital, as the time entered the second half of '99, Linton had Winnie and Richard begin clearing out all computer, internet, and communication stocks, resulting in over $500 billion in cash. Entering 2000, the internet bubble completely burst. Internet companies went bankrupt one after another, and the few surviving IT companies were also severely damaged with their market values greatly reduced. However, through this trial by fire, the companies with true potential survived. The Skycrest hedge fund, controlled by Richard and Willix, also took the opportunity to short the stock market heavily, ultimately making a profit of over $100 billion. It wasn't until the second half of 2001, when the IT industry had completely hit rock bottom, that Linton had Winnie and Richard re-enter the market in a big way to buy stocks in companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Oracle. While the internet bubble burst and the financial industry was also in turmoil, Linton spent $10 billion to acquire the Bank of California, completing the final piece of the puzzle for his financial capital group. By 2007, when the subprime mortgage crisis broke out, Skycrest Hedge Fund once again showed its might, entering the market to short on a large scale and making a profit of over $1 trillion. Linton took this once-in-a-century opportunity to acquire Citibank in its entirety for a price of less than $50 billion. At this point, his financial tentacles could reach every corner of the world. The capital controlled by the Financial Capital Group exceeded $10 trillion, and the funds under management were as high as tens of trillions of dollars, making it a true financial capital empire. As for the healthcare company, after sending people to the Russian Far East in early '98 to buy up wild suma root over 30 years old, they finally held out until the suma root grown on their own farm was potent enough to refine Vitality pills. After solving the raw material supply for the Vitality pills, Linton did not expand production. Instead, he continued to maintain the original output to keep the market hungry, following an ultra-high-end route. Governments of all countries in the world, all pharmaceutical companies, and research institutions invested massive amounts of manpower, material, and financial resources trying to crack the secrets of the Vitality pill and Beauty pill. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. Through the Vitality pill and Beauty pill, Linton brought in tens of billions of dollars in income every year. The area of the farm also continued to expand under Linton's continuous acquisitions, eventually growing into a super-large farm covering more than 10,000 square kilometers. Linton also became a super landlord. Of course, Linton's purpose for acquiring so much land was to build a super lightning protection and tribulation transcending formation to prepare for his future astral dominion tribulation. Naturally, Linton also took the time to retrieve the treasure from under the Sri Anantha Padmanabhaswamy temple in India and buried it under his own garden as the future foundation of his family. In politics, after Clinton, every president of America had to receive Linton's blessing and be placed with a slave seal before taking office, becoming his loyal servant. Linton's own position as chief advisor to the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives remained rock solid and was never revoked. This also meant that America was not completely hijacked by capital as it was in his past life, desperately killing the poor to help the rich internally, leading to extreme social division, and being bellicose externally, provoking wars everywhere. Instead, it followed a relatively moderate path of development and no longer followed the Jewish people blindly or gave unconditional support to Israel. And in 2008, Hillary was elected president with Linton's support, becoming the first female president in the history of America. What Linton did not expect was that after Hillary became president, her popularity was no small matter, and the help she provided to his cultivation exceeded that of any other woman. Not only that, as Hillary's position stabilized, her popularity continued to climb sharply. Later on, the help from the top 10 most popular stars in his harem combined could not match that of Hillary alone. This allowed him to truly see the value of the American president. But unfortunately, after Hillary's 8-year term as president ended, her popularity plummeted quickly after she stepped down. However, Israel remained a troublemaker, always provoking disputes in the Middle East. Without the unconditional help of America, its situation was not very good, and it was often beaten by Arab countries until it couldn't find its way. If not for the fear of America, it probably would have been destroyed long ago. This also caused extreme dissatisfaction among the Jewish community in America, who lobbied and pressured Washington from various levels to increase support and help for Israel, but they were all suppressed by Linton. Time came to 2050, and Linton's cultivation finally reached the peak of celestial presence. Added to the fact that he had been continuously making massive investments in charitable causes, by now, 80% of the magic power in his body was covered by karma power and dyed gold. A tribulation-transcending formation covering over 10,000 square kilometers had also been completed. The eye of the formation was naturally not at the previous Anderson farm, but was chosen at a place 50 kilometers away from it. With everything ready, Linton dropped all his work and began his retreat for the breakthrough. 3 months later, the entire North American continent was filled with wind and thunder. The lightning seemed as if it would destroy the world. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with terrifying web-like lightning, making the whole world shine as bright as day. In the very center of the storm, a tall iron tower could be seen indistinctly. Directly below the tower, a figure was using a flying sword to slash at the lightning. After 2 full hours, all the anomalies disappeared, and within a 20-kilometer radius, the sky began to rain spiritual dew. His spiritual sense surged out, sweeping all the spiritual dew falling from the sky onto himself. Not a single drop was left. He accepted it all with a smile. Nourished by the spiritual dew, the significant injuries on his body were healed almost instantly. Moreover, his magic power was visibly growing, and his astral dominion realm received preliminary stabilization. What made him even more excited was that the entire 10,000 square kilometers covered by the lightning protection formation had been transformed. The lightning tribulation energy he had channeled into the ground began to modify the soil, making it rich in spiritual energy. Next, Linton began to set up a super large-scale spirit gathering formation to gather all the spiritual energy into the Anderson farm. The spiritual energy in the Anderson farm rose sharply. As long as Linton did not absorb the spiritual energy to cultivate, the spiritual energy would never be exhausted from then on. At the same time, he set up a higher-level celestial phenomenon formation at the Anderson farm, making it like spring all year round, with the temperature maintained between 10 and 30 degrees Celsius, turning the Anderson farm into a paradise on Earth. While Linton was in retreat, Israel caused more trouble in the Middle East, sparking the 10th Middle East War, only to be beaten back by the United Muslim countries. Seeing that they were about to be invaded in Tel Aviv and that Israel faced the disaster of national destruction, the Jewish people in America could no longer sit still. They used all their power to make Washington pass a resolution to send troops to support Israel. America subsequently began to openly send large-scale troops to the Gaza Strip. The side led by China and Russia issued extremely stern protests and condemnations against America's troop deployment and stated that they would not sit idly by. Just as a worldwide conflict was about to form, Linton successfully reached astral dominion and emerged from retreat. After understanding the situation, he flew into a rage. His spiritual sense spread out, directly covering the entire United States, and found all the Jewish people in America. He was ruthless. His flying sword flew out, dancing and crisscrossing across the United States. In less than half an hour, he had slaughtered every single Jewish person in America cleanly. Subsequently, through the slave seal, he had the current president directly withdraw the troops sent to Gaza. Without the support of America, Israel was soon destroyed, and the evil race of Jewish people was completely exterminated. Through this incident, Linton was also greatly disappointed in the high-level officials of Washington and the political system of America. Since he had reached astral dominion and his magic power was boundless, there was no longer any power in this world that could threaten him in the slightest. He simply carried out a complete subversion and reorganization of America's political system, changing the democratic republic to a constitutional monarchy. He became the monarch himself and upgraded the Anderson family to royalty, standing above the entire nation. Below that, he established a governance system of government, parliament, and judiciary, and reclaimed the Federal Reserve, transforming the entire United States into his own private world.